Alright, we seem to be live now, which is awesome. Welcome everybody, it's Unstoppable Stiletzi here, and we got a very special stream for you today. It's kind of like a normal cast of game stream for Wars of Liberty and kinda not. I say kinda not because this time we're going to take priority over a specific set of matches above the other ones first. So before we get into like some of the more normal games, we got a series to cover that I've received recordings for. We got a best out of 5 between Alucard and Geaf Argento, some of the strongest players in the Wars of Liberty community. And I mean the strongest. It's not even a joke. These people are really top notch. I mean, the only people that are probably on that similar playing level would be ones like Cap and Ungers, of course, because Ungers, as you know, is like a big name in the USOC tournaments. He's definitely probably stronger, definitely stronger than all these people combined. But other than names like that, Geaf and Alucard, huge names to be having in a best out of 5. So I will be covering that first before we do anything else. From then, we can decide if we're going to go bomb to top the bomb with the rest of the games, but I just want to get the best out of 5 done first, because I feel like, some people might be busy with their job, school, college, or whatever, and they might not have time to watch the whole stream all the time. So I want to make sure that we get out the best out of 5 between Geaf and Alucard first, because that's probably going to be the cream of the entire set of games we got today, and people are really going to want to know how that turned out. So yeah. Yep, I just stuck in the Wars Liberty official Discord, and I'm going to do it to the other WoW-related ones, because this is a pretty big series, and we need to let everybody know that we're going to be running this thing. This is a very big series, and we need to see this with our own eyes and ears. Well, you get to watch it, and then you get to hear me yap about it for however long the series is. It's either going to be like super quick, and they're going to go right at each other, or it's going to be a prolonged stalemate. And it can really go either way. These are some very powerful opponents who are going to be dueling each other, very strong opponents. There's just no telling how fierce they're going to be with each other, what the build orders are going to be. Yeah, I mean, these aren't exactly Cap-like players. What do I mean by that? I mean, basically with these sort of players here, these people are indeed very, very strong, and they have many, many different build orders. Yeah. With Cap, you sort of know what Cap is going to do, but he just does it really well. But when it comes to people like Geaf and Alucard, they have like millions and millions of different build orders that they can run on you. Yeah, some players a little bit more predictable, but absolutely brutal at what they do, and then other players, they have more variety, which makes it even more dangerous at times, because you just don't know what build order they're going to do to you. Exactly. So, in a way, yeah, sometimes dealing with a more predictable player like Cap might be a little tricky, because you feel like his build orders are very strong, but at least you know what it is, and you can sort of try to counter it as best as you can, and find a way to sort of trick Cap, potentially, into losing. But in a Geaf or Alucard match, they got like a million builds, so you just don't know what they're going to run, right? They have a really good aptitude with the different cards and decks for the different civs, the different units, good with micro. They have well-rounded skills in many different civs, whereas Cap focuses on, very specific ones like Germany, Japan, Mexico, Korea, I guess, British, yeah. Yeah, Geaf and Alucard definitely, majority, if not all, the Wars of Liberty civs very well. Yeah, so, even Egypt, yeah. They even know how to play Egypt at a competitive level, which in itself is like really, really strange, right? Big time. Yeah. I'm just putting this stream on the official AoE server too, because if anybody wants to see this thing, it's going to be pretty massive. Very, very massive. Yeah, big time. If you like Wars of Liberty, this is probably going to be the matchup you're going to want to see. Definitely. Yeah, I just want to make sure I share it with all the Discord servers I have access to, so everybody knows what's going on and get in sooner rather than later for it. I should almost be done. I'm chugging through it very quickly for you. Yeah, so yep, should be pretty quick hopefully. And then we obviously gotta count out all the games too. Obviously, you know there's gonna be at least 5 games today, thanks to my first announcement. But there's other ones as well that I'm gonna look at with you after the fact. Right. So yep. Just looking for potential servers that might be interested. Yep. And any other ones? I think Pride Sunburrows probably wants to see this, so maybe I'll put it there. And yep, those servers should be the last 2. Okay. And this one. Very, very good. Okay. Very good. Alright. There we go. Very nice indeed. Okay. That should be good. Yeah. Yep, and always let me know too if the mic sounds saturated at all, because I remember Maston mentioned that about end of last week, that the mic sounded a little saturated coming out of my vocal cords. So if the sound sounds a little bit weird for your ears, definitely speak up about it. Don't let that go unheard, because I can definitely do as much as I can to improve the audio for the speech, so you know what I'm saying, without holding your ear holes in agony. Yeah, definitely. So, let's count out the games we're going to do today. I guess we could do Bomb the Top today, just to change things up, since we want to focus on the most important games first of the day. Alright, so first we got the Geaf versus Alucard series. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Already up to 5 juegos. 5 juegos, yeah. Not bad. 5 juegos. And from there, we got 3 more games by Geaf, bringing it up to 8. So already looking very juicy today. Maybe we'll go into the Geaf games right after the Alucard versus Geaf series. That'd be a really nice complement to it. Then we got one from SOG, 9. Pretty good player as well. 2 from Rommel, bringing it up to 11. Another game by Rommel, 12. Got a game by Omar, 13, 14, 15. These are all Omar games. 16. And then we got a bunch of Viringo games, yeah. To bring us up to, I believe, 21. At this point, about 21. And from last week, was there some that we missed? Yes, I believe there was. Missed about 2 of them. So, in total, we have about 23. 23, yeah. 23, so 23. So, quite a lot of games. Yeah. Obviously, we're going to do things a bit differently here and do the Geaf versus Alucard series first, and then we're going to handle all those other ones after that. I think I might do today bottom to top. You know what? You know why? Because I really want us to see the Geaf versus Alucard series first, and then we can look at the Geaf games next, and then the Saw game. That would be a good start, and then from there we can see what the rest are. Yeah. It's a bit different than what we usually do, but it is what it is, you know. We want to get the most important matches out first, the most action-packed stuff, because that's what people are looking for in these series, you know. They want the really good series, where the players are very powerful and evenly matched, and there's a lot of dueling going on. You don't want a lot of idle time. People just sleeping and snoring and whatever, going, no, you don't want that. You want some really good battles, so we'll start out with the good ones first, and then show the rest of them. Because here's the thing. Every Wars of Liberty game teaches you something. Even the sleepy ones. Even the sleepy ones do. There's something about a build or a unit you can always go over. So, yeah. Every game is worth showing. It's just that some, like, are a feast for the mind as well as the eyes and the ears. So, yeah. We'll do those ones first. Okay. So, that's all the recordings done. It should be imported now, right? Yeah. They should be. We just make sure we cover them all. Yep, I think we got them all. Let's do this. So, best out of 5, match 1, Alucard versus Geaf. Where is that one? Let's see over here. Where is that? BO. Yep, this is the series we want to see here. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this is the last one up here. This is what we're here for today. This is going to be a really big series, and you're going to enjoy this one a whole lot. Alright? These are patches to make them work in Spanish. Yes, there are Samuel Tastaca. Yes, there is. If you go onto the Wars of Liberty website, and I could actually send you the link in the chat right now, before we get into the actual, let me send you the link to that in the chat so you can follow along with it. So if you go to, let me see here, download. AOE3world.com/download. There's actually language packs you can install to translate it to your language, which is really neat. But, yep, I'll paste it right here for you. Yep, just use this URL right here. AOE3world.com/download. And there you will find multiple languages, including Spanish, Portuguese, German, Chinese, Dutch, yeah, there's a good number of languages, so definitely check that out. Definitely Spanish is covered. I think the Spanish translations are done by Kazan, very skilled Wars of Liberty player, so yeah, you definitely should have no problem getting to translate it to your language, and make sure you follow the instructions too if there's any in the files as well. Without further ado though, let's get right into the show match here, or best out of 5, whatever you want to call it. And actually, let me pick that up first, see what that is. In real fast, and then we can get started when it comes in. Sorry for the delay there. Alright, let's get into the first match. The fact that this best of 5 went to a total of 5 games is actually pretty insane. It shows you how powerful these players are. How even they are on the playing field. Alright, so what is the first game? So the first game is going to be Geaf Argento playing as the Chileans and Alucard playing as the Argentines. So it's going to be a Latin American culture civ versus a Latin American culture civ. So Chileans versus Argentines. It's a very interesting matchup. And in terms of tier listing or seed in terms of the tier lists, both civs are comparable in skill, or at least in power, I would say. Chile is more focused on economy in terms of their vills gather rates. Argentines are more favorable on herdable economy, on their food. Yeah. And I will say, from a glance, both civilizations, Chile and Argentines, have sort of a microscopically delayed start to really boom their eco out the way they want to. So this will actually be a really good demonstration between two similar civs in that remark. But as the match goes on, we can totally expect the Argentine player to have more food, but the Chilean player will certainly have a more even distribution of a lot of food, wood, and coin. If it comes down to that, that is. This might end in the first so many minutes of the game. Who knows? Both civs do have some very powerful early military units too, so we'll see. Looks like Alucard is looking to get the squash plant for 90 food. Quite a good food treasure to get started with. Right? Obviously, in these 1 versus 1s, food treasures are really good. They help improve your age-up time, which can lead to a faster rush, or just give you time to prepare your economy bearer for a defense, depending on what the players are looking for here. In terms of the map, it looks like this is a non-ESOC map, as I do not recognize this in the set of normal maps we use for ESOC, but I could be wrong. Big thing about... what treasure is this, by the way? Another 90 food. So it looks like Chile will actually be able to keep up to Argentines in terms of their age-up time, which is really good. So what is Argentines doing here for a card? Argentines are going to go up with Similones. Similones gives you a pasture wagon. With that pasture wagon, you will be able to produce cows for free over time. Yeah. It's a special farm building that the Argentines gets. And with that farm building, not only can you put your vills on there, but you can fatten your herdables there too, as they're producing cows over time. Closest thing I can compare it to in terms of the 5th edition stuff is probably the Haciendas of Mexico. Except it only deals with food. Yeah. So that's really going to help out Argentines quite a bit here. And also, as a side bonus, the card also improves the production time of cattle from those pastures. So it improves the cow's spawn time by about 33.40%. As you can see right there, it's quite a big improvement. Right? And if you look at the Argentine deck in general, notice these 4 cards here. You got Similones, Advanced Mill, Butchers, and Saladeros. These are the 4 key cards of playing Argentine food economy. Similones helps your pastures to produce the cows faster. Advanced Mill makes the pastures as cheap as 100 wood, because the base cost is a mere 200 wood. So if you send this card, your pastures only cost 100 wood. Same cost as a house, which is very big, right? And Saladeros actually sets it up so all the cows that are produced from the pastures will actually come out as semi-fattened. Really cool. And then this over here, when the cows are ready, it allows you to gather food from them 300% faster. 300. Not 100, 300. It's actually based off of a copy of a card I believe the British get and maybe the Chinese get in the 5th edition called Fulling Mills, which has a sheep on the icon. Butchers has this exact same effect for Argentines to synergize with their herdable base economy. Looks like Alucard is already picking up the advanced mill, so that he will be able to use all this wood that he's chopping right now to set up a quick, easy 4, 5, 6, maybe even 8 pastures. That is pretty good. And what is Geaf going to do with his deck? So Geaf is starting out with three villagers plus 100 food. Chilean cards come with a crate of 100 resources, which may vary depending on what the card does, right? So a resource crate of wood will come with an extra 100 wood, like this. 800 cords of wood, which is much better than 700. Same with the coin one. Frontier defenses, which gives you about 2 outpost wagons, will give you 100 coin. Kind of similar to the Governor General politician. Fencing school, same thing. Riding school coin. This will give you coin. This will give you coin. A lot of coin ones, yeah. This one will give you food because it's related to mills, wood, and coin. So yeah. And there's even some rare ones like this card here that will actually give you a crate of 100 XP if they're related to XP production, which that card is. Yeah, so another thing we need to go over for this match, what are the immigrants that they choose? So Geaf is going to go with the Arab colony. This is a really good early game immigrant colony that you can send battalions of the Gallego musketeers from. The Gallegos have some pretty good damage, and they come with a battalion size of, I believe, about 5 or 6, so a pretty good number. Pretty good mass of muskets you can use to support your infantry with. Alucard, on the other hand, chose to go with the Polish. Now, the Polish are a really good synergy with the Argentine Civ. That is because the worker units that you can train from the Polish colony come with the free cow, which, surprise, surprise, you can throw right onto these pastures and start the Phantom right away. So if you're doing a herdable-based strategy with any Civ, but particularly Argentines, the best immigrant option will usually be to start with the Polish. And if you don't know what to do in the later ages, just go with the Polish again and again and again, so you can get more Polish butchers to work on those herdables and get more free cows, you know? Depending on how tight your food's going to be in the mid-game, yeah. I will say towards the late game with Args, the food economy is exceptional. Like, you probably are never going to have to worry about food as the Args if you do everything right. It's really going to come down to your coin and your wood. And if you have any sort of booster cards to help with that, like Virgin Forest, Casa de Moneda, anything like that. Right, so pasture number 5. 5 pastures. This is a lot of cows here. Look at how many cows we got. 13. These are a lot of cows here. So, you know, when these are all fanned up, these each are going to have 500 food apiece to add to Alucard's economy. Quite good. And to deal with any potential pressure, it looks like Alucard has chosen to get a barracks with some patricios. Patricios are the unique musketeer of the Argentine civilization. So these in general have pretty solid hit points, about around that of a Janissary, but slightly less, and then the cost is just under that of a Janissary. So basically a very meaty musketeer, pretty much, yeah. So if you're looking to tank a lot of damage, especially from cav and stuff, patricios really do right by you, I would say. Chile, though, has a very different thing from their barracks. The musketeer of the Chilean civilization, the Civico de Battalion, or the Battalion Civico, depending on how you want to pronounce it, is a very different musketeer. It has a pretty bad range attack, but its hand attack is quite good, comparable to almost a pikeman in terms of its efficiency. And then in terms of its special ability, it can go into Trublica di Diablo mode, where it pulls out its sword and it can charge very fast towards infantry and do multipliers against them. Kind of like a more permanent formation that you see in Definitive Edition with the Swedish musketeers, yeah. But it doesn't look like Geaf is doing that at all. He has actually gone for a fast fortress into Age 3, and he is making Las Vivenderas, the Bonitas Bonitas as I call them. So these are a skirmisher. Not an ordinary skirmisher either. These skirmishers can actually heal your military. Yeah, so you don't even need to train priests as the Latin American civs to get these skirmishers. They'll just heal up your army right on the front lines. It's quite useful. As a skirmisher themselves, though, a bit weaker, I will say that. But at the very least, the healing ability can come in real handy sometimes. Particularly when it comes to battles of attrition, where you're going to be fighting with the same army units for a prolonged amount of time. Also, in terms of setup of economy, it looks like Geaf is using some very powerful technologies to boost his economy. The first of which is, again, the Sala Trera over here. This is the ultimate building of the Chilean civilization. And then we also saw that he researched the breweries technology from the German colony. These 3 wagons right here. So these wagons are called Goldworks, or Coinworks. And what they do is they trickle coin, but a bit different than the banks we know with the Dutch. See, the way these work is they're definitely a lot cheaper than a Dutch bank, but they cost population space. So, yeah, you gotta make sure you have enough houses to actually be able to build them. And in the terms of the late game, it means less military that you can field when you have them. So just be aware of that. Vivendera's going on the attack, looking to pressure Alucard's position, taking shots at his gauchos over here, trying to get the coin, also taking shots at his patricios. Going with the fast fortress and the Vivenderas gives Geaf a very distinct advantage against heavy infantry, which sadly Alucard has that right now, nothing else. Oh, look, he's got the Infernals. The Infernals, the Infernales, are a mounted pikeman unit. So they actually get melee multipliers against cavalry. That doesn't say that they're bad against infantry either, particularly skirmish infantry, because if you look right here, it has a hand attack of about 25. So very comparable to a Cossack, and actually it also is a one-pop cav unit too, just like a Cossack is. So in some situations like this, it could be quite opportune to train these Infernals for dealing with skirmishers, and not just hand cavalry. So yeah, quite good. Looks like the Infernals were able to catch up and wipe out that wave of Vivenderas, giving Alucard a strong foothold with his army to potentially do a counterattack. He's got about 6 Infernals. He's got a pretty good mass of the Patricios here. He's training up more of the Infernals now. And we see my prediction has come true in terms of food economy. His food is rocking right now, about 2.5k food. That is very big. Very big amount of food. And that's because he sent this particular card here, Butchers. So you notice how quick his food is going up. That's because he's gathering these cows at 300% gather rate. That is huge. That is brutal, actually. He only needs a handful of vills on these cows, actually, to get like a full food economy, which is insane, right? But do remember, it takes time to set it up. You have to build a lot of pasture buildings to make it efficient. You need to send a lot of cards. And in that time, an opponent can rush you, or they can fast fortress to take you out with some more advanced units, like we saw Geaf try to do with those Vivenderas earlier, right? So you have to be careful about it. You have to be wise. You know, you can't fall into, you can't be stubborn and pretty much think, oh yeah, I'm going to have the best food economy in the world and win easily. No, you need to balance your defense as well and make some tough decisions, right? So what's going on back in Geaf Argento land in Chile? So he has trained up some more Vivenderas. Did he train those up? He potentially shipped them in because I see about 7 of them. right? And this infinite shipment here Chile can send actually lets you send a contingent of 7 Vivinderas in 100 coin. So it's potential that maybe Geaf used that. But wait a second here. Look at this. Geaf's artillery caught in really bad crossfire. Oh, wow. Look at that. Right at the wrong time, too. These Infernals landed right on top of them and wiped out 2 cannons for free. That is absolutely insane. Geaf was trying to do some of the Krupp steel cannons from the German colony because they have multipliers against artillery and buildings, which would have been really good for a siege. That put Alucard quite ahead here. And if you look over to the top right, Alucard has a score about 10 or so ahead that of Geaf right now, even though he's an age behind. Yeah, we do see a lot of these instances with Argentines where they will stick it out in age 2 just to focus on the herdable economy and come up with a much better score than their fast fortress counterpart, in this case Chile. So what's going to happen from Geaf is he's probably going to have to do a lot of work with his skirmishers and try to pick off these heavy infantry from long range. You know, try to whittle down these numbers of patricios while he still can. Right? But here's the thing. Alucard is now in age 3 himself, and he's actually getting the veteran upgrade on the patricios right now. So the HP especially is going to get pretty high on these muskets very soon if Geaf isn't careful. But thankfully, because Geaf is doing a skirmish unit, the Vivinderas, as well as some of these Brumers, which are a German immigrant skirmisher, to complement them, Geaf can still maintain safe range and use those multipliers to deal out heavy damage into the patricios. And if the patricios do get close, like in this case, Geaf can usually get some more favorable outcomes just because of the 2x multipliers that are working in his favor, right? It might see 18 range damage here, but since there's a multiplier 2x against line units, which patricios are part of, they're really doing 36 damage, which is much better than the 27 range damage by the patricios. And of course, skirmishers like Blumers and Vivinderas have range armor too. Vivinderas having about 30% and the Blumers having about 10%. Yeah, but the thing is while Vivinderas have 120 HP, the Blumers are very tanky. They get a lot of HP. They have a hit point amount of about 253. 253 is pretty good. Pretty good, actually. Yeah. So what do we got here? We got a Krupp steel cannon from Geaf Argento there. I believe he is going to go for some sort of a siege on Alucard at this point, but will he be able to maintain that is the question. The reason I'm saying that is because, at least from what I saw before, yep, here's the Estancia right here. The Estancia has about 2 primary functions, or actually sort of 3-ish. One thing it does is it allows you to fatten herdables even faster than the pastures do, so the cows will fatten really fast at this building, making your herdable economy even quicker, right? It can also train a particular herdable called the zebu, which is a cow that has like over 1,000 food. It's like a really meaty cow, right? And the other function of the Estancia lets you train your stable units there too. So your Infernals, but also a ultimate unit that you can only make at that building. The Horse Grenadier, the Granadero El Caballo. It's essentially a Hussar-like unit that can do a charge attack where it throws a grenade into the infantry, dealing some multiplier damage and some crush damage, which is pretty good. Yeah. And in fact, we see Alucard lining up about 2 cards to send more of these Horse Grenadiers. We got San Lorenzo. It ships about 4 Horse Grenadiers and improves the build limit by 5. And we also see 5 Granaderos Caballo to ship in another 5 Horse Grenadiers, totaling that up to about 9 of them. Also, we see Alucard made some Zebus here. These are the Zebu cows. They have about 1.5k food on them, so they're very meaty cows. very meaty cows with some pretty big horns as well, similar to a water buffalo. So that's going to bring a lot of food in for Alucard. Now, normally when I play Args, I usually don't find it necessary to ever make the Zebus. But if you want to really optimize large food economy, especially in the mid-game, you can opt to sacrifice some of your food now to get Zebus for later, since the return will be astronomical. It will be. Like, consider about only like 8 or so Zebus can give you over 10k food, which is really big when they're fully consumed. Geaf, though, is going to be trying a very special strategy here with his Krupp steel cannons, looking to use their anti-building multipliers to basically use them as sort of a city crusher. You know, blasting the barracks down, the houses, even the more colony-based buildings like that. Also, he's training up some inspired frontier cavalry. In the event, Argentines might try to do some escoltas, which is a heavy assault cavalry that they can do. They can still be used against the horse grenadiers, but they'll be a little bit less effective because the dragoon units like this only deal multipliers against hussar-like units in melee, since hussar-like cavalry like these belong to the scout class and not the assault class. But we'll see. Let's see if these horse grenadiers do well. So it looks like Alucard got some of the charged grenade throws into the cannons, but some of them went into the dragoons instead, which is pretty unfortunate. But now we see the frontier cavalry go into melee to try to hack their way through all these horse grenadiers. Some of them, though, are still sort of in range attack, which is sort of wrong there. You need to switch that off right away. Does look like the Krupp steel cannons are being ripped apart right now, so these are all going to be lost. Meaning, technically, Alucard is in the winning position right now. He's holding the river very strongly, and now he can hunt down all these skirms with these horse grenadiers, since they count as a hussar-like unit. So they're good for chasing down skirms, with the hand attack of about 36, so quite good. Quite good. And the Patricios will fall close behind, giving some range support whenever the skirmishers get snared a bit. Still chasing further, it looks like. We'll see if Alucard commits fully. It looks like he does not, at least for now. Probably is going to grow his numbers of Patricios even more for a stronger siege. And then will probably increase his numbers of the Granaderos as well. So he has a more full solution to these skirmishers. At the same time, though, Geaf will continue to do frontier cavalry as a sort of a partial counter to these units here. One thing to note about the frontier cavalry is they're actually a one-pop dragoon unit, similar to the Reuters, the Dutch Reuters in the 5th edition, so they are statistically similar to a one-pop dragoon unit with very limited damage, but very massible. The sort of thing that makes these a bit more unique is they have multipliers of about 2.75 against native warriors. So they're actually good for fighting like mantlets, tomahawks, Cherokee skirmishers. They're actually really good at that, on top of being good against the normal dragoon type stuff. So just be aware of that. If you, like for instance, Alucard made some of these Caribs, frontier cavalry would be a proper solution to that, actually. So yeah, I think for that reason Alucard would never make natives in this situation. Definitely not. And as you can see here, the Vivanderos are healing the nearby units. They're all wounded over here too. So all these units that were sliced and diced by the horse grenadiers back there are now going to get healed up and be fully usable in the next fight. Looks like Alucard is looking to do some raiding here with the horse grenadiers, or at least trying to scout out positions that he can raid from. He is actually going to target a Geaf trading post, since Geaf has about 2 of them. And this will be a really good setup for Alucard to potentially push on the main base, since that's one loss of line of sight for Geaf, really. So, yeah, having that train post there does give him a lot of warnings of what's coming to his main base. That being said, Geaf will try to salvage the situation a little bit here and go into full melee with the Horse Grenadiers. He actually has sliced up quite a bit of them right now, and he's killing quite a bit of them. Quite good. Slicing lots of them, actually. And he's actually, look, he went into 2 groups there just to snare them even more. Wow, he's going into a full melee here against these Horse Grenadiers. He wants to take them all out if he can. Or at least get rid of most of them. Oh, yep, he's winning on this front right now. These Horse Grenadiers are getting completely spent right now. And Alucard unfortunately sent in another batch to try to salvage this fight, and they're going to fall too. They're going to fall as well. At this point, Alucard is going to make a push for the main base. Villagers very scarily close to the front lines. I would get those out. But it does look like that Geaf does have a fort here. Fort Brulness, or whatever. This fort will provide some good cannon attack against this infantry. And it looks like Geaf has his skirms here to sort of walk them into the fight. This is pretty cool, because now Alucard doesn't have a way out. If he tries to retreat back here, he's going to run right into the Vivinderas and get completely sprayed by their multipliers. And he's got his frontier cavalry over here, so if Horse Grenadiers try to intercept, he can throw them in the melee and slice those apart as well. But we do see another secondary assault by Alucard with Patricios down here. So that was not the first wave. He split them in half, actually. And now you see that he has upgraded them to the Royal Guard upgrade, the Pada Blancas. The Pada Blancas are a Royal Guard upgrade of the Patricios. Not only making them 30% stronger, but also making them 10% cheaper to train. See, Royal Guard upgrades for Latin American civs work a bit differently. They don't make your units 10% stronger, they make them 10% cheaper. So the Patricios will be even more spammable now, which will be a really good asset to Alucard in this fight. Oh boy, he's going right for the Salatrera over there. If Geaf loses that, he's not going to be happy at all, because the Salatrera actually leaves behind resource crates over time that you can pick up as your Chilean civ there, which is quite big. At this point, he's going to try everything to try to blast apart these Pada Blancas. He's going to try to shoot them with the cannons. He's going to do everything he can there. Unfortunately, Frontier Cav without any upgrades are not going to be great against Pada Blancas at all. And that being said, the Salatrera will go down. Looks like in this particular situation, Geaf is sort of being outmatched by all these Patricio attacks. Yeah, this front down here, this front over here. He's getting a 2-front war, which is completely splitting him up and making it really hard to defend. And unfortunately for Geaf, he is not in Age 4. Geaf did not get to Age 4 to add the Royal Guard upgrade, the Cantinelas, to the Vivinderas for Chile. So statistically, these skirms are a bit behind the ones of Alucard there. And to check even further, let's see if he... Yes, Alucard did research infantry range combat. This is a combat card that improves Patricios by about 15% in hit points and attack. So they're being boosted by that card as well. So quite a formidable unit right now for Geaf to try to mitigate here. All he can do is just spam a bunch of skirms and Frontier Cav at the prom and hope that it'll go away. It seems like for right now the fort is holding down the fort. Surprise, surprise. The fort holding down the fort. Kind of keeping these muskets in place on this front, allowing Geaf to get a lot of free shots over there. But this front is still going on down here, though. And now the town center's under siege. Something's going to have to change really quick by Geaf if he's going to clean this up. You know? And looking at the resources, he doesn't quite have enough yet to go to Age 4 to get the upgrades he needs. And he does not have any strong cards in Age 4 either. The only card he's got is the 3 Pedreros, which are mortars, so that's not going to help him in defending a base. It's only going to help him in sieging. Yeah. I do know that the Chileans do get a very powerful Zuevo card that can send in Age 4. Maybe Geaf could consider sending that in the future or whatever. But it looks like for right now, the best defense for Geaf is going to be spamming this card out here. The 7 Vivinderas card from his home city whenever he can get a shipment in. It's all he can do right now. And hopefully not be burned out of his resources. Because right now, Alucard is doing really well. He's doing really well right now. He's got no pressure in his base. He's getting a million food right now from all these herdables. Like, look at all the food he's just bringing in right now. And now he's going to start to ship in his own Pedreros, which is going to allow him to start sieging away at the positions of Geaf and his base. Right? Oh, yeah. So if you don't know a lot about Age of Empires 3, basically mortars like the Pedrero, or sort of like Age of Empire 2's trebuchets, or the bombard cans for that matter. Well, actually more like the trebuchets, because they're really good at just sieging from super long range. Yeah, and it looks like Alucard already has some over here from a previous shipment, so now the numbers are going to go up to 6. And at that point, Geaf's position is completely tarnished right now. These Vivinderas are not holding the line against these further upgraded muskets. The mortars are shelling away at him. He's basically cut Geaf in half at this point with his base. It's not much he can do to hold this position. It's safe to say that probably Alucard has taken the first win at the best out of 5. That's exactly what I think here. This is a clear Alucard win on game 1. We're going to have to see if Geaf can come back in game 2 or 3. Which, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because here's the thing. At least in Definitive Edition, there's been times where I've seen opponents, even if they lose the series, they'll still play out the rest of the games for the sake of the viewers. So I can't tell you 100% who's going to win these games or not. This is totally mystery meat to me. I have no idea. But that's awesome because it's a good surprise. It's not like, oh no, he's going to lose here. Oh no. It's totally possible Geaf could come back even if he loses the first 3 games and win the last 2 as well. So who knows? Or Alucard could win all 5 of them. That could happen too. Yeah. Oh, look at all those Patricios, those Pad Blancas. This is what you like to see with Argentina. Like a full herdable economy and just utter obliterating spam of these things. That's enough to win games right there. Just like you saw right here. Even this poor Geaf Argento here with the skirms thinking that the multipliers will work. Nah. Not when you have that many of them now. That's why when we try to fight the Argentines, it's usually advised that you try to take them out before they get the herdable system going. Because if you don't, it gets really hard really fast. And I mean really hard, really fast. Yeah. It's best to take them out before they get their butcher's card. I mean, obviously, you have no way of finding out if they have their butcher's card if you're the other player. But, yeah, just try to rush them as fast as you can. Because as soon as they get that food economy established and they have a good foothold on mining, you're done against Argentines. They'll just spam Patricios at you till you're destroyed. Yeah, and then if they need, like, cavalry, they can add that too. So just don't fall into that trap. If you got a chance to wipe out the Argentines early in a 1v1, just do it. You'll thank me later for that, really. Yeah. So, that was game 1. And now we got game number 2. Oh, and we got some more text from Samuel Testaca. Thank you. What country are you from? From Bolivia. I am from USA, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands. Yeah, that's my country. So that's why I speak in English, because I'm gringo. They call me El Gringo. They actually call me El Gringo in this community. So, yeah, they know me as the Gringo, the Gringo caster of Wars of Liberty. So that's why I do. Yeah. So now we're in game number 2. What are we going to do in game number 2 here? So, now it looks like Geaf is continuing with the Chileans, and Alucard has changed to Central America. Very interesting. I don't know personally if they're having any sort of rules for this best L5. If somebody has to change their civet, they win. But that seems to be the case right now, at least to me. You know, Geaf thinks that Chile can still get him a win. But now we see Alucard switching off to Central America. Quite a different type of gameplay, I will say. Whilst Argentines are more about herdable economy, Central Americans are more about natural resource collection. So hunting, wood chopping, mining, berries, and actually somewhat herdables. You know, they do get a good herdable card, which you might see later. But yeah. In general, these villages here, the Horneros, as they're called, have the ability to improve the yield on natural resources. And what do I mean by yield? So, basically, what happens when you have these Central American villagers working on animals and whatever, they leave more food on the natural resource when they gather from it without hurting their gather rate, which means while their hunting rate is the same as any other villager, the natural resource they're gathering from loses those resources slower than your gather rate, which means it lasts longer and you get more resources out of it. In the boot, there's a secondary villager Central America gets here, the Carletero. The Carletero here is a booster villager that actually improves the gather rates of all the nearby Horneros around it. Right? And it serves another function too. It can actually rebuild natural resources once you run out of them. So it can build trees, it can build banana plants, and it can build gold mines too. So you can do like a full natural resource synergy deck with Central America and never even touch agriculture at all if that's what you want to do. And we'll see if the deck holds up to that. So this is indeed a natural resource deck. We got virgin forest for wood, counter marking for gold mining. We got naturalist expedition for hunting and berries. This is replacing the Furrier card for all civilizations in general, with just a name change and an icon change, but there's still the same gather rates and effects. Cochineal farming here. Now, this is an interesting card. It improves berry gather rate by 25%, and it allows herdables to fatten faster as well. So, a bit of herdable synergy with the Central Americans. Like, they can go herdables and natural resources with this card, the cochineal farming. And then you got another one here, the sport hunting. This is a replacement to the spice trade card, giving you 20% better gather on hunting and berries. And there's actually one more here too, the Casa de Moneda. This is sort of Latin Americans' version of Royal Mint. So it improves your plantation rates and it improves your mining rates too. So a lot of natural resource friendly cards here. Big time. In terms of the rest though, we got 2 shipments of the Cardateros here. You can only access these through the home city, so if you lose your first one and he dies or whatever, you're going to have to ship some of these in again to be able to get them. So just be aware of that. And what else? What else we have to look at? By the way, I should mention what this does. So this actually gives you another immigrant colony, the Spanish immigrants. On top of that, it sets it up so immigrant workers train faster and immigrant buildings are constructed faster. So it has a little bit of a minor effect to it to help you with getting your workers out fast, but the main purpose is it gives you access to yet another immigrant colony without even having to choose it at age up, which is really cool, you know. As even if you want to stick with one immigrant the whole game and get better age up bonuses doing so, you could still get away with having 2 different immigrant colonies to choose from for units, which is great. And every Latin American civ except for Haiti gets access to the Advanced Immigrants card. I think I said it a few times, they should have the card for Haiti too, and just give them access to French or something, but I guess that's fine, leave it the way it is, yeah. So, there you go. What's going on with Chile, though? Is Chile running the same deck? Yes, they are sticking with the same start of about 3 lotos. Very good. And what else do we got here? What's the colony going to be? It's going to be Arab Wave again. And what's Alucard going to do? Alucard is going to do the Scandinavians. So what do the Scandinavians offer us? Scandinavians focus mostly on line of sight. Their villagers have more line of sight as well as their houses. Central American, Scandinavian immigrant houses that you build with their workers can actually give you a pretty extensive line of sight. They're really good for scouting. That's what they're really good at. And as you can see here, which is pretty cool, basically when you're aging up, if you age up for the first time as the Scandinavian immigrants, they give you a number of these dogs. Officers' dogs, as they're called. And these officers' dogs are actually considered to be heroes, and they are immortal. They don't actually die. They live forever and ever to be with their master, the officer. So that's good. You can use them to help you with treasure guardians. You can use them to help bite your enemy's ankles and snare them. Really, really good little doggos there for helping you. And what are we going to see for terms of military setup for Central America here? So from the looks of it, they're probably going to be going with some sort of barracks-focused option. Right? So looks like right now we're just Central America right here. But in order to make military as Central America, you actually have to pick a country. And that country has a roster of 5 units. So they're going with Los Altos. If I remember correctly, Los Altos is very infantry focused. So a lot of action here at the barracks. Also, we see the training of a Scandinavian explorer. Again, this worker in particular has a pretty mediocre gather rate. But it's really good at seeing far away. It's got a really good line of sight, better than the average villager, about 4 more line of sight, in fact. And in particular, this villager also doubles as a good treasure guardian fighter as well, and has multipliers against treasure guardians, which is pretty awesome, about 6x against them. What Alucard is likely going to do, he's going to build Scandinavian houses and get really good line of sight out of them. And just to demonstrate that, I'm going to put the fog of war on like right now. And you're going to see his line of sight like blossom like a flower once this house comes out. It's going to be really good for that. Really good. So there we go. Yeah, look at how far the line of sight goes here. This is pretty good. Like the line of sight is about 41. Really good. Yep, and that will basically give Alucard sort of intelligence about where Geaf is potentially putting a barracks down and where he can go in with his Mosquiteros here. The Mosquiteros are sort of a cavalry unit. You know the coyote runners of the Aztecs, right? And sort of they act as sort of like a shock infantry, good against skirms and artillery. That's what these Mosquiteros do, but they're more so associated with the assault class, which means they have hand armor and they're better for melee combat. Well, against more melee-oriented troops, right? Things with the scout class are going to be better against more ranged stuff, whereas the assault units like these are going to be better against stuff that fights in melee a lot better. So, like spearmen, muskets, Mosquiteros can be really good at wiping those out. The way that the Mosquitero handles it is by having 40% hand attack and a area of effect of about 1, which means if you got like a big group of like pikemen or muskets, Mosquiteros can like slice through multiple units at the same time with their hand attack, which is quite useful, right? Also makes them good against skirms and artillery by default too. Yeah, while they are more focused against muskets and spears, being assault units, they can still fight skirmish too. Just in, a little bit less favorable of a matchup, obviously, since they are taking full range damage, even though they're cav, so just be aware of that. Looks like Geaf has aged up with the German immigrants. And now he's got a tower here, right? If you age up with the German immigrants in age 3 for the first time, you get the watchtower upgrade for free. Which means Geaf is already going to have his first upgrade of his towers already done for free for him, which will really help with turtling. Looks like Geaf has sent a battalion of the Gallego Musketeers from his Arab colony as well, as soon as he hit age 3, which means that the battalion size goes up. If you send the Gallegos in age 2, you only get about 6 of them. If you send them in age 3, you get a group of about 8 of them, and I believe if you send them in age 4, you either get like 10 or 11 of them, which is much better. So if you can, if you want to be greedy with your shipments, wait till later ages to send those immigrants out, because you're going to get extra units the later you do them. If you send them earlier, the numbers will be smaller. If you wait till age 4, that's when you get the maximum size out of them, right? And one more thing to note about immigrant units as well. They are classified as consulate-style units, which means when you age up, they actually get upgraded for free to Veteran Guard Imperial level stats. So you do not have to worry about research and text to upgrade these at all. They're just going to naturally get stronger every time you age up, which is really nice. Really feels good on you in terms of saving on one coin. Does look like Geaf will go for a bit of a raid on Alucard's base, taking out one villager. Yep, the Virinderas finish him off. Alucard is ready. He's got a massive Escopeteros here. Escopeteros are a early game skirmisher unit that the Latin American civs can use. If you didn't know, Europeans in the 5th edition also have early game skirmishers too. They're called crossbowmen. Unlike the crossbowmen, though, Escopeteros use a shotgun, which means they get an area of effect of about 1. But they do have slightly less range than crossbowmen would. Crossbowmen type skirms would have about a range of 16. These only have a range of about 14. And that's because it uses a short-range shotgun. That being said, the shotgun attack on an Escopetero against the massive units is going to be a lot better. In some cases, actually, a massive Escopeteros can actually be really good against assault cavalry. That's because assault cavalry, don't have any pierce armor. And then another sort of fact about skirmishers in this game, early game skirmishers like these only have a malice against scout cavalry, so the more early game hussar-like hand cavalry, whereas later game skirmishers in age 3 and beyond will have a malice against assault cavalry and not scout. So that basically means Escopeteros can actually be a decent, sometimes counter to things like Escoltas, Mosqueteros. In good numbers, though. You still need to watch out. You need to mind the area of effect attack that some of those units have. I would not say just make a bunch of Escopeteros when you see heavy cavalry. Still a very questionable choice, but sometimes it just works out in your favor. You have to be willing to do that. Also, look at the wonderful line of sight there that Alucard is getting, by the way. Once these two disengage, I can sort of showcase that in more detail to you, right? Now, interestingly enough, it looks like Alucard has shipped in the Moon Children. These are a Central American native warrior you can gain from your home city as the Central Americans. They basically look similar to the Tupi archers at the moment, but they have multipliers against infantry. About 1.5 against infantry, which means they're not only good for shredding muskets, they're good at shredding skirmishers as well, or anything with the infantry tag, even mantlets. So that's quite good actually. And to put into perspective for you, I just want to show you, look at all the line of sight Alucard gets on Geaf's base by having these Scandinavian houses lined up everywhere. It's actually brutal how much knowledge on the map and terrain that Alucard has over his opponent right now. Quite good, actually. What will Geaf do, though? So Geaf is kind of playing the way he did the last game, going for the fort, while mostly making Vivinderas. Does he have... Yep, he has all the combat cards for him. He's got Desert Combat, desert attack, and desert hit points to upgrade the stats on his Vivinderas. Quite good. Does look like, though, oh wow, look at that. Alucard arrived just in time to intercept the construction of the fort. That is pretty big. That's a waste of a card by Geaf there. A huge waste of a card. So no more defense there for Geaf. Alucard will continue to have the ability to keep pressing here if he wants to onto his opponent. The only thing it's sort of keeping Alucard back is Geaf being an age 3 with a longer range skirmisher unit. So as long as Alucard keeps engaging, Geaf can sort of kite with these Vivinderas. Right? And in the event that Alucard does do Musketeers, he at the very least has a little bit of anti-cav with these Gallego Musketeers. With their scimitars, they can do the multipliers against the cavalry. So yeah, just a little bit of anti-cav baked into that army right now. Getting stonewashing, which is the first mining technology for Latin Americans. One thing to note about Chile, when you research Ecotex's Chile, notice when this technology finishes, the cost of the villager goes up by 5 coin. Yeah, there's this weird system with the Chilean villagers, the Rotos, where Ecotex have a higher effect on their villagers, but at the same time, researching Ecotex does incur a cost onto the villagers. So stonewashing mining rate is actually 15% improvement instead of 10, which a normal placer mines tech would be 10%. For Chile, it's about 15%, but that does mean that the vills end up costing 5 coin now. And that's the case with all the other techs too. Whether it be ones for mills, plantations, chopping, hunting, they will have a really good effect on the vill, but the vill ends up becoming super expensive at the end of it all. Which means it's really important as Chile, make sure your vills don't die. Once the vills die, you die. And well, that's the case for everybody, but it's really important for you, because if those vills have only been around for a certain amount of time, and you just recently got all those technologies, and you really haven't been able to eat the fruits of your labor yet, you're going to have a really good time retraining them. I'll tell you that much. Yeah. Big time. Interesting. So we see a full switch to Scout. Scout class. We see training of Lanceros from the stable, and we see the Batallo do Diabos from the German colony here. The Batallo do Diabos are more like Ulans. Hit points are kind of small there, and their attack is wide. It's like 48 hand attack in age 3. 48 hand attack is pretty good for a hand cab at this stage, you know. That being said, of course, like other Ulans, again, hit points are very small. It's only about 247. One interesting fact about Wars of Liberty, though, because Hussar-type units have less HP overall in Wars of Liberty, because of the Scout class, Ulans are actually a one-pop cavalry unit, one population space, which means you can actually field double the amount of Ulans than you could a normal Hussar-like cavalry, which is pretty cool. It's a nice little thing where you can get big armies of Ulans and just drive them into enemy skirms, artillery, villagers, and do really well with it. Yeah. And here are the Lanceros. What sets these apart from Hussars in terms of being another scout unit, the Lancero actually has multipliers against skirmishers. The hand attack is a mere 20, but against skirmishers it does about 40 damage to skirmishers. So they're really, really specialized in fighting skirmishers. They can still fight artillery, they can still raid villagers. It's just that damage output wise, they're going to lag a bit behind that of the Hussar, of the Cossack. They're mostly going to be great for shredding skirms, which thankfully for Geaf, that's what Alucard's been doing this whole game, has been skirms. Big problem's going to be popping this bubble of Musketeers right here, right? I think at this point Geaf knows he's got the Musketeers, the assault unit. He just needs a solution to that right now. And from what I'm seeing, he's mostly focusing on the anti-skirmisher without focusing on the anti-assault. One thing that Geaf could do, which would be mega smart here, get some of those frontier cavalries from the last game that he did. Those are maneuver units. He actually is listening to me. He's getting them right now. Because these musketeers belong to the assault class, that means that the frontier cavalry here will actually get range multipliers against them. So they will actually fulfill their purpose really well in that situation, yeah. Also, it looks like we got 2 artisanal cannons here by Central America. One thing to note about these cannons, you actually can train these in age 2. They're an early artillery unit, which not all civs get, but you can make these in age 2 for an only mere 150 wood and 150 coin. Not as powerful as a falconet by far, but particular if you micro them well, they're great at shredding through infantry. And somewhat sieging. Somewhat. Not the best siege, but mostly going to be good for shredding infantry. And speaking of shredding infantry, looks like the scout units are engaging with the infantry right now. Trying to barrel their way through all these Escopetero bros. Yeah, Escopetero bros. Imagine. Those multipliers are working pretty good, but the problem is you got an assault, the army of assault units flanking you here, and then another one that's going to flank you right here, coming right through their lines. So you lost all those scout units with very minimal losses from Alucard there. That was a very clear win by Alucard. And at this point, he is making sure he keeps up with Vil production. He's got up to 51 Honaros. Probably about... He's got 1 Carretero so far. He might get a batch more of them in the future, just to boost more areas of his base. And what is Geaf on in terms of economy? He is on about 36 Vils and getting a second town center. Very smart. If you get the chance, get another town center. It's totally worth it. Because what you can do with the town center, you can produce Vils in an additional place, helping you boom faster, and it gives you defense against things like this. Yeah, sad he couldn't get up, now it's up. Now I can go in there. See that? If you didn't have a TC there, that hunt would be gone. It'd be GG already. But because he had a town center there, now we can actually hide him in the TC and potentially position his army to salvage this area and finishing his Turkey. Yep, now he has to leave now, which is really good. In fact, maybe we'll see these frontier cavs take out these cannons. Ooh, almost got one of them. May as well finish that one off. Good move on that one. Problem is there's just so many assault units here in the form of the Musketeros. He does not have enough maneuver to deal with this. He's gonna get sliced and diced by those things, you know. The frontier cavs, love them. They're very spammable, but no hand armor, which means mass splash attack from Musketeros eats them alive. If he needs more overall power against assault, he may opt to make the Caletas Bandetas from the Salvatierra here, which is the Chilean ultimate unit. And what it is it's a war wagon. It's a Chilean war wagon. Has the same stats as the war wagons from Definitive Edition Germany. So, pretty large amount of damage, and then the multipliers of assault and artillery baked into it. It's going to be really good for dealing with Musketeros one-on-one. But maybe if he can micro, maybe that's something he ought to try. Mixed in with the frontier cavs is sort of like the buffer. And then have some of the Caletas in there to do just hard damage. Maybe. What we do see, though, which is a good choice, is the researching of frontier combat. Frontier combat adds 15% stats to the frontier cavalry. Hence why it's called frontier cavalry. Yeah, frontier combat, improving frontier cavalry. So that'll add 15% more range attack here, as well as 15% more HP. Since it's a one-pop dragoon, the effects are not going to be astronomical, but it will make a bit of a difference in the upcoming fight the more of them he gets. Looks like Gallegos are still alive from the start of the game, which is good. Every time these Escopeteros get in too close, Geaf just blasts away at them a bit with his Vivinderas. Looks like Alucard has got an advanced arsenal from his arsenal and he's researching Guerrilla. Guerrilla essentially adds anti-building multipliers to your skirmish units, which means Escopeteros turn into pretty decent siege units when it comes to siege and town centers, towers, and the like. Because notice now his siege attack has gone from a mere 8 up to 16. It's actually more siege friendly than the Mosquiteros now, which is pretty cool. Yeah, which means now whenever you have a trading post here, the Escopeteros will actually be able to siege it in enough time now before the Vivinderos eat into your numbers too much. Yeah. Well, they're going to eat your numbers anyways, but it definitely gives Alucard more time to wipe out Geaf's trading posts in the middle of the map and potentially push even further. Yeah. Potentially, if Alucard goes up with the Scandinavians again for Age 3, he could get more of these Scandinavian houses and get even more line of sight in the areas that Geaf doesn't want him to see. Should be quite cool. Could get like a house here maybe. Could get like a house over here. Really anywhere at this point. Yeah. Now that I look at it, this is... I know what this is now. This is the Mega Random map. Because I notice there's Bhakti here. There's Caribs. This has to be the Bhakti map. This has to be the Mega Random map because there's natives here that should not be together. It was a new map created by Geaf himself, adding random natives and setups on every map pretty much. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Look at all the frontier cavalries there. Unfortunately, the artillery are just not getting into positions they need to be in. Thus, the Mosquiteros are right on top of them, which is kind of unfortunate. That being said, though, this is a pretty good fight there against the assault units. How many vills are in the TC, by the way? Not too many. The thing is, if Geaf can like wipe out all these assault units, he could potentially fight back here and like deal with his Escopeteros. Yeah, big time. Just make sure these frontier cavs are not taking too many direct engagements. Yeah, add in the artisanals there. It's going to siege down his Scandinavian house right now. I don't know. This might be a good situation for Geaf to pull this back. Yeah. If he can get a really good fight in there and just wipe out his Escopetero mass, destroy his stack, that'd be pretty huge. Also, he just lost his line of sight. And here comes the scout units right now. You're going to want to throw those right in the front there. Get some eke out some extra damage. Give some cover to the frontier cav to deal with these assault units right now. Yep. He's also going to throw his Gallegos in the front too to take up and soak up even more damage. Doesn't mind sacrificing them. Yep, and now the Diablos are now snaring into the Escopetero bros here. And now we see the artisanal cans trying to catch up and get additional range attacks into... Yeah, one remaining artisanal there will be snuffed out very quickly by these frontier cavies. Well, he's going to deal with the Mosquiteros first, which is fair. Cannons actually take it out. Artisanals are now going to be chased down. At this point, Alucard is going to try to max out his range attack in the shotgun splash to get multiple bullets into these cannons, which it looks like ends up failing. At this point, Geaf is actually putting the Dragoons in the hand attack to act as almost sort of a mini Hussard there to cut down the skirms. Quite a good tactic there. Now, let's check Les Altos resources. So, it looks like Alucard does have a good surplus of food. His wood is a little bit lacking. He is going to be getting the Naturalist Expedition now, which will add even more food to his back pocket with the hunting and berries. So, we'll see if he can fight this back. Alright, Frontier Cav move into position again to basically ward off all these Mosquiteros. Now that Geaf is in the Alucard front here, We'll see if these Musketeers constantly pumping out can undo his offense. Maybe. It does seem like the Frontier Cavs, though, to be fair, are actually doing a pretty good job at cutting them down. Also, you got one remaining Ulan here pumping into the villagers, which is not good. Definitely not good. Oh, yeah, this one Ulan here doing so much value for Geaf. So many vills being lost to this one unit. It's crazy. Because now we're going to see the Alucard score start to dwindle. Now he's losing all these vills. And since he's an age behind still, he did not age up. He wanted to go for an all-in attack. Now Geaf technically has the advantage because he's got a veteran upgrade maneuver unit against age 2 assault. And now Geaf has the statistical advantage in terms of just bare stats in general, in terms of attacking, as well as just the units available. You know, it takes a really long time with Escopeteros to try to beat back all these Frontier Cavs. You know what I mean? Geaf did a great job at using artillery and Ulans combined to undo them. Right. Yeah, and we're seeing that massive food advantage dwindle away now. Especially, and the meager wood amount is being burned through very quickly. Yeah. I mean, I could say at this point this is probably going to be a Geaf win, but I'm not sure 100%. But how many vills is he on? 61, so he's almost maxed out of his vills. And then Alucard, 52. Not looking bad, but definitely a little not as good as before. I think before he had like almost 60 or something. We see Alucard called out his emergency units, the Selenos, which are sort of like a pikeman with multipliers against siege troopers. Musketeers trying to push them out. But he's not moving in with his Escopeteros, though, which is totally hurting the entire defense. And that looks like maybe our Geaf won this one, yeah. Yep, the artisanals, I think, are going to basically spray down these Escos if they get close. Yeah, once you get all this artillery in the mix, you're looking quite good. Quite good, actually, yeah. Quite good. Barracks going down. Ulan will thrust through all those villagers, those Andinos. Oh yeah, good set. Yeah, that's not much that this. Look at the artisanal cans just raising through all those skirmisher units. The Escopeteros there. That's like basically fatal. Yeah. Good try though. I mean, it does show you that Geaf's Chile is pretty good. You know, his Chilean fast fortress is pretty formidable against the Cernsivs like this. Yeah, I don't know where to classify Central America, honestly. It really depends. You know, I remember in previous versions when Escopeteros were a little bit nicer. Ooh, iCup Radio. Yep, Chile. Chileans. Yep. Actually, the last game in the Best BO5 also had a Chile one. So if you want to rewind to see that one too, that was another Chile game. But yeah, I don't know how to classify Central America right now. I don't know if they're like a godlike civ, a okay civ, a bad civ. I really have had multiple experiences with them, to put it that way. Yeah. And speaking of which, here is game number 3 of Geaf versus Alucard. Right now the score is 1-1. One win from either side. And here we go. So what do we got here? Geaf is still going to play Chile. And then Alucard is going to play Central America again. So sticking to the same civs again. Wow. What's going on with that? And if I look correctly, I believe this is mega random again. Because the map layout and everything just looks so random here. Yeah, I think this is another mega random map. Pretty fun, actually, yeah. Big time. So, Central America versus Chile again, yeah. We kind of already know what their decks are probably going to look like unless they change the build here, which would be pretty fun, but who knows. Maybe Alucard changes to another Central American nation for Lanceros or Escoltas or Dragon Rojos or something. Who knows? Really depends. I'm presuming if the last two games say anything, Geaf will probably stick with his fast fortress into the Vivinderas. And then just go from there what he needs. If he needs like anti-assault, he'll do the frontier cav. If he needs some anti-skirmish, he adds in the Lanceros and German immigrant cav. We kind of already have sort of discovered the build order for Geaf's fast fortress Chileans. Arabs in age 2, Germans in age 3. Have not seen any sort of industrial age play from Geaf yet. It's only possible we might see that at some point. Would be pretty interesting. One thing that did go in Geaf's favor the last game is he did not lose his Salatrera ultimate building, so he was able to receive a constant supply of crates to his desired position, which was really important there. Yeah. Yep. Alright. So, same decks, right? Maybe. How many decks does Geaf have for Chile? Quite a few, actually. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Quite a lot. So, he's going for the same deck again. Basically, in this deck, the big emphasis is... Oh, wait a second. Now, this is a different deck. Because I don't see the Frontier Cavalry card anymore, and I don't see the 4th card in Age 1 anymore. So this is a totally different deck now. Wow. So what's this deck about? So we got a Civico shipment in Age 2. This is the Musketeer I was talking about at the start of the stream. The Battalion Civico. It's the one that has the special Chublica Diablo mode where it turns from an anti-cav unit to an anti-infantry unit and runs super fast to chase down skirms and muskets and stuff, yeah. It can be very flexible, you know. So you can just, if you know how to build a good economy, train your units fast, you can get a really nice, massive... of the Civicos and just use that alone. Yeah. We do see all 3 of the Desert Combat cards here. These all affect the Civico as well. Not just the Vivandera, but also the Civico here. Right? And also this card. The Toma del Molo de Alica. It increases the hand attack of the... both modes, both the regular hand attack and the Chublica del Diablo mode as well. And it improves their movement speed by 5%, making them a really good anti-infantry unit on top of being good anti-cav. Yeah. In terms of the rest, we see quite a bit of Age 3 economy. We got Grand Cocoa, which helps with plantations. It's the same as Textile Mill. We all know what refrigeration does. It's, refrigeration. And then Casa de Moneda is just Royal Mint. One of these Age 4 cards, we got a second fort here, claimed to Magallanes Strait. The Magellan Strait card essentially allows you to ship a second fort and allows your forts to trickle coin. Yeah. And then this card here, Inquilinaje, allows you to train your villagers from mills and plantations. So that's pretty useful. Yeah. So a bit of a booming there in late game. Going up with the Arab wave. I'm presuming this is another fast fortress. Where we at with Central America? Central America will run the same deck again. Notice here you got Mosquicha smuggling as well as the Central America Expo. Both of these cards synergize with immigrants, right? Yeah, basically, Moskvicha smuggling is better if you have multiple immigrant colonies, right? If you have all 4 of your immigrant colonies, it can be a very powerful card because it'll send a little bit of units out of each one. The Scandinavian colony will send ski troopers, the Confederate one filibusters, the Polish one Danube legions, and then Spanish one will send Croyos, which is another musketeer unit you can do. Yeah. Sort of for comparison, the musketeers out of the Arab colony are based off of a Middle Eastern musketeer called the Jundi, which is currently not available in the game since Middle East civs are coming out in the next major patch. Well, I mean like major like content patch. Sometime this year you'll have like Middle East civs, and the Arab ones will train Jundis. So that'll be something you look forward to there. Basically, the Gallego is based off of those stats, whereas the Spanish immigrants Croyo is basically just based off of European musketeers, or what Wars of Liberty calls them now, line infantry. Yeah. So basically neck and neck with like a regular European musketeer. Whereas the Jundi stats of the Gallego are a little bit different. With the cost and everything too, yeah. So you got the cage trap right here out of the market, and 700 coin. So it looks like Alucard's actually going to do a fast fortress with Central America, which I think would be pretty good. Pretty good, actually. This is actually something we've seen with Alucard in past ligas, in some of the Chorizo Zalate tournaments, him do. So basically how Alucard sets it up with Central America, he goes for a fast fortress, and then he ends up sending battalions of ski troopers from his Scandinavian colony. The benefit of the ski troopers is they got good movement speed, and they have some pretty good armor too, if I recall correctly as well. So yeah, ski troopers are a very solid skirm. Yep, and you can see right here how he goes from 700 coin to 700 wood. This is a textbook fast fortress for any civ in Age of Empires 3 in general, not just Wars of Liberty. If you're watching a fast fortress in an ESOC tournament or any of those House of the Train Post games that I cast over there, this is the sort of traditional fast fortress you see. 3 vills, 700 coins, 700 wood. So he's doing it by the book, just the way the Bible would have it at that point, yeah. If the Bible had that sort of thing occurs. But, yeah. So, going with the Scandinavian wave again, it looks like. I'm surprised he's not synergizing with this particular card here. Yeah, I'm surprised he's not adding in, like, Polish or, Confederates to basically get another unit out of this thingy. But who knows? Yeah, I said I think during last stream that I should probably do something around that card, and I might do it this week. Who knows, though? Depending on what I have time for with the recordings and all that. Would be a really fun addition, probably, yep. So what do we got here? We got the barracks going up, a house. Has to have a little bit of defense depending on what's going on. And since Alucard has not built the barracks yet, or any sort of military building, he has not picked a roster yet to choose. So we don't know if he's going to go with Los Altos again, or if he's going to maybe pick Guatemala, Honduras, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, El Salvador, one of those. Which, yeah, there's basically about 6 rosters you can pick between. And if you don't like the roster, you can always change it through the town center through a big button called Rejoin the Union, and then you just pick another roster and another roster. The main reason for switching rosters on top of inconvenient unit comps is every roster has its own Royal Guard. So it's actually possible, if you want to play it out in the long game, to get 6 Royal Guards in Central America. So that's pretty cool. So what do we got here? We got an H2 pushed by Geaf this time. Yeah, Civicos, Gallegos, and Yungueos. So a bit of opposite tactics this game, Geaf is finally going for an all-in rush, and then you got Alucard going for the fast fortress and the ski troopers. Oh, yep, looks like he's also going to be making some Vivenderas as well. So he's going to queue up some Vivenderas here. And yep, he's going to send the fireman now, but I guarantee you he's going to do some ski troopers next out of that. Right. Biggest danger is going to be these Yungios. These Yungios, being a grenadier, deal some pretty harsh damage to these Vivendera. Yep, look at that right there. See that? These grenadiers have a charge attack where they throw a grenade. And the charge attack does about, I believe, 1 or 2 splash. It does crush damage, and then it deals anti-infantry. So, really good beast at anti-infantry. One property of the Yungios compared to other grenadiers is the charge grenade throw recharges a lot faster. Normally, a grenadier in War's Liberty has to wait up to an entire minute or 60 seconds for the grenade to come back. But for Yungios, I believe they only have to wait like 20 seconds or something. Like, they really recharge very fast. And that's why Yungios, compared to normal grenadiers, are much more expensive. A whopping 90 food, 40 coin, that's why. Because they just throw the grenades really frequently. Barracks does go down, so it looks like Geaf was able to accomplish something in the base there. But here comes the ski troopers, though. Ski troopers might hunt down this whole army here. We'll wait and see. As you can see, ski troopers have a whopping 50% pierce armor. They are absolutely tanks against bullets. And their movement speed, since they walk with skis on their feet, movement speed of about 4.5. Average infantry moves at a speed of about 4. So ski troopers can hunt down your troops really easily. They're just brutal at that. Yep, we do see a retaliatory grenade throw there by Argento. And he's trying to chase down his ski troopers with the Troblica mode on the Civicos as well, as you can see. You notice here now the multipliers have changed to anti-infantry because he has them in the Troblica Diablo mode. Yep, so that's why you see that there. There's some Yungios. Also, we see some of the Scandinavian workers coming out of the colony there for Alucard. It's likely going to, again, start setting up Scandinavian houses everywhere and just looking around the map, seeing what he can set up there for a line of sight. Geaf will... I don't know if he's going to go age 3 at all. It's totally possible he could. He is approaching that sort of resource. No, it does look like he goes barracks stable. Barracks stable. Making Civicos out of the barracks, making Lanceros out of the stable to deal with the ski troopers. Even then, it's going to be mildly tricky for the Lanceros to handle the ski troopers just because they're running away a bit faster, but should be doable. Should be doable for him. It looks like Geaf is now going to get Silk Trade. Silk Trade basically allows you to get better trade on the trade route, so that'll be really good there. I believe it allows the immigrant workers to instantly build trading posts, which is a pretty cool ability. Really good for maps like Mega Random like this, where you can pick up natives and everything. Yep, here comes the Civicos, though. Look at these Civicos just trying to chase down these ski troopers. It's just so ineffective. Like, it's going to take like forever and ever for these Civicos to get to where they want. But the Lanceros will thankfully make it just a little bit easier. Yeah, once the Lanceros get involved, the ski troopers are going to need a little bit of help. Whether that be like conscriptos, pardos, anything like that. Yep, see, now the snare attack is on, and now these ski troopers are going to be wiped out clean. Like Mr. Clean, yeah. Yep, just way too many scouting units, though, to keep up with the ski troopers. We do see that Alucard has made the Beneficio Cafetalero, which is a unique building that the Central Americans can do. It is not the ultimate building, it is just a building they can do. Their ultimate building is actually some sort of a fort that you might see in this deck. The Polaneca here. This is the Central American Ultimate build. But this is a building you can build whenever you want. All it does, it produces coffee plants that you can gather with your villagers. Because remember, Central America is a natural resource, so they love natural resources. One of those natural resources is coffee. So this will constantly supply you with coffee plants, and coffee plants are simply bushes that contain coin. So yeah, all those cards you have in your deck for like berries, like the this one, all three of these, that should help you with the coffee bushes, yeah. Here comes the Polaneca Ford right now from Alucard. The thing that makes this Ford different than other ones is it allows you to train units faster from it. Like the work rate of the building is faster than an average production building, which is pretty good. Yeah, it's quite nice. And let me see here. So we got Lanceros infantry. Yep. Just looking here to see what their positioning is. Also, will they intercept that Polaneca before it goes down? That would be pretty huge. Be a pretty huge move by Geaf there. Yeah, big time. So it looks like Geaf is going to continue to stay in H2, opting to make some Yungeos from the barracks. And Yungeos is, I've stated before, one of the more reliable grenadiers, one of the less risky ones to do. Mainly because their recharge on their charged grenade thrower is such a short amount of time. Yeah, so even if you mess up the first grenade throw, you're going to get a second chance with them, or maybe even a third or fourth chance, depending on how long the battle is. So that's one of the reassurances you get when you go with Yungeos is Chile. Big time. Let's see where Geaf goes next. He is going to have to deal with this Polaneca Ford right here. Yep. Wow, look at Alucard doing some scouting with the native scout. Very cool and nifty. What are you going to do with these vills? Are you going to go mining, hunting? What are you going to do there? Try not to go idle too long. Oh boy, Dragon Rojos. First time seeing these today. What are these things? These are dragoons, but a very special type of dragoon. Instead of range anti-assault multipliers, they have anti-scout multipliers. So they're one of the few remaining dragoons in this game that has multipliers against hussars. One of the only ones that still does that. It's as you know, in the normal game, in Definitive Edition, all the dragoons counter hussars at range. But in War's Liberty, because of the separation of scout and assault class hand cavalry, now that skill is rather rare now, given to only a few unique units like this. Yeah, that being said, Central America can train units as well, which is the Latin American version of the regular dragoon. So if they want to fight assault at range, they can still do that just with the units. Yeah, making Central America somewhat flexible against cavalry. Yeah, way more flexible than most of the civs in the game right now. Looks like Geaf is going to build an outpost right here. He's also going up with the first German wave. This will be pretty key here, because once he goes up with the German wave, he's going to be able to get the first tower upgrade on this outpost immediately for free. And that should give him a really good hold on this part of the map, right? Seems like right now this mass Dragon Rojo thing is actually countering his infantry, which is pretty brutal. Yeah. We see more ski troopers coming in from the Scandinavians. Yeah, more of the ski troopers. Wow. So fast, speedy skirmishers with anti-hussar dragoons. Quite good. These Lanceros are basically cooked if they get anywhere near these Dragon Rojos. So he has to be really careful if he wants to keep using these. In fact, what he might end up doing eventually is just getting like the assault upgrade, yeah. Oh boy, did you see that? Alucard was able to snipe his tower wagon. But he missed the German colony though. That would have been a much better snipe. Taking out a German colony. Once you wipe out that German colony, it's like really significant, yeah. Really significant. Boy, look at that. Kind of pinning his coin economy right there. That's pretty huge. Now, Geaf, make sure you get your free watchtower upgrade. Be one additional deterrent you could use against this pressure here, which would be quite nice for you. Yep. Yeah, he's going to keep picking at him. He's going to keep picking at him. He's not going to let him rest at all here. That being said, looks like Geaf does have an infinite Viringo card working in his favor. That's pretty good. That'll help him out quite a bit. Definitely. One interesting thing to note. Alucard did not choose to add any sort of military cards to his Central America deck. One thing you want to know about Central America military unit cards, if you ever add them, they contain 2 units instead of 1. So basically like Chinese banner armies, but with cards. Like if you want to ship in Dragon Rojos from a Central American home city, you don't get a full batch of them. You just get like half Dragon Rojos and half Escoltas or something like that. So yeah, if you like little mixing and matching of different units, Central America could be really neat. If you're looking for one specific unit, it could feel like you got your hands tied behind your back trying to do that. Yeah. At least from the home city. Looks like Geaf just got breweries. Here comes the 3 gold works. Going to be a massive boost in his coin numbers now. And now we're starting to see that the economic technology creep up on Alucard now. Notice how the scores are shifting in Geaf's favor as soon as he hits age 3. This is pretty big. You know, this is quite huge. He's got about over half the trade route on his side there. He's got 3 gold works. He's going to get a Salatrera at some point. This is really good for Geaf. He's looking really good. One more thing to note, too. The gold works can be upgraded about 3 times. The first upgrade is called Lapidary, and then there's 2 more as well that you can use there. Yeah. Let's see down here what happens. Looks like the Dragon Rojos will probably raid this single villager here. Quite good. Yep, you're going to have to retreat there now. Yep. Watch out for the Viringo's if you're Alucard, because Geaf has to take every chance at this point to wipe out his Dragon Rojos. Because it's not until you wipe out the Dragon Rojos that you'll actually be able to really press on the ski troopers. You know, every time Geaf tries to push the ski troopers with his Lanceros, the Dragon Rojos will just scoop them up. So the first thing you want to do is maybe deal with those Dragon Rojos and then deal with the ski troopers. But in general, this is going to be a huge theme of this game for Geaf to deal with. He's going to have to deal with a very fast-moving opponent that's using a lot of mobility. Obviously, the Dragon Rojos being a cav unit, and then the ski troopers with having an above-average movement speed, too. It does look like, though, Alucard does add in some of the more generic skirmishers, the Viringo's for Latin America. So that he's going to have to make sure he separates them in control groups or something. Otherwise, he's going to slow down his ski troopers and could potentially get them destroyed, which would be a waste of a good shipment. Yeah. So here's the Salatrera right here, trying to stick in a pretty secure spot around his gold works, as well as another town center. That should work into Jeff's favor. Also, he picks up a German Mason from the colony here. So, the German Masons. What do the German Masons do? So, big theme with any immigrant worker, with a few exceptions. They have horrible gather rates on just about everything except one skill that they do really well. For the German Masons, their special skill is they are fast at building things. They can build barracks very quickly, stables, docks, as well as their unique German houses, which provide less hit point, less population, but they're cheaper. And they can call out Minutemen too, so they're an additional source of base defense as well. And it looks like another fight here between Dragon Rojos and the whole Jeff army there. The Vivinderos and Ski Troopers come in as well, and Lancelos press right onto the Vivinderos. Yeah, quite good. And then here's the Yongueos, and they are basically going to try to shred their way through the Dragon Rojos first, but unfortunately the Ski Troopers are moving in the front now, because they have about 50% pierce armor and some pretty decent HP, so they're going to tank a lot of these bullets for the light cav where possible, which is going to be really key for Alucard maintaining his Rojo mass. If Alucard loses his Dragon Rojos, then that opens up a pretty clear opportunity for Jeff to win the game. But if he can keep his Dragon Rojos in the match, that basically denies Jeff the ability to go cavalry in any reliable situation. Yeah. And what do we have here? We have a forward town center on top of a town center. This is something you don't normally see in Age of Empires 3. It's quite rare for people to do this sort of thing. Because as you know, in Age of Empires 3, normally you can attack buildings with buildings, right? But in Wars of Liberty, they changed it so buildings can attack buildings, which means Jeff can garrison in this town center and actually attack here, which is really cool. You see the little sword icon? That means you can attack it. It's really awesome there. You can actually... Is he going to rush his TC with his? Potentially he might. But maybe they'll use the town slayers to wipe out the military units, which are a little bit less beefy there. So yeah, right now that town center is being sieged. That being said, though, it's going to be a huge, painful distraction for Alucard to try to wipe that thing out now. Did he get hit? He did not get advanced arsenal yet, did he? Nope, he did not. So he has not been able to add a siege multiplier to these Vivinderos yet, which is going to keep this town center around slightly longer, give Jeff the time he needs to prepare a new army. Oh, he goes to age 4. Age 4. And who is he going up with? He's going with 2nd German Wave. This is going to give him about 2 Krupp steel cannons, about 2 of those very powerful culverin-type artillery pieces. And then what he's going to probably do is he's going to have to come up with some sort of a defense now, some sort of a turtle here. And how is he going to do that? What he's going to have to do is he's going to have to probably use those forts. He's going to have to set up some forts here. He might end up doing the claim to the Magellan Strait first, because that will allow the forts to trickle some coin, which will be some more economy, and then he can send out fort number 2 here, and then get that fort, which would be pretty nice, yeah. Oh, he ends up getting Woodworkers. So Woodworkers is sort of like a sequel to the breweries technology, but instead of 3 gold works, it gives you 4 woodworks, which, very similar to these wonderful buildings, does the same sort of thing, but it trickles wood. Yeah. Originally, they're part of the Paraguayan civilization, but yeah, some of these immigrant colonies can give you access to some of these as well. German immigrants, as we've seen, can give you gold works and wood ones. The French can give you 2 food ones in age 2 through the bakeries technology. So if you want to go for like a full works type strategy outside of Paraguay, you're going to have like French immigrants in age 2 and then Germans in age 3 and 4, which I don't think that exists currently in the game, right? No, I don't think there's any situation yet where you can have French in age 2 and then German in age 3 and 4 just yet. So that sort of wombo combo outside of Paraguay is going to have to wait for a little while more. Yeah, pretty much. Also, it looks like Geaf is picking up the technology military Prussianization from the German colony. Essentially what this card does, it makes all your military upgrades 30% cheaper. So essentially your guard upgrade goes down by a good amount, Imperial upgrade goes down by a great amount, like a really good amount actually, because as you know, with any sort of discount based card or technology, the stronger the base cost of the upgrade, the stronger the effect is going to like naturally be on it. So definitely Imperial upgrades would be astronomically improved there. We will probably see these Vivinderos be researched up to the Cantinelas, which will be the Royal Guard skirmisher upgrade here. So here we go, the Cantinelas. And with that being researched, not only will 30% additional stats be added onto the skirmisher, but also the Vivinderos will become 10% cheaper as well, which will allow Geaf to mass these up at this very critical juncture in the match where his resources not looking the best after losing a town center there. That was not good. But how many vills is he on actually, for perspective? So he's on about 40 vills. He is picking up the technology latifundium. This is essentially the same as artificial fertilizer for the Europeans, so it's technically the second mill upgrade. But as you know, for Chileans, it's even stronger on these particular villagers, the Rotos. So as you can imagine, the Rotos food cost is pretty high right now because he's gotten quite a few food technologies done. But in terms of gathering improvement, I believe for that particular tech, instead of a 30% mill improvement, it's actually a 45% mill improvement or something along those lines. So it's pretty significant. We do see the Magellan Strait Fort shipping in, and that will obviously trickle some more coin in for Geaf. Cantinelas is researched. But what is he going to complement this with, though? Technically, if you wanted to be scientific, Geaf, for at least the time being, could just mass out Cantineros and nothing else, because we don't see any sort of assault or scout cavalry at all from Alucard. No Mosqueteros, no Lanceros, no Escoltas. So that opens up the book for Geaf to sort of just outright spam skirmisher. Yeah, definitely. And then he can also obviously add in these combat cards as well. At the end of the day, the Chilean skirmishers with all their upgrades from the home city will actually be statistically stronger than the Central American ones, which is pretty good. And then they'll be 10% cheaper. So if it comes down to like a skirmisher training war, Geaf wins just based off of the cheapness and the slightly higher hit points and attack by about 15%. Yeah. We see the first woodworks technology be researched called handplane. This will allow the woodworks to trickle a bit more wood. And at this stage, you should be able to get your second works upgrades too. Yeah. In Imperial Age, you can get your third and final one so far, yeah. Yep. Colonial Gendarmes. This is the Royal Guard upgrade for the Frontier Cavalry, actually. So those wonderful dragoons that Chile can do as their unique unit. So the Colonial Gendarmes is actually a dragoon upgrade. You know, coming out of Legacy Age of Empires 3, you might think, oh, this is going to help the cuirassiers of like France or whatever. No, this is actually for dragoons. Yeah, gendarmes doesn't necessarily mean cuirassier, by the way, historically. There's even gendarme infantry, too, which I believe they're changing the emergency units of Europe to the gendarmes, if I remember correctly. So that's actually a change that's going to happen. I remember at some point they were going to have the nation-state civs in the Balkans have the gendarme as a shared barracks unit. So that's something they were also thinking about back then, is having that as a gendarme sort of thing, yeah. Oh boy, Alucard goes to Imperial Age. Imperial Distinguished Jalapa Pinicos. The Jalapa Pinicos is the Rearguard upgrade of the Dragon Rojo. So it looks like Alucard did pick a Central American roster that has the Rearguard upgrade for the Dragon Rojos, to make them the distinguished Jalapa Pinicos. Now, look at the damage here. About 54 ranged attack, about 3x against Scout. So, this is doing about 160 something range attack against Hussars. Individually, not as a group. As a group, it's doing way more. Way more as a group. But now they're fighting against the Cantoneras in just singular combat there, which means the Cantoneras are naturally going to do a lot better here, right? Yep, you really should. Yeah, you really should get your Vivinderas up to the front there to help. Here's the Colonial Gendarmes. Really don't even want those in a sort of fight yet, because they're really not going to help you out. You mostly want the Vivinderas. Keep up with the Cantoneras as Chile. That should be your main priority right now. Also, I don't know why you're doing Krupp steel cans before you're ready to siege. You should be doing probably the skirmishers, the broomers. If you're going to do colony units, do broomers. Broomers would probably be your best option right now, considering everything. You could do the Diablo Yulans, but not until the Jalapa Pinicos here are completely removed. That's when you want to do that. In terms of perspective, yeah. Looks... I don't know. Who's winning here? Who's winning? Also, how's Alucard's economy? So Alucard's economy is actually looking really brutal there. I'm just curious what he was going to switch to as another Central American roster. I saw him changing up. I think he was going to change to the one that gave him the Royal Guard Lanceros, probably. He was going to go Lancero Rojo. And that would have been a pretty good combination, to say the least. Yeah. Either way, though, looks like Alucard is winning 2-1 right now, which is pretty cool. And one thing I gotta do before we go into the next match, I gotta put a light on in this room. So let me go do that now. It'll take about 1 second. See you there. Things should be good now. So now we're going to go into game number 4 of Alucard versus Geaf Argento. This is game number 4, and then we'll go over the final one. It will be interesting to see if Alucard wins this series here or not. Yeah, would be really interesting. If it's a neck and neck in game 5, it's going to be really intense. Very intense, actually. So what do we see here? We see Geaf playing as Mapuche, and we see Alucard playing as Central America again. So he thinks he can get another win out of Central America. Well, he just won the last game of Central America, so that speaks volumes. Now, Mapuche will be an interesting one. It's the first non-Latin American culture-based Civ of this sort of series. They belong to the Native American culture, which you know pretty well at this point. They're a little bit different since they don't have like a fire pit per se. They actually have just like a normal church building that trickles XP or whatever, so that part is sort of boomerish, I guess. But yeah. Notice all these little magical numbers flying in the air above these villagers' heads, those little numbers, the plus 5.0 and stuff. Basically, Mapuche villagers actually trickle experience points while they work, which is pretty cool. It means that Mapuche gets shipments a lot faster than other civs do. And there's a particular reason for that. See, all these explorers here, all 5 of them? 5 explorers? 5 of them? Why are there 5 explorers? What else has 5 in it? Well, I'll show you here. I'll show you with Central America. You know what also has 5? A home city has 5 buildings, right? It has this one, this one, this one, and then if you go over here, this one, and somewhere the other one too, right? So yeah, basically that's how a home city works. There's 5 sections to a home city, and thus with Mapuche, every war chief can ship cards. So, for instance, this war chief here can ship villagers, it can ship crates, it can ship llama. I don't think it can ship... it might be able to ship llamas, but it can ship town center wagons, hero upgrades. So yeah, Mapuche actually don't use a home city. They don't use a deck, which is really cool. They don't even have to use the deck. All their cards come in with the war chiefs. And that's pretty big because it means in every game, Mapuche can use every card that the Civ gets access to in any game. They're not limited by 25 cards. They can use literally any card they want at any time. So as long as their explorer is alive, right? If your explorer is knocked out, holding onto his kneecap, like a kid that fell in the dirt at the park, like sitting there crying and stuff, like a little baby, then no, you can't get cards out of them. But if they're standing and walking around on 2 legs, yeah, you can get another card off of them, which that's pretty good, right? And this is the Ruka. This is a very special house that the Mapuche can use. Not only does it house about 20 pop space, but it can also train native warriors just like a native embassy. Notice how the Ruka itself looks just like a native embassy, in fact. Yeah. Bit more brown, but you get the idea. Right? So, yeah, basically Mapuche, the king of endless cards and endless natives, yeah. And the king of fighting, too, because you got all these war chiefs teaming up on one poor measly explorer there. This is the most strongest one, though, because she can wave her wand around her staff and goes, oh, and then the unit just burns up in flames instantly. It's quite interesting. Yeah. What do we got here? We got Carlotello going full wood, probably aging up now, right? Yep. Going with the Scandies again. Seems to be Alucard's preferred one. Mapuche will be going up with the Messenger. You know what that means, right? A fast age up. We might see a strong rush by Geaf right out of the gate here. Totally possible. Totally possible we see a full rush out of the gate here. Now, what will he rush with? We'll have to see. Mapuche gets some pretty strong options for aggro, right? They're a little bit unconventional in terms of their military in the early game, as they only get a spearman, a assault unit, and a scout unit that isn't even really good as a scout unit. It's more good as an anti-spy, native, hero, mercenary thing. So almost like a mounted spy almost. And they also get an Age 2 Dragoon too that throws a bola in combat instead of a firearm or a bow, which is really cool. And they actually appear in Definitive Edition too at the Mapuche site, the bola riders, yeah. It's really neat to see those used here originally before Definitive Edition was even released. So it looks like here Geaf gets 5 villagers followed by 700 coin. This is a thing an hour as long as time. It's still called crates of 700 food. Food, not coin, food. Why is it called food? It's clearly money. They've never fixed that text typo like ever. I'm wondering if it's like some homage to Hoop Thrower or something. Like, what is up with that? They have never, ever changed that, pretty much, yeah. OMG, it's Tony Soprano. Cladmior, game over. Tony Soprano. Ah, that's always interesting. What's going on here? So, what's going on in Central America, actually? I want to catch up with their setup. So, they got the Scandinavian colony there. The 2 explorer dogs are going to obviously be used as a deterrent for these war chiefs. Obviously, if you get that explorer in the range, you can use the condemn ability on one of them to knock him out and then fight the other one. Right now, it looks like Alucard's just going to try to hold the fort. He does go for a town hall. Wow, wow, wow. So, what does that mean? Whenever you see a town hall, that means that likely the opponent is going to go with outlaw units. Yeah, this is likely an outlaw set up by Alucard here. Yep. This is going to be outlaws. Also some counter water in this particular deck too, because we see 3 corvettes and we see the infinite frigate card as well. So there actually is some counter water built into this deck as well, because on this map you can actually go fishy. And then you got a humpback whale right in the middle here, and then you got another one over here too. So actually some fishing potential on this particular loadout of the map. So you see this person here, the Caudillo. This is a secondary hero unit you can train from the town hall permanently. Once you get the Caudillo, you don't have to retrain him again. He's like yours forever to keep. And what the Caudillo does is he can train outlaws. That's his specialty, is training outlaws. But he also, as an individual hero, has multipliers against mercenaries, heroes, native warriors, and things like that. So, because you don't have any spies as the Latin American civs, he's sort of like a very strong spy that can train outlaws to do different tasks for him. This can range from like more spy-based stuff to more anti-cavalry and anti-infantry based roles. Central America, at least from previous patches, has had some very strong outlaw options, so we'll see if he actually ends up doing that at all, pretty much. Cool thing, too, about Caudillos, every single one of every single civ has their own unique texture and skin. So the Central American one looks totally different than all the rest of them, pretty much, yeah. Looks like Alucard will be training Mosquiteros to mix in with his outlaws, but we'll see. Maybe Alucard just went with the Caudillo just to snipe the war chiefs. That could be pretty brutal. Yeah, like look at the range attack here. It does about 60 pierce attack to these war chiefs. That's enough to basically hunt them down permanently. Oh yeah. If you can get this one down, this is the one with all the crates and the villagers. That's brutal. This is the one with all the economic technologies. This is the military one. This is the sort of support card one. And then this one is for like buildings and stuff. Yeah. And training times, all that. So what's going on here? It looks like Warhut does push off Alucard a little bit. Ooh, look at that long range arrow. It almost knocked him out. It almost took him out. Wow. Very good. From here, it's a bit unknown what's going to be the next step. Geaf is in H3 now, so he's going to be switching into military, it looks like. He's going to train the Trauka-Tufes. Trauka-Tufes are a high hit point skirmisher that Mapuche can make. They're very tanky. They're very tanky indeed. And their cost isn't actually too bad for the level of HP they got, you know. Definitely on a damage standpoint, they don't do a whole lot of damage compared to other skirms, but they do tank really well. And we also see the Mawadanches being shipped in from this war chief. The Mawadanches are a pretty interesting case. So they're a hybrid between line units and skirmisher units, which is pretty good. Yeah. And essentially with the Mawadanches, essentially what they're going to do is at range they have multipliers against heavy infantry and dragoons, but in hand combat they have multipliers against your cavalry units. So very versatile in that sense. One thing I see here that they actually don't get is a hand multiplier against assault. So it's like they're one kryptonite almost by themselves. But that being said, they just do so much damage in general that they still can be very good against assault in limited numbers too. Yeah. I wonder why Geaf is actually putting this war chief up there at the front when he knows the Caudillo could just blast him apart really fast there. A little bit shocking, actually, yeah, that he would risk it like that. But we do see Mapuche's scouting party being researched at the town center. Big button. It does cost a whole shipment to get, and what it does, it sends you more of these Mawadanches. Pretty much, yeah. The only way you can access these Mawadanches is actually through shipments. Yeah. Shipments from the war chief here. You get some pretty big ones, one-time use ones, and then you can get an infinite shipment of one Mawadanche at a time, which is super inefficient, but if you're really in a need for a really strong unit, you can constantly ship them throughout the game just to bolster your ranged army pretty good. Yeah. But the best use of them, obviously, is in the early game when you can mass them up, and then as you continue to age up to age 3 and 4, they will shadow tech, they will get their veteran guard and Imperial sort of upgrades add to them, making them a pretty good unit to do. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. So what's going on here? Looks like we got some Mosquiteros coming to raid some villages here. Some Aldinos. Oh boy, that's an easy snipe there for Alucard. But he's got his stable here, though. Ooh. He's going to make Malones here. The Malones. The Malones are actually a siege trooper cavalry. Basically a Prishniks. Yeah, they're a Prishniks. So, great multipliers against siege troopers and artillery and villagers. And great for sieging down buildings. A monstrosity of a unit. Yeah, I mean he's gonna get these Malones out of this building no matter what. That's like final. That is definitely coming down the pipe. So here comes the Malones right now. The best thing Alucard can do is try to chase these guys down and keep them from stopping anywhere. But at the same time, we got the primary army of Geaf coming off to the side here. Malone's movement speed is faster than the Mosquiteros, so it does mean he can outrun them and force them to be on the move and everything. He might just move them over to his main army there and have the main army completely obliterate the Mosquiteros. That's totally something that might happen. Be careful, Jeff. Be careful how you use these Malones, you know? You don't want to waste them. He does decide to stop right there and slice apart that dog for whatever savage reason he did. And then he just takes off running again, yeah. Yep, he's just... yeah, why did you stop to do that? You're going to lose them now. He's going to snare him. Get him over here right now. Right now. Gotta get him in this spot right here. Right over there. And then he should be able to, like, yeah, intercept them. Yep. Alright, now we can intercept them. Alright. But now he's got some really good beefy siege units in the base now. Yeah, these Malones, they're going to do about 50 hand attack to all these vills. He's going to lose vills no matter what now. This is like really bad for Alucard here. He's losing vills right now. And now the barracks will be sieged, most definitely. Town center is going to be hit pretty hard by these Malones alone. Malones go back onto the villages there, which is pretty insane. Look at all the vills that Alucard's losing right now. Yeah. Quite insane, actually. He's going to lose Alucard's going to lose another house, too. How much pop does Alucard have right now? He's got about 60 pop right now. So he's going to need to get some serious wood if he wants to build a large army to deal with this. Right now, Geaf is winning by the fact that he has essentially wiped out majority of Alucard's population, right? Now, if Geaf really wants to devastate Alucard even more, which he's going to do, he's going to snipe these easy targets of the Scandinavian houses that Alucard was using for reconnaissance. And every time that Alucard loses one of these Scandi houses, he's going to lose about 5 more population from this. So he's really going to be reeling from that, which is quite big. Yep, I think he took out a worker there. Now Alucard is down to 55 population, and then he's going to probably lose like 5 more with this loss. It just gives Geaf more time to build the army that he wants and needs. Right, get all of his Maodanche potential going, train some more Trocotufes, and just handle this skirmisher Dragoon comp really good, just massing out the Maodanches with the Traux. That's what you want to do, yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how it ends up going here, but yeah. Malones, where are those going to go? I'm just trying to see if he gets another house or something with these, because here's the problem. Malones are a scout tag. So that means that Dragon Rojos do multipliers against them. They like devastate them like that. I mean, he's going to lose them all right now. Right then and now. Yep. That was like an easy loss there for him. Easy come, easy go. That's why you need to make sure with, you know, Malones that you stay clear of the Dragon Rojos at all times. No exceptions. Good thing is, though, if Geaf can continue to press on that side with the Malones, it does force Alucard to keep his army separate, which might allow for a stronger push from down here. He should try to press on these 3 houses like right now and try to house his opponent again. That would be really good. And give Geaf a little bit more time to catch up and everything, yeah. The Mapuche actually get a really decent decent card from their economic war chief here. That actually researches all 2 or 3 of the starting mining, wood, and hunting upgrades for free from the market. So if you were behind on any of those, you actually can get this war chief for free pretty much, yeah. Which is really cool. Looks like he might have researched them himself, though. Who knows? Looks like is building a town center here. Did not research the card that makes them super cheap, it looks like, so that's not something we're going to see just yet. Yeah, Mapuche does get a card that makes the town centers only cost like 300 wood or something. Really cheap. So you can like plop them everywhere that you need them. This is sending about 1,000 coin. Could mean industrial age. You could be seeing a push into industrial age very soon. Yep, looks like another train post will be constructed here. Right now, it looks like Geaf is going to control 3/4 of the trade on the map. 3/4 of the trade. That would be pretty nice, actually. Quite good. So it looks like a trading post is going up here. This one's already built. And then this one's being built down here, yeah? Also, one natives is on this layout. So you got Sufi. And you got Shaolin. And then over here you got the Mapuche. So Mapuche allying with Mapuche is totally a thing on this map, yeah. Alright, going up with the warrior. That'll give Geaf a big mass of the Trengalafs. The Trengalafs are a assault unit. Bit different than the Mushitero though, so they don't have any area of effect, but they do have anti-infantry multipliers. Like against all infantry, so they're really good for battering muskets, skirms, madlets, anything like that, yeah. Also, building the temple over here, the monument, just trickles XP, which would be pretty good, yep. Stagecoach is coming in since Geaf has the lion's share of the trade. We'll probably see another big shipment of the Mawadanches be sent in, as they'll be shadow teched into the guard upgrade, which would be quite good, yeah. Guard upgrade will be quite powerful there. I believe their range attack goes up to 40 something in guard. Yeah, I believe so. 45, yeah. And here's the thing too. If you get the cavalry war chief at some point through the primary one, eventually you can research cards that actually improves the combat of these even more. By up to a total of 30% more range attack and 30% more hit points. So these Mawadanches can become a really beefy unit if you want to make them that way. Yeah. So what is Geaf going to do? Is he going to get the big batch out of the town center or what? What's he going for here? So you could get some pretty serious numbers on these Mawadanches and just obliterate Alucard right now with just Mawadanches alone, yeah. I'm just wondering what he's saving the 2 shipments for, because the problem with the big buns at the Mapuche town centers for the Mawadanches, the next level one always costs 1 more shipment. So the first one's like 1 shipment, and then the one at age 4 costs like a whopping 3 shipments in your home city to get. And it's pretty massive, you know. Not gonna lie, it's pretty massive to do. Yeah. We do see the researching of new ways and the 9 Mawadanche shipment. New ways simply gives you access to some arsenal technologies from the Latin American culture at your Rukas, which is pretty good. And then 9 Mawadanches there will be a nice add-on too, pretty much, yep. Oh, Mañosos. Ooh, Mañosos. So these are some outlaws here. Really good. So looks like Alucard is going to utilize some Mañoso outlaws with the Cordillo and also some Carchulicos. Carchulicos here. Yep. So these are essentially just like a coyote runner type of outlaw. And then these are more so like a almost like a halberdier type of I wouldn't say a halberdier, but they definitely have like halberdier like hand attacks, so they're pretty strong in a lot of things. Yep, and now he's gonna strike with the Mañosos. As you can see, their hand attack is about 25. When they're near the Caudillo, it goes up a bit more. But they have really good multipliers against natives, mercenaries, and heroes, yeah. Yep, looks like Geaf is trying to micro this as best as he can with all these hand units, yeah. I think all these scout units mixed in with the Mañosos is really painful there for Geaf to deal with. He's kinda has to hope that his Mawadanches can dice through them pretty quick, yeah. The Mañosos are heavy infantry, while as the Cachulechos are the scout ones, yeah. Looks like all the Cachulechos ones are eliminated, and now he just has to fight his way through all the Mañosos, yeah. Should be pretty easy, yep. Oh wow, looks like Geaf beats through that pretty easy. And now he's going to go after the Dragon Rojos with his assault units, yeah. Funny enough, in this case, the Dragon Rojos are at the disadvantage because they don't have the multiplier against the assault class. They have it against the scout class. So in this rare instance, the Dragoons do very badly against assault, in which in most cases they do really good against them, yeah. Caudillo is now going to get wiped out, it looks like. Yep. Big boon there for Geaf and his shipments. All this fighting he's doing, he's getting a massive amount of shipments out, and yeah, ends up winning the match. Quite good. I mean, that was like a huge loss there for Alucard. I think he just quit at that point in that game. Yeah, 100%. So right now the score is up to 2-2. So it's neck and neck. Who will be the winner here? Good question. Good question, actually. I don't even know at this point who's the winner's going to be. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, though. We'll see who the winner ends up being in the final tiebreaker match between the two. So who's pumped up for game number 5? To decide who wins the best of 5 between Geaf and Alucard. I certainly am. of the series. So let me do that. And then we're going to look at some other cast of games right afterwards after that. So where is this? This one right here. Best BO5 final match. Alucard versus Geaf. This is the one we're waiting for, folks. The finale. The final countdown. Yep. Here we are. Who's ready for this one? I certainly am. So we got Geaf going back to Chile again. And Alucard is playing Central America again. Woo, woo, woo. This is a matchup we've seen about 3 times in this whole series. Central America, Alucard versus Geaf's Chile. Kind of wish they'd pick some different civs. But I understand they like these civs a lot. You know, I've had to deal with Alucard Central America on multiple occasions, so I can tell you Alucard has a very brutal Central America. He either goes pretty massive on the Escopeteros, the Muchateros, or the sort of Vivendera cavalry front, and he handles it pretty well. Yeah. If you recall that game I did in the 2 versus 2 the other day, Alucard came out with a pretty big mass of the artisanal cannons, pretty much. Yeah. So yeah, Alucard can handle just about any particular situation he needs to with the Civ. Whereas Geaf's Chile, a very powerful wrecking ball that he can rush right out of the gate with. And if he's not going to rush, you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Because las vivenderas, las Juanitas Bonitas are definitely coming for you from the home city and the barracks. And that series has sort of proven that. Yeah, without a doubt. Now, the real question is, what are the builds going to be? We've seen a variety of builds by both players so far. If Alucard uses any experience from his games today, he will probably do the Dragon Rojo Ski Trooper build again with the Fast Fortress. But what if Geaf also Fast Fortresses? What will happen then? That would be a very spicy situation. Both players going for the Fast Fortress. And then going for a pretty intense battle afterwards. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if Alucard's going to stick with the maneuver class with the Dragon Rojo, it's going to render whatever Dragoon stuff Geaf does as his Civ basically obsolete. Yeah, big time. So it's really going to come down to if Geaf could pressure well with the Vivendera skirmishers. Which I don't know if that's really going to... Yeah. Well, it looks like he is doing infantry AR again. So Civico and Vivendera base stack, but also has room for the Yongueos as well, as we've seen in game number 3 of the series. And what is Alucard up to? So Alucard is going to stick with the Central America deck he's used for all 3 of the games. He's actually all four of the games he's used Central America with. 4 games. 4 games with Central America. 4 games. The only game he didn't do it on was the first one when he was Argentina. So this deck, it works pretty well for him. Yeah. I mean, before we get into any sort of real combat or anything like that, I want to point this card out to you now. The Unionist Conference. So whenever you build a Central America deck, you gotta include this card, the Unionist Conference. This essentially allows you to rejoin the Union 90% faster. And what do I mean by rejoining the Union? Well, let's say you pick a military roster you don't like, and you want to get another one. You're going to have to wait for that big button to complete. The only way to make it go by pretty fast is with this card right here. Unionist Conference. If you don't send this, you're locked into a roster for a very long amount of time. So long, in fact, that you might actually lose because of it. So you got to include Unionist Conference in any Central America deck that you think you might have to change your roster on. Now, I know Sog, has run some Central America decks where he has been able to stick on one roster. But if you think that might not be the case, you're not doing a very specific build that works very quickly, you need to do something about that quick. Going with the Scandinavians again over there. Geaf will be going up with the Arabs again. So we've seen the same sort of stuff with the immigrant choices here between both players. Geaf going for Arabs followed by 2 German waves. And then Alucard going full Scandinavian. We have no other waves, yeah. I mean, technically Alucard could have gone with the Confederacy and their dynamite cannons, maybe in Age 4. Because then he would have a really blockbuster artillery unit. But I can sort of see why he's sticking with the Scandinavians. He probably just wants a good sort of setup overall pretty much with that. So that makes quite a bit of sense why he's doing that potentially, yeah. So, yep, looks like both players should be aging up pretty soon, yeah. Trading post rickshaw, where is that going to go? Right over here. Yep, when you do age up with the Arab colonies, when you do age up as the Arab immigrants for the first time, you do gain access to trade rickshaws. In Age 2, it's obviously just going to be one, but if you go further, then you're going to have multiple ones and further, and it's pretty good. Yeah. Yep. And then on the Alucard side here, he is going to go for a fast fortress. 700 coin. Going for 700 coin there. Well, it looks like Geaf again is going to go for a rush. This is basically rinse and repeat game number 3. All-out rush against, yeah. Now, I don't like the hesitation there. That is a big problem for Geaf. He hesitated with his unit choice. And that's going to give Alucard more time to age up without pressure. Main reason I think he did that was he was scared that he was going to do his emergency units and wipe out his Jungios easily. So maybe he thought, hey, let's go with heavy infantry and like musketeer heavy infantry and see if that works out a bit better, maybe. Yeah, maybe. So we'll see if that ends up being a thing there, potentially. Alright, so the house is over there. Yep. So he's going to do Civico with Gallego. So full musketeer. The Civicos with their special anti-infantry property, and then the Gallegos with their Jundi musketeer type stats. And Alucard, yep. Well, wait a second now. He didn't go up to age age 3 yet. What happened there? Did he sort of shift to a different strategy, or I don't know. What's going on here? What's Alucard doing? He doesn't quite have the food for a fortress age. This could be very bad. Like, if Geaf can get a huge army across there and really press him, that could basically hurt him really badly, yeah. Yeah, he could house him. He could really pressure him good. Oh, he decides to go double barracks. Double barracks, mind you. So what nation is he going to go with? Is he going to go Los Altos? It seems like he almost decided to go from Fast Fortress to Los Altos, potentially. And go for Escopetero Mosquetero gameplay. Yep, he's going for Los Altos. He's going for the infantry build again. What will come of that? I don't know. So right now we got Geaf sort of sifting around the base, seeing what he can do. Did Geaf see the barracks there at all? Let's find out. So he's got about double barracks over there. Yeah. Alright, so the colony will... If he could get that colony down, that would be pretty painful for Alucard there. But he cannot lose too many units, though. Yeah, you got to back out of that fight. Like, do not put yourself in a situation where you lose way too many units there. That would be very, very bad. Yep, he does take out the Ville, though, which is pretty nice. Let's get a bit of raiding in there. Now, at this point, since you're going Civico, it is totally possible that with enough numbers, Geaf could just go Chablica Diablo into the skirmish units and like slice and dice them into little bits of empanadas, pretty much, yeah. But we'll see if that ends up happening or not. 600 coin, 800 coin, 800 coin. We're Chile. Remember, you get an extra 100 resource crates with every card you do. That's going to be a pretty beefy card for Chile to rely on. Yep. Does he end up getting a stable and going into Lancero now? That would be a pretty spicy move there by Geaf to add in Lanceros with these Civicos and sort of like punish his skirmisher play there. We'll see if he does that or not. Yeah. It looks like Geaf will be going for Fortress Age now with the coin upgrade. Yeah, the coin card. He's also going to gain about 105 coin from this. He could gain another 40 food from that treasure too. But now Geaf knows that Alucard is on the move now for his stuff. At least it seems like he might be. Could just be pushing his weight around there on the middle map, but who knows? It's better to be safe than sorry, is what I'm saying, I guess. You definitely don't want to put yourself into a situation where Alucard just all out rushes your base and just GG's you on the spot. Yeah. So now we do see German wave number 1. Alucard is sticking to Age 2 gameplay now, since he does not have any more coin crates. He sort of has to commit to this Escopetero early game play with the Escos and the Macheteros. Assault and skirmish to see if he can maybe deal with this heavy infantry problem. Let's see if Geaf loses his army, though. That would be pretty good for Alucard there. He loses some units, but then he knows to retreat and get out of there. Maybe he didn't know he was right there. Problem with the Scandinavian immigrants is Alucard knows exactly where you are at all times because of this wonderful line of sight of these houses. You can put up on the front there, yeah. So here comes the skirmishers in this area. How far is he's almost about he's about 2/3 of the way through the age up. So has to get through the last leg of that and should be good. Musketeros are going to be looking for raiding here. Sadly, another Ville that Geaf will lose. Yep. Looks like Geaf has been pretty conservative with the eco upgrade, so his Villes are actually not that expensive right now. Right, he's just picking up the double-sided axe now, so only now he's going to start incurring a wood cost on his Villes. But now he's in age 2, yeah. He can get some veteran Ulans out of here. He can do all sorts of stuff now. He can get Vivenderas. It's really, the world is his oyster right now. He's got the age up advantage, you know? We'll see what he ends up doing with it. If he ends up making good on it or not. Ends up getting a new barracks over there. Maybe he chooses to reserve this army for later. Who knows? The tower does go up from the German age up there. At the moment, it looks like Geaf can just turtle up in his base and just inflict a lot of range damage on all these skirmish units, pretty much. We'll see how that ends up conspiring. So yeah, right now,
if you're Geaf, you can hold this line pretty well. You got a tower, you got a town center. Alucard really can't push this position now without like Pardos or some sort of artillery. Also, a stable does go up, which means we will be seeing frontier cavalry coming out against the Mosqueteros again. So I think Geaf played Alucard really well here, making him think that he was going to rush him in age 2 and force Alucard to stick around in age 2 now. This is going to give Geaf the opportunity to go maneuver skirmish again and just obliterate his composition again. This is exactly what Geaf wanted. He made Alucard fall right into his trap. That's all he wanted. Make Alucard convinced that he should go double barracks locked into age 2. Now he's got all these good units, skirmishers, Ulans. He can do some maneuver. He's already going to have some frontier cav done now. He's getting all the units he needs here, right? I will say you're going to want a lot more maneuver for this. This could be a big problem here. Alucard is not messing around. He is going to try to knock you out with a huge Bazunga army of assault units. So, yeah, you're going to need some real numbers there to make up for that. But we'll see. Maybe he can do something about it. Who knows? I think he's just trying to find where his assault is right now and pick off a few of them, maybe. Yep. Alright, so you have to be very delicate until you get the numbers you need there. Yeah. At least he'll have some warning up there from the maneuver. Interestingly enough, Geaf decides to press the position on the skirms. But here's the frontier cav. They're going to get some free shots there. Uh-oh, skirmish. You walked into that one. Yeah, you don't have these wonderful Scandinavian houses where you can see everything. Walking like Mr. Magoo into a trap. Yeah, that's never good. Yep, here comes the Ulans right now. They're going to thrust right into the skirmish. He does have some frontier cav, though, to blast away some of these assault units. So it's not a total wash. But still, it's just not the type of fight that Geaf probably wanted, you know? I don't think he's out. I don't think he's going to lose, but he certainly didn't win the battle there at all that he wanted. You know, he wants to just get rid of all these assault and then just whittle down these skirmish units. That's what he's looking for. Yeah. Now, because of the introduction of scout units on Geaf's side, Alucard has found it appropriate to start making some conscriptos. Yeah, he did make some conscriptos there. So if you didn't know, conscriptos are a very strong musketeer against cavalry. It's because they get a pretty solid hand attack against them. Yeah, so if you're looking to fight cavalry, the conscriptos hold the line very well against things like hussars and dragoons, and to a lesser extent assault units too. Yeah. Why do I say a lesser extent? Because if you look at a hand attack of a musketeer, notice how the multiplier against assault units is somewhat lower than that against scout and maneuver. Yeah, there's a bit of a difference there, just so you know, yeah. Got about 6 frontier cavs there. Actually, 9 of them. About 2 Gallegos, 5 Cívicos, 2 Vivendetas. About 1 German Bloomer Legion there, yeah. Here's the bloomers, more skirmishers. At the end of the day, the skirmishers are actually going to be a little bit more important now that Alucard is adding in some line units in the form of the conscriptos. We have actually not seen Alucard do any sort of musketeer pikemen at all from Central America today, which is pretty surprising. He's purely done either like ranged cavalry, assault, mosqueteros, or the skirmish, you know. It's a first game today, seeing the actual musketeer unit of Latin America at large actually be used here. So that's quite a big change in general. Yeah. So we see some Ulons here potentially looking to do some raiding. Maybe can down that Vil. Any other Vils he might be able to down. Maybe these ones, if he's paying attention. We'll see if that ends up happening or not. Trading post will be attacked by Alucard there. Alucard is going to age 3 now, so Geaf better watch out. He better not cry. Well, the thing is, Alucard is gone with Los Altos. If I remember correctly, Los Altos is a infantry-based roster, which means he's mostly going to be dealing with just stuff out of the barracks, right? The only real age 3 unit Alucard gets out of Los Altos roster is the V Vendettas. He does not really get anything else. He doesn't get Escoltas, Dragon Rojo, Unets, none of that. So yeah, mostly just dealing with this sort of comp right here, which is going to make it a little bit more consistent for Geaf to deal with, which is nice. Geaf does decide to siege down a Scandinavian house, gives him a little XP, it blinds up Alucard a bit to the map. Now Geaf is going to try to get a fort somewhere. I think this fort probably should try to go up somewhere. Hopefully Alucard does not take out this fort this time. Would be kind of annoying. Let's see where the fort ends up. Fort will go down here to protect his hunt. Also protect his flank down here. Seems pretty fair because it actually also protects the trade route here too. That trading post will be secured. Alright, so I think this fort is pretty safe right now. I doubt Alucard would know to push on that site, right? I mean, I could look at his last site now, but let me see. Yeah, no, he doesn't see anything over here, so that's good for Geaf. Fort is about... it should be at the halfway mark very soon. Yeah, I think it's about there right now, and then he just has to wait for that to finish up. And then he can try to push maybe somewhere up here, away from the area the fort is secured at. Oh, he's going to go for Frontier Cav right on top of his assault. That's why you see this gigantic movement of the infantry here. Alucard does not want to lose any assault units that he can avoid. Yeah. Geaf playing really good on the map, making sure he pushes the advantage that he has with his Dragoons. But he needs to make sure not to do this. Mr. Magoo, you can't see anything. You can't fall into that. It was a pretty minor mistake, but it could have been a lot worse. There's a bit of RNG in these shotguns, the Escopeteros. Sometimes the bullets go into one unit and then they get completely knocked off their horse. Sometimes they all miss. Really depends, yeah. Sadly, we'll lose that trade site, yeah. But thankfully, he is getting breweries to make up for it now. This will again grant Geaf about 3 coin works. They should be able to use to trickle some coin in, which would be good. Should be quite good, in fact. So here comes the Mosqueteros and the skirmish with the conscriptos mixed in. Any upgrades? No upgrades on the conscriptos, so I think Alucard knows he's probably not going to need too many of those just yet. Yeah, I would not fight there, Geaf. I would go back to your fort if you can help it, yeah. Go back to your fort. It looks like he will be adding artisanal cannons. Artisanals would be great, because if you can get the artisanals mixed in, you can actually force his skirmishers off if they're getting too close and they're trying to get their shotguns in the position to do like a mega bazooka type blast on you. You can throw those artisanal cannons his way, and like shove them off into the back where they're less optimal with their range attacks. So that's what you would want to do if you're Geaf. Get some artisanals, just force Alucard into sort of like a backwards position with the skirmish, and that'll let your main army do most of the work against the Mosquiteros. Or at the very least, keep pushing Alucard back and not into you. Yeah. He does not have a lot of them, though. He only has one, and then he's queuing up another one now, mainly due to the loss of wood. He isn't doing anything special on the trade route, it looks like, so that's not something he's going for. Does have a TC here now, which is good. Yeah, let's get a whole batch of like 4 or 5 of these if we can. That would be great. Yep, he does get 4 of them. Now he's got like a stack of 5 of these. Now he's going to get his Salatrera there. The Oge Salatrero. That will give Geaf access to some pretty critical crates to be able to afford all this stuff. Yep. He's also working pretty quickly to herd these capybaras away from the native site. Because if these hunts go too far in this direction, Alucard would be in a pretty clear line of shot to basically shoot away at any vills in this area. So the only way that Geaf can secure this hunt for his critical food is to get them closer to the TC. Maybe at this like intersection here. If you can get this over to here, that would be a really good spot to secure that, yeah. Because Geaf doesn't know where the enemy army is, he's actually going to sacrifice some Civicos and just scout around there, yeah. He actually opts to retreat them. Which he saves one of them. I guess he can maybe scout around up there, I guess, maybe. And he's using a Gallego to look around here too, looks like. Right now, Geaf is mostly emphasizing the artisanal cannon production. That's like his biggest desire right now. Is get those artisanals going. Because he needs to deal with the infantries, yeah. Big time. Yep. Exactly. More frontier cav will be necessary for the assault class of the Mosquiteros. Scandinavian Explorer is being attacked a little bit. Watch out for the Escopater bros there. You don't want to go after those with the Frontier Cav. Let the artisanal cans do the work on those. What is Alucard doing for queuing, by the way? He's getting full Mosquitero now. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. Look at all these assault units here. This could be very bad. Very bad. Look at all these ones too. I am very concerned for Geaf right now. Seems to be pushing alright right now, but what if these assault units completely rains on his parade there? Like, what is going to happen with that? Yeah. Yep, looks like barracks goes down there. And he is shipping volantes, so that's going to be anti-artillery. Let's see if the frontier calves can counteract the... Oh, no, the volantes make contact. Geaf, you need to be a little bit speedier than that. Or just pull out. Yeah, I mean, you might have to pull out there. So like pause. Oh no, look at all the assault units. This is going to be really bad. Yeah, oh, that is a horrible placement. No, absolutely not. You got to space those out against... Yeah, he deleted his army. He capitulated. Brutal reality set in with all those Mosquiteros. Like, he didn't even want to fight that. He was in the wrong positioning, did not have the units he needed. Did not really have the resources to keep up either. Yeah, I'm like, Alucard clearly had like a much larger army too. You could tell. He was like stacking so much more stuff there. Oh, big time. That was like absolutely insane. Yeah. So there we have it, folks. That was the best BO5 between Alucard and Geaf Argento. Very good series. Very good series. That was an awesome series. So what I said I was going to do now was I was going to go over some games that Geaf posted to keep the ball rolling with some really good matches. So let me see what those ones are called now. Let me see here what they're called. Check the channel now. Oh, and then it looks like Kevin Arcade uploaded a game as well, so maybe we'll check that afterwards or something. Who knows? So Geaf, first one is called 2 vs 2 Intense. So we'll do that one. 2 vs 2 Intense. What's that about? Let's see. This one. There we go. It's going to be Wololonik and Bondar versus Geaf and Fierro. So, some pretty good players here, not going to lie. Should be a pretty good battle. So, who's up here? Geaf's Chile and Sakul Fierro's Argentine over here. Yeah, sounds good. And where are they playing down here? You got a Haiti. And you got, what's the other one playing as? Central America. Wait a second. Wait a second now. I kind of remember this Civ setup. Wait a second. Did we see the... I'm going to pause for a second. I want to make sure we're not looking at a duplicate game from a previous stream. This game looks awfully familiar to me, like I've seen it before. Just give me a few moments to, like, review that. Yeah. Absolutely. Let's see. I want to look at last week's stream and make sure we're not duplicating anything. I wouldn't want to do that to you. Let me check out last week's casted game stream right now. That Civ matchup looks really awfully familiar. Like, I remember seeing a Central American Haiti in that position on that map. It looks really, really familiar. I just don't want to duplicate anything at all. So, if we look here at that game... Yeah, I'm just going to like scroll through some of this. It wouldn't be that game. Let me see. Malaysia. Throw Manchuria here at all? I don't see it anywhere. Maybe we can do it.
Not too much.
Nope, not that one. Let me just keep looking. I guess not. I mean, I'll look at the previous week before that just to make 100% sure, but I just think that match looks awfully familiar, and I don't want to give you like a duplicate casting of something I already done. Have it be like filler paper or something. Nah. I'm just going to look at the previous week really briefly, and if I see any like red flag that this is something we've already looked at, I'm gonna like say no thank you. It does happen sometimes. People upload duplicate games and whatever and stuff. It is something that happens, so you need to just be very, very attentive to that sort of thing. Yeah, big time. I cannot find this game anywhere. No, I can't find it anywhere. I cannot find it anywhere. So maybe this is a new... I think that... Alright, this game should be fine. Alright. I just didn't want to do anything crazy and just duplicate. But alright, this looks like a new game that we haven't seen before. You know what? You know what it might have been? I might have watched this game in Discord. This looks really familiar to me. Yeah. Like, I remember seeing this. Why? Why? Yeah, I don't know. I think I watched this in Jeff's Discord. This match looks so familiar to me. The map, the Civ setup, everything. Yeah, so either way, you know, this should be a pretty good match. You got Bondar playing as Central America. You got Nick playing as Haiti. Normally, Bandara is the one playing as Haiti, so he's usually the expert on that Civ, so we'll see if Nick can do a pretty good job there. Jeff, obviously, is going to be a very powerful Chile to help out our Sakul Fierro there. Sakul is likely going to focus on his pasture economy, and then is going to grow into Patricios. Yeah. And that's really the way you should do Argentina 90% of the time, is just go for pastures, get the Kawakami going, and then start adding in Patricio muskets. And start running in huge armies of infantry to push them back. That's usually what you want to do, typically. Now, to make it really work, you need a really strong ally, like Chile or Paraguay. Zulu, somebody that can keep them so distracted and so in their base that they're not going to ruin your setup, you know. It does take a while to get the wood and the pastures that you want before you can actually offer any sort of defenses, the ARG player, and any sort of support. So it's ideal to do ARGs when you know your teammates going to be able to hold their own weight, and ideally yours. Well, they don't always have to hold your weight, but they at least got to hold their own. You cannot have an ally that's like, help me, I'm getting destroyed here. You can't have that with ARGs. Their timing with the pastures is just really off-putting, yeah, if that ends up happening. So, yeah, few things always have to happen for a good Arg game usually. So, yeah, figured I'd point that out. But yeah, certainly in this game, you got two very different sets of units. You got obviously from what we've seen with Geaf for the past 5 games, he's either going to go infantry all in attack, or he's going to go for some sort of fast fortress into Vivindaras and frontier cav. That's what we've seen today from him against Alucard, so that's what I would think he would do here. And then, of course, Fierro's just going to keep adding in Patricios to whatever he does. If I remember correctly, Nick is going to spam Escopateros like crazy out of his TC, and then Bundar is going to back him up with whatever sort of units he can come up with there. Yeah, definitely. So what are the age ups going to be? So we got Nick going up with the Germans. We got Bundar going up with the Scandies because he's an Alucard fanboy, and that's what Alucard fanboys do, or fangirls, whatever you want to call them. Fierro's going up with Similones. That's card number 1, right? Yep, so he's doing Similones. He will probably do a greedy and go for Advanced Mill next. That would be my guess. If I understood Fierro pretty well at this point, yeah. Geaf is going to do first air wave, sticking to his build order against Alucard. And then Fierro's going to do the Scandies. Interesting. So a lot of people are falling in love with the Scandinavian immigrants now that they've taken a more line-of-sight based setup. Yeah, I guess, you know. I guess it's good to know where your enemy is. Yeah. Still, I would still go with Polish. Namely because I want those free cows to add on to my pasture. It's ideally what I would want. Now, you can do whatever you want to do, but that's what I would do. I would still go with the 3 extra cows on my pasture by training 3 Polish butchers out of their colony. Yeah. That'd be my preferred setup. Usually. But you could totally have your own sort of system as well, and that's probably totally fine. But yeah, definitely. Advanced Mill is active. Now these pastures again are going to be 100 wood, like as cheap as this house, which is very impressive considering it's a fully fledged farm that can also produce cows for free and fatten them. Like twice the rate of a livestock pen. That's pretty good. Very good, actually. And starting out with 800 wood on Chile. Here's the Arab colony here. And there's the barracks over there. So looks like Geaf is going to do Yongeos. Going for mostly a Grenadier start, it looks like. Pretty good against Haiti and Central America, I would think. Main thing to remember with the Yongeos is make sure you try to keep them alive as long as you can. Right? Because they get their charge attacks very quickly. So after you throw that first grenade, just know that you're going to be able to do that second, third, fourth grenade very fast. While other Grenadiers have to wait a whole minute for theirs to recharge, you can do it in like half or even less time, yeah. Which is pretty awesome, actually. It makes the Yongeos quite an efficient unit in combat, yeah. And a nice compliment to the Patricio. Patricio is going to be mostly good against infant cav, like muskets and cav or whatever. Yongeos can obviously siege pretty well. They can disrupt infantry formations. They can snipe artillery with a combined throw. Yeah, they kind of cover each other really well, Patricios and Yongeos. So I think that would probably definitely be a pretty good combo there. Yeah, definitely. He is also sending the 5 Yongeo shipment from the home city as well, so that's like an extra batch of Yongeos on top of what he already has there. There you got 10 Yongeos. Yep, very good. And these ones should be done very soon as well, yep. Does Fierro have butchers yet? He's just researching it now. The wonderful thing about a map like this for Argentina, with lots of herdables like yaks or sheep or pigs or chickens, you can make early use of the butcher's card right away and start eating up all the map's natural herdables. Because at that point, they should already be fattened, you know? It'd be great if Fierro could maybe find this one, maybe some of the ones over here. He could really have a nice meal out of that, yeah. It looks like at the moment, Nick is going to go for the Zinglins and potentially do some sort of a raid here. Zinglins are basically coyote runners, but they're really good against villagers. They have like the standard hand attack of a coyote runner, but then they have like 2 anti-villager multiplier added. And they are like a beast because they do, if like a 1-pop unit, they're doing more hand attack to a villager than a hussar is. So that speaks volumes of what they can do. Because it does, you could like basically have like 2 of these for the cost of 1 hussar, or even slightly less than that, and it's quite nice. Yeah. So we'll see what these Zinglins end up doing. They're going to probably fall into the path of these Yungios, which is fine, since Zinglins can technically fight them. But not with the Patricios there, I guess. Lops off a villager there, which is pretty cool. Ooh, yep. Kind of twitching around and not knowing where to go. Oh, and why into the bayonets would you do that? We probably did not want a sustained fight there. Got the Mosquiteros there. Combine the assault with the scout. They should be able to team up pretty well to fight this if they're smart. Let's see. Okay. Escopateros. Oh, whoa, look at that stagger mode. Very smart move by Geaf, because it's going to take like three times as many seconds to deal with these grenadiers now, and then end up giving these Yungios even more chances to lob grenades at. Yeah, see that? Even against shock units, like a massive lob grenades like that can do a lot of damage just because it's crush damage, yeah. And before you know it, their charge attack is already going to be cooled off already. Yeah. There you go. They could already start throwing again. Even better, yeah. Even better. Quite good, actually, yeah. Now they can push down here onto these now, which would be really good, yeah. Yep, take a nice long shot at that Machito there. Definitely going to want to group up and target onto these assault units. Be pretty smart, yep. Very good. Now just press into these, yeah. Mercado de Abastos. This basically makes market text cheaper and makes markets have better rates. It's a really niche card that I really don't like at a higher level, but if you're like a mid player like out Fierro or whatever, it's pretty good, I guess, because it does make your market text a bit cheaper. Well, I've never been a fan of advanced market. I just don't see the point of relying on your market all the time. Like, just get better at macro so you don't need the market as much. That's usually what I would say. Mosquiteros, choosing to engage with the Patricios is like such a cringe idea, because they really should be helping with the Escopateros deal with all these Yungios. Because the Yungios, by comparison, are pretty expensive. You know, so if you can wipe out all these Yungios, you're in pretty good shape, yeah. And also the constant danger of their cooldown ending on the grenade throw so fast is such a persistent danger with them, yeah. Didn't lose anything in that exchange, which is good. Looks like Nick is holding the line, which is quite nice, actually. Yeah. Maybe this is a different game that I haven't seen before. Yeah. Because Nick is holding the line pretty okay here, I will say. Yeah. And then more Musketeros coming up here from Bondar. I'm just surprised that these Yungeros are still in the fight, lobbing grenades. It's like so devastating. But here comes the Musketeros, though. They should help clean this up. Yep. Very good. And then gets really close to the Yungeo there. He just wants to blast that thing down. Not even give it a chance to survive. Yeah. I'm just surprised they cleaned up these units so fast. I would have expected Nick to be done with them by now, but I guess not. No, definitely not. Alright, so looks like... Alright, yeah, should be able to clean that up, yep. Patricio should be... Yep. Oh, did you see his hat fell off? His hat's fallen off. It's funny how the top hat falls off when they get blown in the air like that. Yeah, very funny. Alright, so now it looks like the Haiti has shipped in some maroon native archers. These are another skirmish unit that you can get as Haiti, as well as Tupi. And they have a really good rate of fire, so they're just really good at fighting any sort of heavy infantry. Not just muskets, but obviously grenadiers too. If you don't group them like that, like come on, you need to stagger a bit. Otherwise, you're going to get completely sprayed by those grenades, and the splash is going to eat through you. Sick, big time. And it looks like now you're going to have to pull back and basically try to kite this as best as possible. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Just keep pulling back and kiting and kiting. Yep. There you go. Yep. Just keep pushing back and back. And that should be a pretty big pullback, yeah. Up, looks like they got completely surrounded there. Yep. So we'll see now. Looks like the Zinglins are going to need to potentially try to do some sort of raid to come back from this at this point, because at this point you got a pretty big mass of Argentina and Chile in your base, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. And over here, we can see more Musketeros coming out from the Central America. A few assault units would be pretty good to support the line there, yeah. Pretty much, yep. Yep, and now looks like the barracks is being sieged a bit over there, yeah. Yep, and maybe also the works bill in there too, yeah. Let's see, the Musketeros try to engage with these Patricios. That position. Looks like they will start sieging on the German colony right now. Yep. Pretty much, yep. Inspired Patricios, so there's the veteran upgrade on the Patricios now, yeah. Pretty much. So at this point, it's safe to say that Argentina's going to basically been the driving force to help Geaf do the pushing there. But definitely his young Gallos have also been a really good pushing part on their side, pretty much, to Siege, yeah. Yep, looks like they should be able to push them out. Yep. Very good. Yep. Alright. Third Scandinavian wave. Very good. Wow, so it looks like Fio's going to full H4 at this point, so he's going to go for the Patas Blancas at the barracks, potentially. And now that should be the end of the Haiti. They just resigned, and now they're just going to go after Central America now. That should be the end of that one, yeah. Pretty good matchup so far, I would say, yeah. Sauna's being researched at the Scandinavian site. Can't quite remember what sauna does. I believe it has something to do with bounty of trained infantry and villagers, something like that. So basically, the more units you spam, the more shipments you get. So it's great for like combining with infinite cards or your immigrant battalions usually. Yeah, that's typically what you want to do there. Yep. And there is some more infantry range combat there for the Patricios. Very good. Very nice. Yep. GG, well played on that one, yeah. Very nice. Yep, that was a pretty good match, wasn't it? So now we can try to go on to our next one, probably. Yep. So what would this game be called? Let me check it, actually. So this one will be called, let me check the recording game. It will be called 3 versus 3 Sea Power. 3 versus 3 Sea Power. Alright, so there's going to be some naval combat in this one. That's what we like to see usually, right? 3 versus 3 Sea Power. Where would that one be? This one? Alright. Let's see how this one goes now. Alright, so up. So it looks like I already put this one on my YouTube channel already, right? Right? Yeah, I don't want to do this one. We've already done this one on my channel. So we're going to skip to the next one then. Yeah. I don't like doing duplicates with you whenever possible. Yeah. It's usually something I like to avoid doing. Usually, yeah. If you can avoid it, that is, yeah. Alright, so what's this one going to be called? Let me see here. This one is going to be called 1v1 Chileans versus Ottomans. I wonder if that's a Cappy game or not. We'll find out. Should be this one right here. So let's look at this one now. So it's Nick versus Geaf. So some pretty good adversaries there, both very solid. So it looks like Nick is going to be doing the Ottomans, and then Argento's going to be doing the Chileans. Now, in terms of composition, strategy, it's going to be kind of interesting on this map. See, with most Ottoman setups, big part of what you're trying to do is trying to get the trade routes. And on this map, Jebel Musa, you got a trade socket here, you got one over here, and then you got one down over here too. So you got some different things going on there pretty much. Yep. So we'll see which ones they end up getting over there. Yeah. Should be pretty interesting either way. Looks like Ottomans are already grabbing the middle one. One way that Chile could really mess up the Ottomans is using the Arab age up from age 1 to 2. Get the free trading post rickshaw and either grab this site here or this one over here. That way Ottomans are only getting 2 trading posts, and that's going to cut down on their shipment times, which they're really relying on is the Ottomans, right? Because remember, the Ottoman civ can only sort of get the Ottomans can only sort of get their military upgraded in Imperial Age, yeah. No veteran upgrades, no guard upgrades. That's sort of what the Ottomans have to deal with. It's just something that Jutlander came up with, like, I think it was 8 years ago or something. He was like, you know what? We need to rework the Ottomans to make them more historically accurate. Let's take away their veteran and guard upgrades and force you to get more modern units in Age 4 or something. Yeah. Which, you know, any other civ, it would be fatal, but for some reason the Ottomans are still an S-tier civ in Wars of Liberty, just because of the nature of their military. Both the Abbas and the Janissaries work really well together pretty much, yeah. So yeah, in general, when you're doing an Ottoman game, you want to be putting pressure on your opponent as much as possible. Going Jan Abbas, double Jan Barracks, or Delhi Abbas, something like that, and really pressing on your opponent pretty hard. In particular, you need to be careful at Chile, because Chile, as you know, gets a really solid late game economy, which can be pretty dangerous if you're not careful. So you kind of have to be aware of that and try to plan around that if possible. Yeah, definitely. So what deck is Geaf using here? So Geaf is going to use... He's going to use the first deck he used in his best out of 5 series of Alucard here. That's the deck he's going to use here. So he's got... obviously the desert cards. He also has his frontier combat card for the dragoons. Good help with Safahis if that ends up becoming a thing in this match. How about Nick though? What would Nick be using here? So Nick would be using Abbas, Falk, Safahi, Mamluk. He does have the Kolohis. These are a special native mercenary thing that you can ship is the Ottomans. They're basically native grenadiers, native bombardiers to be more specific. So they actually deal crush damage at range. So kind of like an old school grenadier in a sense. But the thing is, they don't have a malice against anything, so they actually can do full damage to cavalry on top of infantry and artillery, which is pretty serious, you know. But particularly useful in the early age, you get it here, because you can take these 6 heavy crush damage things and just rip apart somebody's Ulans, anything like that. So we'll see if that ends up becoming a thing in this match or not. We'll have to see, potentially. Alright, so what do we got here? We got the Arzen coming in for the Ottomans. For those that don't know, this is the same as the Quartermaster, so it gives you about 400 wood, which is pretty nice. Should set you up pretty well for later on, yeah. It's going to collect that wood pretty quick. Also going for the 700 wood too to boot. Interestingly enough, we don't see any of the other trade sockets picked up yet by the Ottomans. This will allow Geaf to actually grab one of the sites with the Arabs, right? Oh, interesting. In this game, Geaf decides to go full German wave. Wow. Quite a shift in things, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, Geaf could really use Arabs here to really pressure the Ottomans for the trade route, but if he's going Germans, he's not quite going to be able to do that. He might be able to get himself a more sound fast fortress, but definitely not compete for the trade route. I would say, based at least from what I'm seeing, maybe we're getting a fast fortress from Geaf. Maybe the fast fortress is something we might actually get here, yeah. Big time. Yeah, it looks like you got about 200 food from the age up. You got the colony there. You can put the outposts there. And then going for 800 coin is Chile. Yeah, this is a fast fortress. This is a fast fortress here. Absolutely is, yeah. Yep, 100%. So we'll see in the end what Geaf ends up doing in Age 3. Because it's clear he's going for the fast fortress now. Will Ottomans do the same? Yep. It looks like they will actually go Janissary. Janissary to start. Also picking up the Team Silk Road card. As you know, this basically adds more inventory to trade, as well as the crates. So crates contain more resources, and then the trade route will also deliver more resources too. Funnily enough, Chile actually gets a copy of that card as well, but it's not a team one. I believe it's called something Aqueducts, and it does just that. And since it's not a team card, it actually has a boosted effect for the individual player. So yeah, that should be pretty good. Also, look at how they improve the icon of hunting dogs to a new doggo there. And it looks like Nick will also add in Abiskars from the Foundry, yeah, which is quite good. Should be able to combine Janissary with Abyss for a good comp there. Mostly anti-cav with a bit of anti-infantry mixed in. Yep. That's definitely should be pretty good, yep. Here comes the 700 coin. And what about the other side there? Argentina going up with the first Croatian wave, yeah. Also picking up a German Mason to help with building stuff very fast. The Croatians are an interesting one. The Croatians are mostly based around the water gameplay, but they can be useful on land. Namely because their first age up grants you cords of wood, which Geaf could totally use here with no wood right now. And he'll also be able to make the Cazadores de Indios, which are essentially a Croatian version of the Force Publique skirmishers. So they have multipliers against native warriors, which is pretty nice, yeah, definitely. It's pretty good. So what do we got here? Croatian wagon. Probably want to keep that maybe over here somewhere. Another neat little trick too with the Croatian workers. They actually gather there on the coast when you have a dock nearby. So potentially what you might want to do is actually have the Croatian villagers closer to the sea to gather some of those hunts over there if you really care about the optimization, yeah. Jan Abbas right now in Geaf's base, taking out a Vil. How is Geaf doing in terms of defenses? So he actually has all of his Vils in pretty safe distance of a tower or town center right now, so it's going to be very hard for Jan Abbas to actually make any snipes on him right now, which is pretty nifty. Geaf does get a batch of the German Bloomer immigrants, which should help with protecting his villagers. Mostly will be useful against the Jans, but surprisingly, because of their emphasis on hit points over armor, the Bloomers will actually be able to tank some of these Abbas shots for a while. So, I mean, it's honestly the better skirmisher to use against Abbas, because whenever your unit has more hit points than armor as their focus, that's a unit you want against Abbas, usually. Now, they will do a lot of damage still, but, you know, with like a low HP skirmisher, like an early one, dying to like 1 or 2 shots of the Abbas, it's nice having these Broomers, which can at the very least like tank like maybe 5 shots or something like that, maybe 6 shots. Definitely, and then as you age up, obviously they're going to be able to tank more and more shots from the skirmishers, which is pretty nice, yeah. So we'll see now. Here comes the steel traps. And there comes the gather raid, yep. Improvement of that. I believe steel traps under Chile does about a gather rate improvement of 25 instead of the earlier one, or maybe it's 30, I don't know. But yeah, definitely if you get steel traps as Chile, your Rodos get a really good gather rate. And that'll be enough to sustain him with all these hunts and berries in his base. Geaf is continuing to add in V Vendettas for the defense. Here's the Kolojis here. So these are the siege troopers that Nick is using. Notice how they look like the arsonists, but they look like Sahin as well. They're basically some North African, I believe, native rebels against the Ottoman Empire or something. So yeah, pretty good for tanking damage against Vils, infantry, artillery, even cavalry. Oh boy! Ooh. So now he knows about the fort. Wow. Oh boy, that's not good. He's gonna snipe that fort now. You see that? That fort is toast. Yeah, he just lost the fort there. Man, what are you doing, Geaf? How are you gonna salvage this thing? How are you gonna salvage this thing, Geaf? And now you're gonna lose more Vivenderas. Yep. Wow, this is quite the situation to find yourself in, yeah. And how is Nick doing in his setup down here? So he is not making any more troops. He's got some more Janissaries. He is going to ship in the delis, it looks like, yeah. No more Abbas. So there's a coin right there. Maybe he'll go to age 3 and get some Falconets or something to try to finish the job now. He's the good thing about the Ottomans in this situation, they got the maximum map control. They got all the trade route. They got this site over here. They got site down here. There's really nothing Chile could do at this point to hurt Ottoman's base at all. So this is probably the stage as Ottomans where you might want to go 2 to 3 TC and really take advantage of the free villager production at your town center bonus that the Ottomans have. That's at least my suggestion in this case. You don't have to do that. You could keep pressuring the Chile player into submission, but maybe you want to go to H3 and get some Falks. Falks would be great against the skirmish. Absolutely. So we'll see if that ends up happening or not. Yeah. But here we go. Yep. Right here. Looks like the delis are sort of looking for a pinpoint to raid. Is that Vil up the up? You could raid that one. Yeah, it looks like he's going along that coastline trajectory too of raiding it. All the while adding in more Abbas. Probably the preferred situation here. If your opponent's going to go Vivendera or whatever, get more Abbas. Abbas will shred that. There goes the, yep,
come right over here, right in that spot. Should be pretty nice, yeah. Any other susceptible vills? Probably the next susceptible area would be down here, but that's where the army is. Loses another vill there. Yeah, at this point, I think Geaf would love to push out, but he just can't right now. He does stick one wall piece right there as sort of like a line of sight or a distraction or something. Does the same down here. Well, I don't think he's going to do one of those up there, right? It's like whenever I see this, I think of an AI. Because one way you trick AIs in a big team game is actually put up a bunch of wall pieces like that. The AIs focus on the wall pieces and they don't focus on pushing towards your base. Which is pretty funny, yeah. It's like the bot doesn't know that the walls can be ignored and just go for the town center. They just think that the walls are an enemy and they have to annihilate the walls like a robot. Well, they are a robot. They're the AI, but still, it's kind of funny at the end of the day how AI treats that stuff in this legacy game, yeah. In Definitive Edition, too. It works in Definitive Edition, I believe. Yeah, so right now, main thing Geaf is trying to do is get some long-range snipes on the infantry. But unfortunately for him, the delis are just snaring him and letting the Abbas do their work the way they want to. And then, yeah, look at all the stuff. They look pretty calm for dying. I mean, they're standing on top of the horse's thigh or something. That's a little strange. But yeah. As long as Geaf can maintain safe distance with Brumers and Vivinderas, he should be able to maintain his spot there, yeah. But now we do see an age up for the Ottomans right now, going up with the political exile. At this point, he could have gone with the Gunsmith for 4 Abbas. Gunsmith being the Wars of Liberty copy of the Marksman. Yeah, I don't see why he would turn down the free Abbas gunners. But that's just me. He probably really wants Falconets like right away. To try to clinch the win if possible. Yeah. Wow. Advanced frontier defenses. Now, what this is going to do is this is going to give Geaf access to 4 towers that he can put around his base. It's going to be like a minefield for Nick to come into his base unless he has some mortars or something or bombards. It's going to be really obnoxious and long term to try to get into the base to siege, yeah. Be quite annoying. Most definitely. So we'll see what ends up coming to those towers. So he might, is he going to put them at the end here? I would keep them near your TC and just make it like a minefield, but that's, I guess, his choice. His base, his choice. So tower 1 goes over here. Another one goes here. Where these other ones go? Good question. No idea. Alright, so, yep, that goes in that position. So there. Very good. So these 2 Falcons are going to do a great job at blasting towers down, also blasting the skirms. Geaf would probably need Volantes from a foundry to counter the Falcons. Yeah, see, Geaf knows now that the Falcons are active, and he needs to do something about that. What he can do instead against Volantes, because he's got the German immigrants, is he can go for the Krupp steel cannons. The Krupp steel cannons are a hybrid artillery piece between culverin and mortar. So they got great siege, but they also have multipliers against artillery. They're based off of the mountain artillery that you can get as bulk and civs. So yeah, quite a good unit. Most definitely. Falconets aiming right at the infantry as they try to advance. Blasting down another tower. This is doing a good job for Geaf trying to stall the game out as much as possible. Falconet 1 and the Falconet 2 is going to shoot in next. Yep. Take out that tower there, yeah. Here comes the Mamluks. Yep, Abbas, try to aim onto the Vills there, if possible. I would pull the Falks back until I know those Krupp steel cans have been dealt with, though. That's a little bit extreme there for Nick to do. Yeah, like I would have waited for the Mamluks to come in. Yep. But the thing is, Geaf is doing a great job at responding to the Ottoman setup. Because he knows that the Mamluks of the Safahis are going to be coming in next. So he already has his frontier cavalry already planned out. Granted, these are a pretty weak one. So yeah, it's not going to do a whole lot. Yeah, it might do a little bit of something there, yeah. But we'll see though. We'll see if it ends up doing anything there. Yep. Let's see if the Mamluks can make a push onto Las Vivendelas. Good. Very good. Yeah, get those cannons. Get the Krupp steel cans. That's like a big ticket item there. Also, make some hits onto those frontier calves too and get the skirms down. The man is not sniping the cannon where he can, but yeah, he should at least begin the frontier calves destroyed. Alright, now you can send the Mamluks into the infantry. Good. Oh boy. Could be using these a lot better, but it's alright. He's got two of them. So, why are you not backing up the Mamluks? What is wrong with you? You gotta back him up. Oh, he's going for the Vills. Yep. Yep, pay attention. Pay attention. Now, see, this is why this is bad, because this tower is like fully HP setup. So it's like you're not going to get this thing down to actually do any raiding. It's like a waste. So just went for this tower then and just forced them off there. Geaf doing a great job at hiding his Vills. Like, he's not letting them get any kills at all. He's like really bunkering down there with that tower, which is really smart. Not giving them any sort of shot at doing anything. But here comes the Safais now. The Safais, they're going to be a whole different bowl game because they're going to have splash attack now. They're not going to quite have as much HP as the Mamluks, but they are going to have an area of effect damage. And that splash damage, as you know, that's going to be pretty significant in this battle. That's exactly what Nick is sort of striding for here. Big time. Yeah. Alright, so going right over here. Yep. Big time. See what happens with that. Siege on that tower. Very good. Very nice.
Take out those skirmish. Very good. Yep. Yep, use that splash to beat into those skirms. Very good. More Abyss, some more Jancer. Going after the maneuver with the assault? What a Mr. Magoo moment with looking at the map. Yeah, to even look at what he was chasing there. No, not at all. It's funny how these Vivenderas are holding their own pretty well against the Abyss Gunners. Quite impressed, actually. Yeah. You're very lucky that these armaments cannot get Veteran or Guard upgrades. They have to wait till Imperial Age to get like a Mega Imperial upgrade. Otherwise, you know, Veteran Abyss would be like spraying these Juanitas pretty easily, yeah. Quite easily. More Abyss, yep. So what does the Armaments do next? Do they get a semi-Ogland school to make the Jans cheap? 5 Abyss. 5 Abyss might be good. Could also push to Industrial and get Bombards, the Dardanelles guns. The Dardanelles guns might actually be the way you like force your way in, brute force, and just shell your way through. Yeah. But we'll see though if that ends up happening or not. Oh, Cappy, no Cappy armaments, no party. That's right, Cappy. That's exactly right. Cappy's got the best armaments in the universe. Nick here trying to figure out how to use armaments properly. If you want to know how to use armaments, you learn from Cappy. He's the expert. It's got perfect timing, perfect fast fortress, perfect fast industrial. He knows armaments better than anybody in the whole world, probably. Well, at least in Wars of Liberty. I mean, I've seen some pretty insane Ottomans in Definitive Edition, but, yeah, that's only when I'm doing production for ESOC TV or whatever. Then I sort of see what they're doing with that, yeah. So we got some more, Zillies coming in from the stable. Yep, and Cap, did you get to see the whole Alucard versus, Geaf series, or are you going to have to rewind later to see that? That was a really good series. I just wish people would play more civs. We only saw like 4 civs out of the whole series they did. Args, Chile, Central America, and Mapuche. That's it. No Germanys, no Japans, no Koreas, no Zulus, nothing like that. So yeah, they should have played like a standard rule that if you win with the civ you have to change it and you can't use an old one or something. That would have been fun. But at least they did something unique and went on to the Mega Random map. Issue is they never used any of the natives, I recall, so that part was totally unused. Yeah. A lot of maneuver here by Geaf. That will be really good for dealing with all this cavalry, pretty much. Yep. Nick ended up making an actual EMOM here to heal up everybody. Pretty smart move, honestly. Definitely really good.
Industrial age, the socialite. Socialite gives you about 800 coin. It's like the industrialist. It's like the tycoon, but a little bit worse. And after that, I would think that Armaments would want to go factories and get the Dardanelles production on both of those. That way you can get a really nice conga line of artillery to keep pressing the Chileans out of their base. You would basically force Geaf into full Volante just to deal with that. And even then, I think Bombards would be fairly good against Volantes just because... don't the Volantes have less range than the Culverins do? Just a little bit less? Yeah. Yeah, it would basically allow the Bombards to target down group Volantes with enough distance. Yeah. So we'll have to see if that ends up happening here or not. Nick is literally acting like an AI right now, targeting the little wall pieces Geaf is putting up for him. Like a mouse looking for cheese in a mousetrap. Yeah. Here comes the coin. Now what he does with that coin, I don't know. Do we see a switch to Nizam El Sassids here? Probably not, since there's so many skirms there. I would reckon you would probably want more Abyss with the Dardanelles cans. This would be actually really funny if this is like the first arming game we've ever seen casted where somebody actually went for the Imperial Age upgrades of the Civ. Like, I've never ever seen an armament in a casted game ever go Imperial Age, like ever. To get that really spicy Imperial Age upgrade with like 85% improvement on the unit. Is it 85% or 90 or 95%? It's pretty big. Yeah, it's a pretty big technology. Oh, Royal Decree to Top Coup Corps. So about 3 Dardanelles guns with that. That's going to be pretty huge, actually. 3 Bombards right out of the gate, and then you're probably going to ship in another 2 of them. And there, we'll see what happens from there, yep. I like how Geaf is like tearing apart the Armaments trade route control, ruining their whole map control situation in the middle of the map. It's going to have Nick really scrambling to get those Bombards out and working. And Geaf still continuing to build wall pieces in the middle of the map. He's going to get away with it too because he's not like dealing with that at all. No, he doesn't even know what's going on here with these wall pieces. Let's see how... Yep, he's going to build that there. Safakis are also shadow teched into guard because they're in H4 now. Yeah, Geaf is basically stalling for time at this point. You can tell. Yeah. Now, what are you going to do with these Dardanelles cans now, Nick? See, this is such a horrible mousetrap for Nick to fall into because now Geaf knows what he's got. And this is going to basically force Nick to like reinforce here now and like call off the attack that he was going to do. Yeah. Can't even go for the attack now because now he has to protect his assets down there. Big time. It's pretty bad, yeah. Oh boy, yeah, here comes the Frontier Cav. He's gonna try to... At least he was thinking about it. Now the Abyss drive them off. And now you're gonna see these Dardanelles start plowing into the Chile base. Yeah, all Geaf can do is do more of the Krupp steel cannons. That's like a really good, reasonable culverin to use as a counter. For some reason, Eternity, when he was building the risk map, put so many spawns of those on there, basically, yeah. I did. We'll watch the series later, maybe. Yeah, you should totally check that out. It was a good series. It went down to a full 5 games. So you know it was good. Really good, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, they should be more series like that in Wars of Liberty. Like, there should be Ungers versus Alucard next, maybe. Alucard versus Ungers might be interesting. Do you think there's anyone in the Wars of Liberty community right now that it could actually get a win on Ungers in a 1v1, or you think that's sort of far-fetched? I don't know. That's a good question. Would be a real fun sight to see, though. Yeah. Oh boy, so here come the Darnales right here. Yep, up, here they go. This is why we love these cannons. They just do a great job. Like I was distracting them there with the Selenos. Doing a little bit of damage, nipping at his toes there. Oh man, look at these Darnales though. They're actually fighting their way through the maneuver units really well. Yep. But now what you can do is you can actually get these get the Abbots down here and just attack the Krupp steels with them, yeah. Yep. They'll still do fairly well against them, even with the Malice applied. The Malice isn't too big, you know. Yep. Just get down there, get that up, yep, get that last one there. Okay, there you go. Oh man, yeah. Here comes the real siege of the base. All Geaf can do now is do Juanitas Bonitas, Las Vivenderas as a defense. Also, Nick sends 2 more Darnales from the home city. And eventually he's going to want to get the factory going to do the rest of those, yeah. Yeah, get this town center down while you can with these cannons. It'd be a horrible waste not to. Yep. It's going to get a good giant chunk of it down, I think. Yep. Ooh, yeah, this TC is going down, at this rate. Yep, that TC's down. That's a pretty big loss. Yeah, I just don't see with Vivenderas you basically being able to hold out against this push. Because now the other 2 Darnales are going to be coming in close behind. And he's also doing Nizam Isids, these Ottoman muskets. They basically got the stats of like a guard janissary or something along those lines. So yeah, look, they're definitely better than dry janissaries, but the problem is that they're 2 pop units for like no reason. Yeah, they should, for what they do, they need to be like a 1 pop unit, big time. Yeah, that's sort of where they fall off the track with me is. Now, if they got like shadow techs on top of this, right? Like 30 range attack, 38 HP, and then they got like upgrades, then they would probably, you know, be a little bit more worth it as 2 pop. But right now, there's no reason that Nizam Assassin should be a 2 pop unit. That really makes no sense. Yeah, should really, you could have it be like a good. If it's gonna have like stats like that. In Age 4 cannot be a 2 pop unit at all. It needs to really see like a serious stat improvement. It's the only way I would ever accept stats like that on a infantry ever. Gringo, hola amigo Argento, me la como mi metía el nepe, que a partida estelante, yeah. Yeah, this was a very stressful game, wasn't it now? Dealing with all those Dardanelles guns, yeah. I mean, dealing with the Armans is never easy. Like, it's never easy being green, you know? It's really, really tricky, yeah. More bonitas, more vivenderas. Okay. Really not much you can do at this point with so much abyss and cannons on you. Yeah.
Do you have another Krupp steel? No, I don't even have another shipment yet for that. So that's not happening for a while, no. It ain't happening for a bit. So yeah, now that's going to be... I'm going to check his city too, see if he... So he's already got the first factory going, and probably factory number 2 is on the way very soon. Especially with so much bounty again from crushing these buildings. It's a matter of time before he gets to get his second factory, and then he can start pumping out even more Darnell's cannons for free out of those factories. It's just a matter of fact that that's coming. Right now, Nick is cleaning up the production buildings, which is probably smart. He knows where the German colony is, so if he does run into Krupp steel cans, he knows where they're going to be coming out of guaranteed now, which is very smart. Makes things less surprising in that sense. They're either going to come out from here or there. Yep. Explorer literally distracting the Broomers. Yep, and now you want to siege that town center now. Right over there. Yep, start sieging the barracks there. Yep, get that TC down. Oh, yep, he's probably going to get a shipment of a Krupp steel very, very soon. Yep. Yes, sir. Bombard right into the Vivendellas. Very good. And now he's doing Volantes finally. Finally realizes that Volantes are going to be a must here to deal with the bombards. Yep. The only thing keeping Geaf alive is the fact that he's kept his villagers from literally dying here. It's just so critical for this. This building will be a huge loss for Geaf, though. No more wood crates to maintain Volantes. So which area will these come out of? Right here. Yeah. Oh boy. He knows about him. He's backing up. Back up. And then the Volantes are right there too. So he's got like retreat. Wow. What horrible timing that was. Yeah, that was really bad. Alright, now, yep, like predicted, he's going to start doing Darnell's cans out of the factory. Should be shipping in the second one anytime soon, but he's probably microing so much, he probably doesn't even realize that the card is available now. Get that barracks down, very good. Yep. Volantes to the rescue. I think the Volantes need to be rescued now, though. Probably. Be surprised if that one gets away. It is a big loss, though. I mean, he is losing about 300 coin every time one of those Volantes gets destroyed. So he's going to have to make another batch of them again once. Yeah. Very serious. Just going full... Yeah, just go full jam, sorry. The Nizams are totally not worth it. You're giving up some stats, but your cost efficient wise is going to do much better with the Jans.
Because remember, the Jans can actually be improved by Janissary combat as well. So you can add... That's basically like a veteran upgrade to them in terms of overall stats. So it is kind of a neat improvement for the Janissary. So yeah, definitely get that if you need it. Still not getting a card. That's really weird. I think you'd get a card by now. So let's hold on to that shipment for some weird reason. For what? I don't know. Like, what else do you got? What are you saving it for? Just get this factory. And then from there, maybe gold standard. Maybe one of these good crates or something. Just so you can finish this off, yeah. Dando y recimiento como debe de ser. XD. Tú si sabes de las trabas de la vida. Oh yeah. Working the hard work. That's right. So that factory should be out pretty soon. Oh, it's about halfway done. Once he gets that, then he'll be able to double up on the Darnales training from the factories. And that's quite a lot of imams there that he's got, you know. It's very rare that we ever see priests ever be used in Wars of Liberty at all. But sometimes there's some world players that actually do go out of their way to make a priest or two to heal up their army, which is pretty smart, you know. It's one of those things you never think about. It's like, ooh, I'm just going to make more army. But sometimes if you have like a good foothold on the map that you know isn't going to be constantly contested, it sometimes is worth it just to have your imams or priests there or whatever just to heal them up. And then you end up saving all those resources that would have went into training more troops when you could just go in with the troops you already got that survived and gain some ground, you know. And it obviously, you know, with all those saved resources, it's less likely the opponent will counterattack you and retake that position from you starving. So that's generally something you want to think about, is how to maintain that push, basically, yeah. Going for the Falcons, I see. That's fine. Now, one interesting thing about artillery for the Ottomans, it's one of the only units that you can get the guard upgrade for. Yes, you can still upgrade your Falcons to field guns as the Ottomans. So that part is thankfully on your side. Yeah. Poor imams again completely destroyed by Juanitas Bonitas. Two of them get out alive though. Take out that wall piece next. Yep, put these bills back to there, yep. Jan combat, make the Jans 20% stronger. I'm surprised that Geaf has been able to stonewall so hard here against Nick. That was some pretty overwhelming armies of units, you know. Bombards, Janissary, Abbas, Mamluks, Safais. He's been holding out through a lot of stuff, and he's still holding on to the base. Yeah. Probably the only reason he's even alive is because he's Chile. Because Chile, as you know, gets so many resources eventually with so many techs and everything that they just stick on like sticky glue. Yeah, sticky glue. Surprised we haven't seen Silver Rush ever be used in any of the matches either by Geaf. Because basically it allows you to build 2 silver mines, which is pretty good. Basically allows you to camp a lot easier in your base. Does he have any? No, he doesn't even have any plantations at all. So, where is he getting the money for all this stuff? Yep, gets rid of Volante there.
Bad positioning by the Volantes for Geaf. He's gonna like lose all the Volantes. Yep. And now Abbas are gonna make a big move onto that. There you go. Yep. Wow, that was a close one. He almost did more damage there. That was a very lucky strike there by Nick. Now looks like Geaf is now dealing with the siege again. But now more Volantes arrive from up there to flank his artillery position. Geaf's still hanging on for dear life. Volantes still getting the job done. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta be more attentive to the Volantes up here, because you're just giving them free shots that should be punished, you know? Just prolonging the situation for yourself. If you microed up in this direction, pick out the Volantes, and he has to retrain them again and again, and then puts him into a dicey situation. Oh, he does have a plantation here, alright. And he's also getting this silver mine down. Here. This is really close to the Ottoman base. Like, does Nick even know what's going on over here? If he just scouted here for a little bit, he would know that something's going on over there, and maybe just blast those vills. Be quite a good tactic, maybe. Coves? Wow, he's actually going to do Coves. He's actually going to do culverins against those Volantes. I guess if you need them. At this point, I would just get mortars. Like, you know, you could just brute force your way through Geaf's base and just mortar down all his mills and everything and houses. Yeah, you could probably at this point just get some howitzers and just, like, go for the full brute force strategy. I would not be surprised if that would, like, actually save you a lot of seconds of, like, siege time, yeah. Definitely something I would definitely look into potentially doing there for, yeah, 100%. Big time. So we'll see what ends up being the next step here, yeah. How much, yeah, like, look at all the resources Nick has, and he still can't crack this nut here at all. Absolutely insane. What if Nick just decides I'm going to go Imperial Age? Could happen. He could just go Imperial Age and try to do it that way. Just get, like, Imperial stats on everything. Imperial Dardanelles guns, Imperial Janissaries, Imperial Culves. Just go for that brute force of it. Big time. I don't think there's enough time in the recording, though, for that to happen. But who knows? Public lighting. Theodolates. Also, where's the other factory? Doing coin? Nah, that should just be doing Dardanelles. You shouldn't have to do coin out of that. It's the special artillery you need, the special sauce to get into the base, yeah. It's the only way you're going to really get a good, solid push going, yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. Yep, just keep adding Dardanelles guns to that stack, and then just brute force your way in at this point with those Culves. But how much Volantes is Geaf going to do here to, like, counteract it? As of right now, he's got about 5 of them, as well as the Krupp steels, so he is really preparing for an anti-artillery defense. Question is, can he get enough coin and stuff to get even more arty in? Because eventually he's not going to get so many extra coin crates because he's going to have to switch off onto wood once he runs out of the trees. Where's his trees? So he's got tree line here. He's got a tree over there. Tree line here. That's it. That's all the trees he's got in this sector, yeah. Got like a single tree over there. And how much trees has Ottoman's got for that matter? They got a wood line here. Bit of wood there. Got a single tree over here. Yeah, this tree is this section of Libya has turned into a literal desert, like an actual desert. Yeah. So there you got Juanitas, you got Frontier Cav. That's sort of been one of my giant questions is why is he still doing like Frontier Cav when there's no assault units? Yeah, I mean, you at that rate, he could probably just do more Volantes and Artisanals and just shred the infantry, artillery comp of the Ottomans. And then if you do see the delis come in, just make some Civicos or something to engage in melee with them. That's totally what I would do in this situation if it was me. Absolutely. That's what would be my tactic in that battle. Yeah. Oh boy, he actually goes Imperial Age to get 2 more Dardanelles guns. That's pretty insane. Big time. We might actually see an Imperial upgrade of the Ottomans for once here. How powerful those are. Yeah. Would be quite different. But now we can actually ship in 2 more Dardanelles again there. Because he's an Imperial and all those cards reset. New order from the capital. I believe that improves the infantry training time if I'm correct. Right. Yeah. That's a lot of Dardanelles there, yeah. Age 3 Geaf somehow surviving an Imperial Age Ottoman. Push, yeah. Be legendary. More Frontier Cavs, I don't know why. I guess they'll somewhat be good against the artillery, maybe. If their anti-artillery multipliers include. Comes the Volantes. Advanced Arsenal coming in for Chile. Trying to remember what that does for Chile. I think it does something with the Volantes, I believe. Doesn't it give them more range or something to the Volantes? Something like that? I think so. That might actually be really useful here. Tower down. Tower going up here from Ottomans. Now he's going to basically push at these villagers. Yep. There you go. That is good. Should have really pushed here from the start and just did a brute force around his base. So going right into the town centers. Now we see the Volantes coming down.
There goes the redoubt. Yep. Oh, nice. Nice setup with the coves. Right on top of the cannons there, yeah. Good cove shots. It's doing exactly what he needs. Oh, that. Misses the shot, though, with the culverin. That's unfortunate. Might cost him a shot there. Yeah, why did you do that? You could have like taken out like 2 volantes and that. Now you're gonna lose all that artillery there. Brutal. Imperial Nizams, I guess. Yeah, I guess. I guess after you get Imperial Nizams, they're a bit better, but still pretty inefficient. That was a great match there for Geaf. Great match overall. So who ended up winning that one? Did Geaf win that one or Nick? Who won that one? I have no idea. Like, they're both still alive. Did Nick actually quit in Imperial Age? I think Nick died there, yeah, like... Nah, I don't know. Who quit? I have no idea. That was a pretty insane one to say the least, yeah. So now I'm going to go into the next one now. I think we'll do the SOG one now. Let's do that one. So what's the SOG game called? This one will be called, what's the name of the recording? Poder Acuerdo. So it's going to be a Greece versus Dutch by SOG. Should be a fun one. Let's wait for that to load up, yep. Very good. Let's see what that is. Poder Acuerdo. Acuerdo, yeah. Are we on the same map again? We're on Jebel Musa again. This time with SOG down here. And then you got Nicky up here. Interesting. Yeah, so looks like SOG is going to play the Greeks and Nick is going to do the Dutch. Now this is a water map. So this is actually a good map for Greece. Yeah, Greece can actually do very well on this map. Yeah. Because there's actually fish and whales in this whole coast area of the Mediterranean. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. So yeah, this is a good map to be Greeks on. Just have to put the dock somewhere over here and then you got free fishy for a while. You put the dock over there, very good. Free fishing boats out of the dock, that should be great for Greeks. Yeah, it's basically what makes Greeks like one of the best water civs of all time. Is just free fishing boats. You don't even have to manage it. You don't even have to check back in and say, okay, I gotta click on the dock to make another fishing boat again. And they're free, so you don't even have to pay any wood for it. It's great. Granted, the numbers of them are pretty small if you don't get enough of the fishing tax or whatever, but yeah, still a great bonus. It's something you don't even have to maintain. See, if you don't have to maintain it, then you can focus on treasures, you can focus on your peasant economy, you can focus on combat. It's one less aspect of fish economy that you don't have to worry about. Yeah. And if for whatever reason, if somebody destroys those fishing boats, they'll grow back for free. It's like your liver. Yeah. Exactly. Now, in terms of a deck, this is a defensive water deck almost, because we got the infinite one torpedo boat, and then we got the 2 privateers here as well. Yeah. But we also see some land villager cards. We got Refridge, Gold Standard, and even the Petrinia Olive. Wow. Interesting. Now, in terms of cards, I would say you probably want to go with Cigar Roller if you're going to go water. Because the thing is, Petrinia Olive only improves the plantation rates by 15% overall. It's not that great by itself. Now, if you get it with the Market Politician in Age 1 and build your investors thing on that, then it goes up to 30% gather rate on plantations, and that is really good for a card. But yeah, no. If you don't do that, then it's basically useless. Yeah, see, it says there, boosted by Ionas Capridodesterias there. So, if you don't get him, then you probably should never go with that card. Just saying. Go for a Cigar Roller if you think you're going to do that, usually. Also, the neat thing about being a nation-state civ like the Greeks, when you do get treasures, you get more bounty on them, too. So even though the bounty here is 65 coin for the ginkgo leaves, it will actually go up to 97. Yeah. Why are these gators here? There's like no treasure there. That's weird. Also, why are they not crocodiles? It's literally like North Africa. You wouldn't have alligators in Morocco. Wherever that is, yeah. This would be the next best one to get if you can get your upgrades up on the Explorer, yeah. Yeah, the most important thing you can do is the Dutch. Make sure you balance out your vills. Like, make sure you have enough food vills, wood vills, and coin ones in a fair distribution. Because, as you know, the wood vills will gather bear from wood, the coin ones bear from coin, and then the food ones bear from food, these ones. And if you didn't see in the Discord for Wars of Liberty, it's actually going to be a system that's going to be added, like a visual piece to the Dutch Civ to let you know which vills are good on what. So the settlers will have like a little red ring around their feet to let you know that they're good with hunting. The wood vills will have a brown one to represent wood. And then the coin ones will have a little like yellowish gold ring under them to represent coin. It's a nice color code system for people to remember what the vills are good at. And they don't put them on the wrong stuff. I mean, you can still put them on the other resources. It's not like they're going to do worse at it, but you're missing out on 30% better gather rate on the preferred resources when you don't do that, which, you know, really counts against you in the long run. Yeah.
Greeks are already up to 4 fishing boats on the water. Number 5 will be coming in right now. And every time you get like a fishing technology like that, the fishing boat build limit goes up by 5. The fishing boat build limit will also go up by 5 if you get a dark politician. Yeah. So if you want more fishing boats, you're probably going to want to go with at least one dark politician or so. Yeah. $700 wood there. Marble sculptures. This is basically the Greeks' version of placer mines, pretty much, or the nation states in general. Nick is going Grenadier from a barracks right here, so he's going to go Grenadier, which against Greeks could be good. You know, Greeks got Scythemen, they got the recruits, which are pretty low HP, and then the Clapes. Their main advantage is the range, so if the enemy can't micro very good with kiting, maybe the Grenadiers are a good choice for this. Yeah, maybe. Looks like Greeks do have a few Clapes there that they're going to drive in from over here. Now, they could kind of harass the Dutch Vills a little bit if they want to, but maybe they're just scouting. Who knows? Yeah. And then once you get like the first arsenal tech, get the tower house for them, the holsters, then they actually get about 20 range and become like actual skirmishers almost, which is really neat. Dutch will train some flankers now for anti-cav and anti-dragoon, and also ship into the 13 Andantans. The Andantans are a native musketeer. Very, very weak, but very, very swarmable, yeah. Now, I don't know if they'll ever be like added to like a map, but if they do, they'll be a pretty interesting unit. Because if you see right here, like their resource cost is like pretty cheap, like 50 food, 25 coin. Yeah, basically. Also counts as a mercenary, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, get those Clapes out of there probably. Got a few recruits mixed in now for potential hussars, which is smart. It's gonna. Well, what are you doing there? Don't take any hits for free now. That wouldn't be good. Interesting how he's got them in that close formation like that to target, which is pretty smart. The problem is if the grenades get a toss on you, these Clapes are dead. That's the only like peeve I would have against going defensive mode of these, is make sure you stay out of their range, because if you don't and they lob grenades at you, they're gonna get all the skirms in that one spot, which is gonna be absolutely devastating. Yeah, in that case you want like a more split up formation like this, where they won't necessarily hit every skirm in the group. And since Sog's food economy is on the water, no matter what happens here, Sog's food economy is locked in as long as there's fish on that water. And even when there's no longer fish,
he can actually build fishing traps as the Greeks to gather even more food after the fact. Oh, watch out there. Oh, good shot there by the recruits. Very good, actually. Got some nice freebie shots there. I think at this point, Sog is just trying to make sure that he keeps the Clapes at a decent range, taking advantage of the 18 range, and gets as many free snipes as possible. Nick will try to siege down the dock to prevent further fishing boats from coming out of it, but it won't fix the fact that he's already got fishing boats on the water. It might delay him a little bit with the economy, but it's not going to be the... Wait a sec, why did he get that close? Oh, smart. Get the rhinos after him. Very 200 IQ right there. It's absolutely... But keep attacking them. Don't, like, retreat and hesitate. Just get into position and avoid those, yeah. That was pretty nifty, though, yeah. But unfortunately, if he has an explorer, he's going to get a free Gurkha now. Watch out. He's going to get a free Gurkha. Free skirm. And that actually could be pretty bad, since the Gurkhas, you know, has some pretty good anti-heavy infantry, so could potentially be a bit dangerous, yeah. He's actually shooting at his fishing boats, which is kind of funny. How many kills is Sog getting off of Nick? He needs to do a little bit better there if he's gonna make much of a difference on that front, yeah. Yeah, he's gonna just keep shooting at his fishing boats, is that right? Or nah, he's probably gonna... I would have thought that Nick would have kept up with this over here. Because now he's gonna let him get like another fishing boat or two before he sieges that down, or even lets him repair it. Which would be even worse. So what will Sog do for like an age 3? I usually get the Foundry and get the Kitsos one. But that's just me. Because I just like the fact that it gives you like actual artillery. And then the card boost is really good because it allows your Clapes to actually deal more siege damage with the multiplier. Yeah, that's usually the one I would normally do if it was me, typically. The Umbarosi is a heavy inf. I don't remember. Is a Grenadier, I think heavy infant siege trooper. Jibba Musa appeared very often. Y under los Clapes quedaron mejores pospache. Yeah, the Clapes I think are pretty good just because they have 18 range. That makes them much more kiteable as an early skirm. Because I used to always look at the Clapes with like disgust, like, oh, the range attack is nothing like it used to be. But hey, it at least gets the job done at like 18 range or whatever. It's like an early skirm. So yeah, I guess that part's pretty good. Yep, just take out that Hussar there. Very good. Instead of towering up, you're tower housing up, I guess. Yeah. Very interesting. It's a bit weird because technically the tower houses are such a Greek thing, but apparently Romania, Serbs, and Bulgarians can also do them, which is a bit funny. But the tower houses are totally a Greek thing of the Maniots in the southern Peloponnese, who were able to hold out against the Ottomans pretty much indefinitely. So yeah, basically the tower houses are sort of their thing, but in Wars of Liberty everybody gets them for some reason. It'll be kind of weird if we see the Polish and the Finns or whatever getting tower houses too, as if it like them getting a Greek building. But yeah,
Would be a little weird, but I guess it's fine. Tower houses, yeah. At least you know it's hard to get invaded in one of these things because of all the cover you got and all the, yeah, incline. Clape's trying to back up, yep. Ooh, the Chorophylaxes. Those are pretty rare to see. Basically, they're a longer range musketeer. So they have a range of about 16, which is rare for a musket to have. But yeah, that's the main idea of them, is to use them as sort of a kiting unit, and when you need to, use them for anti-cav with their sword. Wish there was a way you could actually train these from the Star Fort or something. It would actually make it a more, like, well-known unit of the Civ. Yeah, like they sort of used to be. I would totally make them from, like, a Star Fort card in, like, a normal team game. If they gave us the opportunity to do that, definitely. Just like you can do waves with the French. Because I feel like with the Greeks, there's just not enough unique units that they're really able to do in a game. All they can do are the Clapes. And then the Royal Guard is to add to the Clapes. So it's really just one unique thing that the Greeks do. Like, what else have they got? The Picropyron fishing boat thing? Like, yeah, whatever. Just does not pique my interest at all. Like, I'd like to at least see the Return of the Chorophylax as like a unique unit, maybe. That would be cool. Even if it was from a card to do with the fort or something. I thought they were supposed to get like a unique, like, assault unit too. Like their own version of the Argento or something, but that never ended up happening. Lots of fishing up there, yeah. Very good. Interesting. See a lot of tight curves there. The Hussars trying to find an opening, but the recruits trying to deny them. And some more recruits. Barracks. Well, we do see the foundry, so this might be where the age up happens for the Greeks. There's the holsters technology there. Flintlock holsters. They add 2 more range to the Clapes. See, he got advanced tower house. That's why I was able to get the arsenal techs earlier, pretty much, yeah. Also, bandoliers basically add some more HP to all the gunpowder infantry, I believe, so the Clapes and the recruits included. Also picking up the hunting knives for the melee of the early skirms and the hand infantry.
What's gonna happen to these vills though? Right at the back up to here. Try something there, yeah. Frontier defenses as Greeks, I guess. I don't particularly like it as Greeks because... Actually, never mind. You actually do get a better build limit after sending this card, so I guess it's good with that particular card, yeah. What you end up being able to do is actually have, I believe, up to 8 of them. So Frontier defenses, I guess, can sometimes be good. In that case, yeah. Recruits trying to lock onto the Hussars. But here comes the big infantry army of the Dutch now to try to defend that position. Yep, try to max out as much as you can there, yep. Yeah, now he's got no protection at all. He's going to lose all that stuff. Why is he still in, like, age 2? Makes no sense to me at all why he's still in age 2. Yeah. So this one probably could do some work. Neat thing about tower houses is they do house your population, yeah. Where is that age up, Sog? What are you doing? I got an age up at this point. Something. Even the one that gives you the crop upgrades for free here would be better than nothing. Going for artillery. You can get 2 free of them if you go with Kitsos Tavares at the foundry here. Yeah. See if that's what ends up happening or not. Look at all that Hussar action there, yeah. Recruits protect the artillery. Which grenadiers has he got?
That could be a big issue. Yeah. I would age up now while you still can. That way in age 3 you can pick up with the crops. Once all that fish runs out and put the fish on the fishing traps. Those meals come out, yep. Very good. Mule artillery right there, good. Very weird. Ooh, falconets. Wow, 3 falcons. That's really rough. Rough. Yeah. He's not even keeping up with the mule artillery. You're gonna need a lot more to fight falcons, though. Because look at the damage they do. Nothing, really. If you have like 5 of them, you can snipe falconets with them, but you need a lot more of those. Yeah. Big time. Yeah, see, you just lack the numbers to get it done. Big time. And scary thing at this stage is too, Dutch could go to Industrial Age and then pop you with the ultimate units in Age 4 at any time. So that's a big concern of not aging up and trying to compete with similar units. Because imagine if you went with the Marchazis now against your recruits on upgrade. That'd be like so bad there. Yeah, so bad. Nice, GG. Well played on that one. Very good match. Let's go into the next game I can find in the listing there. I'll boot into it now. What do we got? Let's see. What do we got? What is the name of the next recording we have here in the Discord channel? Guerra Civil Brazuca. Or wait a second. Yeah, let's do that one. Guerra Civil Brazuca. That could be fun. It's a Brazil and China versus a Brazil and Paraguay. Yeah. That one I'd be worth looking into, yeah. This one right here.
Okay, so we got Rommel and Sug versus Aladdin and Gilder. Gilder playing Brazil, his native civ, and Sog playing Brazil, not his native civ. So yeah, it should be interesting having a Brazil on both sides here. And Rommel will be doing Paraguay to support him, and then Aladdin will be doing his Chinese to support Gilder. Honestly, seems pretty fair. I will say that, but I will say, yeah, Gilder's very strong. You know, Gilder's a very strong opponent, so you definitely don't want to mess with him in 1v1, definitely. In this matchup, I think he knows Brazil pretty well at this point, and should be a very formidable foe. I remember that time he was trying to do the... No, that was Bull Nick, I remember. So, yeah, somebody was trying to do like an H2 rush of Brazil against me. I think that was Nick. But yeah. Definitely H2 Brazil is something you can totally do in a team game. But more often than not, go for greedy, boom, fast fortress. 3 town centers, slave, training... stuff, yeah, that's usually what you want to go for with Brazil. And then just pump in Escoltas, Cazador, Matados, Conscriptos, anything like that. Just go in full throttle. Yeah. Because, yeah, Brazil is a very solid cavalry civ. Yeah. Sometimes even more of a solid cavalry civ than the ARGs, depending on what the situation is, right? Because think of the ARGs, like, what makes the ARGs cavalry so legendary is like their Infernals, that one unique unit. And then when you look at Brazil, they get actual Lanceros, which they can make as many of them as they want, right? With ARGs, if you need scouts, sadly you can only have like 20 horse grenadiers at a time. So if 20 doesn't suffice, you're in trouble, right? But yeah, Brazil can get as many Lance Scout units as they want, and then they also get a Royal Guard Escolta, so I guess they got that going for them, and then the Mounted Skirm's obviously quite a huge deal. But ARG's got a Mounted Skirm, but it's home city locked, so you have to send like infinite shipments in age 4 of them, the Troiqueiros. Whereas Brazil, arguably, there's a trainable and also dish out a lot more damage, especially against heavy infantry, since they essentially got like the counter infantry rifling type card worked in with them. So they do some insane anti-line unit damage. Yeah. Rommel is getting Suprema Dictorla. Now that's interesting. I've never seen anybody get this card in a very, very, very long time. Yeah, I think I was still a college student when people were using this card. What has happened, people? Why did this card fall out of favor? Probably because they nerfed the wood chopping rate on the Master Engineer. Back then, the Master Engineers were master lumberjacks. And they could use their big arms to cut down trees with their big axe, which apparently that's what engineers do. Not inventing new inventions, but yeah, chopping trees. Yeah, so yeah, that's the story of that card. But other than that, what do we got? We got Alta Cochina, Ofribe, and then Hemeroteca. So basically, benefits of the works. Isolationism. This is something you want to send if you know you're not going for any sort of trading post, since it makes them very expensive. Actually makes them cost like 600 wood. But then it benefits all your works buildings by like 10%. I would say probably for what it does, you probably should just make it like a 15% improvement. I don't know. Maybe 10 is alright. Especially considering these are 15%. I guess. But what are we guessing out of this deck? We got Pardos, we got Akayobatais, and then we got the artisanal cannons. Yeah. And then you got the infinite Juanita Bonita shipment here. Residentes actually makes it even there is heal almost instantaneously, which is pretty interesting. The thing about this card is it really does not make sense with a civ like this, because Paraguay is known for spamming trash. So why would you care about healing up your trash units? Like, this would be a great card to have if you were like Habsburgs in the old days. Like, instantly heal your mercenaries with the priests on the front lines or something. Yeah. So I don't know what that's all about. Really don't. So what's the age up going to be? First, Croatians. 300 wood. Good if you care about buildings. It does fit into sort of the Gilder Paraguay scheme if you're going for that. Not pyramid scheme, Paraguay scheme. That's why I said that. Yeah, I just realized that after saying that. It sounds a lot like pyramid scheme, Paraguay scheme, yeah. Yeah, basically what Gilder does is he builds 2 food works in age 1 and then goes Croatians. Yeah. The idea is to get the works out like super fast. Like much faster than you normally see nowadays. Because back in the old days, again, when the master engineer was a great builder, you could pump out the works like really quickly if nobody gave you any trouble, right? But obviously back then too, there was like a lot of OP brutal civs, like the British and stuff, with their red coats that just made life really sad and miserable. So yeah, we used to have to deal with things like that back then. Nowadays, thankfully, those days are gone. You know, things are pretty fair and good. So, yeah. Thank the Wool team for bearing that situation for us. So, it looks like Gilder's going Germans. Saga's going Germans. Alan did move with the Confucian Academy, which I find interesting this early. And then Rommel, of course, went Croats. Yeah. So why is everybody, like, doing the German setup in Age 2? It's like, it's almost as if they're hoping to get to Imperial Age with 2 factories with the 48ers. Ultimatum technology, age up. Yeah, because if you didn't know, if you pick German immigrants for age 2, 3, and 4, in age 5, German immigrants will give you 2 factory wagons for free, which is a very big reward. But it seems like all these Juanitos always go Germans from age 2 to 5, so I don't know if that's why they do it. They really want the 2 factories. I don't think you really need factories in Brazil, because your agricultural economy is just so good. You're better off just mixing immigrants, you know what I mean? Because honestly, you could also go like Italy for age 1 and 2. Or whatever. You could go like get Italians for either age 1 or age 2 or 4. To get like either the plantation improvement or the mill one. Then get a Confederates for their artillery, and then possibly even get Japan for like a dojo or something. You can just like really mass up on your stuff. At least that's what I think you should do. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe that's not as beneficial as you think, but I still think it's pretty good. Or yeah, then you could get Germans there, and yeah. I just like getting a mixture of different immigrants when possible, because sometimes the battalions that you got won't always be good. Sometimes the enemy pivots to new stuff and you need a new answer to it. And I definitely don't like seeing my shipments go to waste, so yeah. That's why I do that. Looks like Gilder is already pushing, actually. Yep, Brazil gets the 2 artisanal can card, by the way, so they can actually use that to their advantage. Yep. Some voluntarios here to support the Pardos. Yep, very good. Oh, using the volunteers as artisanals. Not the smartest move, because they just don't dish out a lot of damage, though, yeah. It's kind of a moot point. He might get 1 down, because he's being negligent with the micro, but, yeah.
Not the best move usually to do. Because Gilda got like a lot of value out of those cannons. Yeah. Because basically now he's right up to Rommel's base, and Rommel has to like find a way to spam some stuff out to get those Pardos off of him right away. Yeah. Probably go for the barracks there and then go for the one over there next. Yep. Seems most feasible. Is getting some Escopeteros as a skirmish solution. Technically, Gilda could just ignore that and take out the barracks, because if Rommel loses a barracks, he is going to lose like 200 wood for that. Yeah, still, Gilda is taking the Escopeteros kind of seriously because of their shotgun blasts. Just doesn't know where the bullets are going to fly within that one splash area. I used to do like masked cover mode Slifermen back in the days as like the Romanians and stuff. I thought it was a pretty neat thing to do. I guess you could still do it nowadays. Just, I think people sort of figured out how to counter it with like artillery or something. Yeah, probably. Get those powers in position. Now you can go for a siege. Yeah, the thing about volunteers is their biggest asset is their speed. They're very, very fast. And they're pretty cheap, too. I mean, yeah, they're cheaper in food. Whereas the Escopeteros are cheaper in wood. Yeah. Yeah, the volunteers' biggest asset is their speed and the fact that they still... Well, no, they actually have the same range as the Escopeteros, so they actually don't even benefit from that, really, which is kind of unfortunate. Ooh, Mosqueteiros from Brazil down there. Very interesting. Force the Pardos into a defense there. And now China's attacking with the Nien Riders. Very good. Good against skirmishers and buildings. More Nien Riders and Chukunus coming in. Very good. Really has no answer to the assault class just yet, so I don't know what he's going to do about that. Why are you going after the assault units with the Niens? You should really just be sieging stuff with those right now, yeah. That's actually what I would do there. If it was me. Oh, wow. Look at all that raiding he got done there with all the... Sog. I know they got a good melee attack, but... Yeah, see, that's what the slave bills do. They do, like, kung fu fighting moves. They're called Pyra, I think it's called. They can go woo, woo, woo with their spinning kick, yeah. And here's Gilda to support him with a big mass of volunteers and some Pardos. I guess the mass volunteers are somewhat good against the cannons. Who knew? There comes some Chukunus and Nien Riders, yep. Oh, Sog already quit. Man, that was pretty tough. Pretty brutal.
Yeah. Good. No, it's kind of over when you have that many Pardos running down your base with the Niens. It's like a nightmare fuel with your Paraguay. GG, well played on that one. Let's go on to the next one now. So what is the next one we want to do? Let me find out. Boot it up. Yep. Let's see. What do we got? Let's do the Mucho Negro. Very black. What are they doing? Zulus or something? Probably. Let's do that one now. Let's see here. That one. There we go. India, I guess that's sort of blackish, I guess. What's the other one? Ooh, Ethiopia. Zulu versus India. Oh, okay. So Rommel's the India, and then Gilder's going to be the Zulu. Very interesting. Now, what makes this a bit tricky if you're Zulu, India, of course, can make their agrifort. And that agrifort, of course, they can use to set up a bottleneck on this map, Wadmalo, to make it really hard for you to raid. Because what did the Zulu like? They love nice open maps with lots of meat, and then they can chuck the spears at you from different angles with the Vils, with the Impy. That's usually what they want to do in most of the matchups. Now, on Wadmelo, because it's a very choke point-based map around this area and this, you can set up an agrifort pretty easily here and make it really tough to for the Zulu infantry to really push in anywhere. It's quite remarkable. Yeah, now one trick you can do is you can use your canoe you start with to actually land some troops from the behind of the base and do a huge push there. But of course the enemy also has a canoe, so you have to be really careful with that. And then of course the town center's anti-ship attack, which goes up to a range of like 40. So I don't know, is there any like spot you can put the canoe on this trajectory where it does not get hit by the town center? I mean, it'll definitely be spotted. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that the enemy will probably see the canoe. But yeah, I've like never seen a Zulu player do that before against like a Portuguese on this map before. Is like take all their stuff into a canoe and just sail it along the water like that around the fish fin. Yeah, because if you never notice, this map is actually the fin of a fish. Or it could be a frog, I guess maybe like a webbed foot of a frog or a duck or something. But I definitely consider it to be like the fin of a fish almost. When you look at a fish's fin. Back tail, yeah. So who's going to win this treasure? Well, clearly Shaka is, because unfortunately these Indian explorers are cavalry, so Shaka's anti-cavalry multipliers with the spear actually come in real handy for taking out those explorers. And what is he going to gain? He's going to gain about 80 food. That is really good for Shaka, because that's going to help facilitate another library tech actually. So let's see what library tech he ends up going with, because there's two sort of ways we typically see the Zulu set up an age up. They either go yellow, red, blue, or blue, blue, and then they do red for the military once they hit an age too. So we do see yellow, so it's looking to be yellow, blue, red in any sort of war. It's better to usually go with the yellow first, because yellow library texts with Zulu give you free villagers.
Thus, it propels you even further into being able to get the blue and the red, all of which will be 250 food, yeah. And from then on, basically, blue techs will be the cheapest but slowest. It will sort of be the middleman, and then the red ones will be the most expensive but the fastest to research going forward. So here comes the Palisade balls. This will give you a porter, and then the porter you can make another Akonda with. Akondas, port for population. They're where your youths are spawned from to make soldiers, and also where you do your infantry upgrades for, your archers, your clubmen, your spearmen, and so forth. Yeah, that's what that's all about. Yeah, big time. That Rommel and his funny names. Yeah, Rommel makes some of the best map recording names ever. I mean, you got these weird boomer people like Goimistan that just names their stuff record game 1, 2, and 3, and then you get Rommel. He never holds back on his record game names. It's just so funny. Yeah, so good move there, Rommel, making a good record name, pretty much. Yeah. Looks like Gilder is now in age 2. Technically, let's see where India Rommel is. It is technically possible that he could get a couple of quick MP and just attack the fort potentially before this gets done, but I don't think he can do it in that amount of time. Yeah, he is doing MP as predicted, but by the time that they mature, I don't think that the fort will still be in construction, because it would be insane if he could take out 2 or 3 vills at that stage. It would really hammer the Indians pretty good. We'll see how that ends up going. 4 MP right now, pretty strong. You might be looking at the unit and wondering, 15 range attack, really? What is that? MP has some pretty good rate of fire, They fire at a pretty good rate. I believe their stats are based off of the Hulkan, Javelineers, and Definitive Edition of the Mayans, because they also have 15 range attack. I believe their rate of fire is about 1.5. So it's actually on par with an archer. Yeah, kind of interesting. In huge masses, the MP just do really good at overall damage to stuff, which is pretty neat. If you consider the amount of damage an MP does within the time of a normal musket, it does about 30 damage. Yeah, 30 damage, which is pretty neat, because you consider a musket like the Sepoy, their range attack's about 25. Same with the European musketeer usually. But yeah, with the MP, because they're chucking about 2 of the range attacks within the 3-second range, they're actually doing a whopping 30 damage total, which ends up leading to a much better set of results usually. And also too, in situations where the faster throwing matters, it means they're going to get the damage out a lot quicker, where it really counts usually. Yeah, so here are the MP here, and let's see where they go from here in this spot. Yeah, comes an MP there. Let's see what the MP do now. Shaka will start sieging away at that house, or not.
Ooh, nice. That was 2 Vils taken out there. Classic raid by Shaka Zulu. That, back in the old days of Zulu, that's what you'd like to usually do, is have the MP there to take out as many Vils as possible. The more Vils you could remove, the harder it was for that Civ to come back, usually. 2 Vils can be a pretty big loss, you know? Like, look at the score difference right now, 85 versus 54. It's going to take a while for India to recover that. And now we see Gilder already on library yellow number 3. So that means even more free villages add into his stack. So that's going to be really good too. Yeah. Any unit shipments? Yep. 6 MP, packety clubs. These will be good against the Gurks. When you are ready to start sieging, the firebrands are really good at that. Plus, you get some free Umpakities with it, too, so that's good. 5 Vils never hurt either. So Zulu's in a pretty good position right now. At maximum pressure and maximum, like, compression on the base size here. It's going to be really hard for Rommel to, like, say, move on to this hunt or get anything down here like these giant salamanders. Rommel's basically forced into this little part of the fish fin there. Too bad that Gilder wasn't able to steal that treasure too. That'd be pretty nice as well for building. And maybe getting it first upgrade on hardwood spear for spear damage, or the cowhide shield for the hit points. Actually, going with free trade, that is library yellow number 4. Really dipping into these library texts with the yellow. Maybe then you'll probably want International African Association, because that will allow you to get free spice dolls from your spice shop, which means unlimited export for life. Yeah. To help you with your tech research, as well as obviously training foreign units like the Redcoats that can really help you out. We see an interesting move by Rommel, like constantly trying to kite the Impy. Yeah, well, eventually Rommel's luck's going to run out once there's enough Impy to keep the push going, yeah. Looks like 600 woods coming in. From there, I wonder what the next one's going to be. 9 Impacity, 9 Impy. This is an interesting one. Overseas Protectorates. It allows your Windjammers to train Impies, which is pretty nice. Infantry mobility. One thing to note, Zulu red library texts improve movement speed of infantry, so they can run a bit faster. So you notice now the infantry movement speed is already like 4.2. Once you get this, then it starts running a lot faster, and then you can actually start kiting a bit with stuff, if you can, yeah. Funny thing, this thing only has about 10 range, but the fact that it runs fast later on in the rate of fire makes it negligibly bad. Oh, well, what I mean to say is basically when you again more movement speed and you got a good rate of fire on an Impy, 10 range isn't that bad anymore. It's actually not too big of a deal, because then you can sort of just go in, chuck, run away, hit again, and it's really good. Now that Gilder does have some Impacity coming in, it means that the Gurkhas won't be able to sit there and kite anymore. As well as the Abiskars too, because, interesting fact, Wars of Liberty updated the Ottoman consulate for Rommel to the point that instead of Hussars, you get Abiskans now. Yeah. Quite powerful actually too, yeah.
And then also they can make grenadiers, the Humbaraces, which are a pretty good bombardier type grenadier, meaning it literally just sits there and throws bombs the whole time like the old grenadiers do. And then Dardanelles cannons, of course, for the last icing on the cake. Yeah. So let's see what's going to happen with this one, yeah. $29 impy. That's such a weird hitbox because they're throwing the torches away from the building. They're like doing it all the way down into the, what is that, sand? Yeah. Should be throwing it right here, but the torches are going all the way over there. It makes like no sense. Here comes the impy and the clubman. Yep, try to dispatch those if you can. Very good. Very good. Ooh, revolving cans. Now this is where Zulu gets really dangerous when they get these. They're basically a Gatling gun, but they have multipliers against artillery and infantry. It's an absolutely insane piece of artillery that is good against absolutely everything that it can get into range to. The only thing it has to worry about is obviously culverins and like forts and stuff, like shooting them too much. But yeah, these are very powerful pieces of artillery. If you let them sit there for a while, they will even destroy cavalry. Because as you know, with machine guns, they fire multiple like rounds at a time, which means that they actually can basically strike through assault and scout units fairly well in maneuver. Yeah. So we'll see. Also picking up the cowhide shield and the hardwood spear for the impy. Cowhide shield will also upgrade the HP of the Opacities as well. Because you can see the cowhide shield right in the icon, right? So that's basically that. Using the revolving cans to... Yep, use the revolving cans for the units. Let the impy do the sieging. Now you can sort of spray some into the castle. Good. Good siege there. Got the push forward now, yeah. Let's see if you can take out some of those houses at least. That's where the revolving cans do mighty well, is when you're trying to deal with the Gurks, yeah. We got some bowmen there, yeah. Very good. Siege that one, go after this one now. Take a siege at this, yep. More impy, yep. Yeah, watch out for that revolving can. It's getting sniped there. Yeah, probably want to siege that barracks next, yep. Yep, surround them. That's always a good thing to do with the Zulu, is just surround your enemy. Get them from all sides because you got so much infantry. How is the Agrifort doing? Is the Agrifort... Well, the Agrifort should be going down rather soon, I would think. Yep. Some more Abyss. Abyss will snipe those revolving cannons, though. Yep, fort does go down. But no other army, though, for Rommel. Mahout, is this the... No, that's not even the 3 Mahout. That's only the 2 one. Yeah, I prefer the 3 one. 3 could maybe do some work there. 2, not so much. It's going to be a bit lacklustering, yeah. Yeah, the Mahouts did some work, to be fair, but took down rather quickly. Particularly the MP can be very dangerous for the Mahouts because they have their rate of fire improvement. So, yeah, they can throw the spears very fast into the Mahouts that don't have any pierce armor. That's a good way to eliminate them. A lot like the same way you deal with actual elephants in like an actual like Bronze Age type war. You know, you just wob the elephants with archers, and that'd be a great way to deal with them usually. Wouldn't be like spearmen. You'd want like huge lines of like archers pelting into them, and that's why they made armor for the elephants, obviously, to try to mitigate stuff, yeah. Because when you hit an elephant with that many arrows, they start going wild and running over your own troops, and yeah, it's chaotic. So now we'll go into the next one here. What's this one going to be called? Let's see here. What's this recording? It is the Granietas. Okay, we'll do that one now. Granietas. Name sounds kind of familiar almost. This one is lowercase one, so maybe it's something totally different. Maybe. Hopefully. Okay, so it's Gilder versus Rommel. Interesting. So Rommel's probably going to do a lot of crops this game, based on the name of the thing. So what is he going to build with the landowner's investment? Probably a market, right? Yep, market is usually the preferred one for Romania, because with the market, you can get about 400 wood with that Age of Politician. So basically as good as the Core Master, really. And what is Gilda playing? Central America. So, very strong civ, depending on how many natural resources there are. Obviously, on Alaska, there's going to be a lot of mines, a lot of hunts. You got berries, you got trees. This is a good map to be Central America on, honestly. Yeah, so from what we've seen with Alucard going up against Geaf Argento today, Central America, pretty good track record if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, I think they can sort of struggle a bit, really. But yeah, if you totally have good aptitude with the Civ, I think, yeah, they can shine through pretty well usually. Yeah. So, in this particular matchup, we will have to see if Rommel can sort of come up with a way of dealing with the Central American roster, which could be a bit tricky. One thing you could do is Rommel go with the modernization of the Venatori, so that you can make the Venatorian age 2. Accessing the Venatorian, their Shadow Tech Veteran upgrade in age 2. And thus be able to have like a good tanky skirmisher to fight whatever Central America does. And if they go Moschitaro, just make the Scytheman to back them up. Yeah, it's something you can actually do. Yeah. I don't see enough Romania players ever use modernization appropriately in their games. Like accessing the early Venatori, accessing the early Carbonires. Particularly against Central America, it could actually be really good to go early Carbonires with really Venatori. Because then you could use the Carbonires against the Moschitaros and then the Venatori against the infantry, whatever that is. And you're kind of all set at that point, yeah. Starting out, we'll get a gypsy wagon here, a Vlordon. 2 gypsies inside. The gypsy villagers gather really poorly around the town center, but as you move away from the town center, they lose that negative bonus. And one additional thing that the gypsy villagers do, which is good for your gather rates, is they actually generate XP while they work. So they're actually helping you to get shipments faster, similar to those Mapuche villagers we saw today. Yeah. Wait a second, what is this? Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow. Did the Verdun just get stuck in the market? Look at this. I've never seen this happen before. It really drove right into the market and it can't go anywhere now. How did this happen to Rommel? You can't go anywhere with it now. And then if he takes the Vils out and deletes the wagon or whatever, the Vils will be stuck in the market now. Wow, look at this. Rommel, you genius. How'd you do that? The wagon can't go anywhere. It's stuck. It's like it has a flat tire or something. It's trapped in there. 2 wasted village. It's like this is just really bad. This is really bad for Rommel. Because this is essentially like losing 2 villagers to a raid. Because now these vills are actually like unusable now. Like you can't use them now, and if you take them out of here, they're going to land somewhere around here and not be able to walk out of the market. The only way you make those vills work is if you delete the market. But you can't do it until you age up, which is really bad. Yeah, because now Gilder is going to enjoy like a 3 villager lead over you now, because now you got 2 vills that you can't even operate with. So he's not just has a 1 villager lead over you, now it's a 3 villager lead over you, and that is actually really bad. Astronomically bad now. Speaking of which, what's his immigrant can be? Polish. Kind of the old school Central America that I like to do. Because I go Polish just so I can add Danube legions to my army. So if I wanted to go Conscripto with Central America, now I got the Grenadiers. If I want to go Escopetero, now I just have another anti-infantry component to that. So I like going with the Polish. You know, the Polish They can be pretty good. And also later on, they can give you a lot of free buildings like barracks, stables, and arsenal. So you can help build yourself up a bit in the base too, which I think is kind of neat. Yeah. CA is going to go for the 700 wood. Rommel, you going to delete that market or something? The fact that you can't do anything with that Verdon is just really disturbing, like really bad. This might cost him the game now. Like this right here just costs him the game if he does not do something about it. Yeah, like delete that market right now and get that wagon like rolling, rocking and rolling. Yeah, that's like a huge deficit right there in the match. Yeah. See, yeah, and then Gilda's already doing the forward base. He's going to do Costa Rica. Costa Rica, what does Costa Rica do again? So they got Conscriptos, Pardos. I believe they have a real guard, Lancero, the Sabanero, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Have to review that one a little bit, yeah. Either way, this is definitely not the situation you ever want to find yourself in if you're, yeah, definitely not. It's like a huge blunder. Alright, now we delete the mark. Alright. Thankfully. You should have done that a lot sooner. As soon as you aged up, that market should have been deleted and redone. So what's Rommel going to do now? Is he going to, like, use this, or... Oh, boy, yeah, and he's already getting raided. Oh, he already lost the Ville. This is just really bad to be Rommel at this stage. So where are the Gypsy Villes now? So those are actually near the town center, which means their gather rate is now diminished. Yeah, and honestly, you could take them out to the silver mine, and that would not be a bad idea. Just to get the full gather rate use of them, and then just have all your vills near the TC do the food. That could work. Whatever you're doing right now, though, is really send you back, yeah. I mean, any day, if you have Conscripto versus Dorabant, Conscripto's going to win against Dorabant. Dorabanti, or a really weird musketeer, the stats are kind of iffy, but they supposedly get more hand armor. Yeah, it's only good in like some instances of like dealing with like particularly cavalry and melee that armor actually really does anything. So yeah, definitely. Like if you look here, the hand armor is like 40%, which is pretty good. But yeah, I mean, if your enemy's fighting you with range, it's just really not good to have only like 20 range attack and 115 HP. It's just really off-putting usually when you're setting up a sort of a skirmish with them. Yeah, this is a pretty big group of conscriptos there. What's the cost of the Dorabant? So it's 70 food and 20 coin. So it's just under the cost of a musket, just barely. So it's not like you're gaining much on that front. The Hajuks are coming out, the Hajusi. Now, these were a pretty good early skirm. Now, what makes them really good? They're one of the only ones that has a full 2x multiplier against heavy infantry. So, great for shredding muskets. Like, the Hajuki there, or Hajusi, basically cleaned up all those conscripts relatively easily, except for those three. And now Rommel's going to start eating queethins, like that. Yeah. Yep. Part of a healthy breakfast, and yeah. Very good. Yep, and then for coin you get strawberries for that. What are you going to do with that moose? Are you going to eat it or something? Eat the moose? More Hajjuks from Rommel, probably a good choice at this point, considering they'll be great against the Danube Legion, the Conscriptos, and when it comes to fighting against the Escobateros, for whatever reason, if they become a thing, the Hajjuk will do very well because it's got 16 range, so it's got 2 range over the Escobatero, and the damage individually is going to beat them out too. The only thing that the Hajjusi really suffer in is HP, so if you can keep them out of range of the enemy, Hajjusi are the best thing. If you don't keep them out of range, then sometimes that 85 HP comes back to bite them. Like that. See, when the grenades throw, yeah, they're going to be really susceptible to grenade throws, so you have to be really careful with that. If you give the Danube Legion any sort of leverage to throw the grenades in where they want, it's a pretty easy unit to fall, but if you keep them out of that range, you should have a pretty good time there, yeah. See, Gilda's just looking for areas to basically pressure his opponent. Sees all these, like, wheat farms here, and, like, yeah, you got Bill stand on that wheat. That's a good way to basically snipe them one by one before Rommel notices. Yeah. Got the tower house there. Is it Bill building that? Nope, it's just being built on its own. How did he get that? Oh yeah, you got the adoption of the land script card. That's a pretty good one because it essentially unlocks some European arsenal technologies at the tower house view. So yeah, you basically then you can get some really good ones. I think one of them is actually paper cartridge, if I'm correct, or am I not? Yeah, paper cartridge is very strong because it gives all your gunpowder troops 15% additional attack. I don't think it's still called paper cartridge, though. They changed it to a new icon and name in the recent monthly European rework patch. So it's something totally new. I don't know if any of the other ones changed either. Because if your Carbonires get like decent hand attack against cavalry now in melee, that's something. Definitely. Or more armor to your Caloras, too, could be quite good and crucial. Especially since there's such a low hit point unit to begin with. Yeah. I see the benefits of that. Big time. Now we see some more peasants coming out there. So how is Gilda going to finish this off? So he's going to go to age 3. Probably pick up Veteran Conscripto. He's going second Polish wave, which means he's going to get 2 free stables and an arsenal. I think it's about 650 or so wood value, which is not bad for an age up, since you don't have to like have vills at risk trying to put the buildings down. They just get built really quickly wherever you want them. It's quite good. Second Polish wave. Once that arrives, he'll place the stables probably. Get some sort of Lancero. Or, I don't quite remember what all the rosters are and what they do. So, I'm always like, trying to figure out what each roster does whenever you see Central America. I used to know them a lot more back when I was previewing them for the Wool team. But, now that Central America is like no longer a surprise of a civ anymore, it's like I don't really study that too much. Yeah, definitely not. Yep, Veteran, Conscripto, pretty obvious one I think to go with there. Three artisanal cans. that house done over there. Couple of Vivindares will definitely give some good range support. They'll actually outrange the Hajuks even, which will be quite good. Yeah, Durabante is the last thing you want to do, Rommel. That's like not quite the unit you're looking for there. Not by a long shot, actually. So I don't know what that one's all about. We'll see what happens next. Oh, not bad. Not bad at all. Very good. Oh yeah, look at those grenade throws just doing epic damage on them. Big time. Big time. Oh boy, there's all the vills exposed. GG, well played on that one. Let me see if we got any other cool recordings. Japan versus Denmark. That might be fun. From Omar. What's that one all about? Kind of curious what that one's going to be. So let's see what that has. Japan versus Denmark. Boot that up. Loading, loading, loading. Japan versus Denmark. Denmark. Denmark? What's Denmark? It's Denmark, not Denmark. Denmark. Ugh. That's weird. Alright, so Omar's playing Japan. And Meadow is playing Denmark. Interesting. I believe we've seen Meadow play Denmark against Omar before. I think Meadow actually won the game. Was that right? Or something weird happened there? I can't remember. It was very interesting. Yeah. I think Denmark versus Japan can be a little bit tough if you're Denmark. Mainly because Japan gets really good early skirms, the Kie skirmishers, and then the Shigumas, of course. Very fast-moving musket that can move in and out of combat pretty well. So yeah, this could be a real challenge for both sides, I can imagine. Oh yeah, definitely. So we'll have to see what this one has in store. Infinite 300 food for Danish deck. I've never quite seen that before, but I guess it's fine. Because the thing is with Denmark, you always get a free shipment at the start of the game because they give you enough XP crates to afford a shipment. So yeah, basically you can really do anything with that shipment, and it's pretty much almost extra, right? Oh yeah, definitely. So you could get 300 food, you could get like 2 villagers, you could get like an ox cart, as you can see there, you could get like furrier, really anything. Yeah, it's really whatever you really want to do with it, pretty much. Yeah. So, yeah. In terms of this deck in particular, neoclassical architecture, it's actually a card I've seen quite a bit in people's decks before in the past. I'm quite surprised because I've always considered it, you know what I mean? Like, is it really going to do that good, like having my capital trickle XP? Must be a pretty big trickle for people to go with it, yeah. In terms of the rest, though, resource crates, you got a fort, all the infantry combat cards. You do have the really good toy whiz or whatever. Boosted counter infantry rifling status set to obtainable. Oh, interesting. So here's my question. So does this mean that the Danish skirms still get counter infantry rifling added on top of breech loaders? Yeah. It seems like all these arsenal techs are named the same thing, the boosters. So how does that work? Did like the Danish skirmishers just shoot fast, like super fast now, or what's going on there? I'd like to know that. Yeah. Also, these other new ones like Cornet, Paluch, Gun Shield, Ognivel Shell, Rimfire, Ammunition, Great Coat. Oh yeah, big time. So it'd be interesting to see how that works with that. I'll have to check that out actually, yeah. Whereas Omar's just about to be ready to age up himself, probably with the Toshugu Shrine. Basically, what Omar ended up doing is just copying Cap's deck, because Cap is a champion of Japan, so figured, oh yeah, I may as well just copy it. Yeah, well, it does, yeah. Makes total sense, yeah. Definitely. So let's see what he gets out of that wonder there, yeah. Yep, Toshuga Shrine. Up there. It's got a good amount of the pronghorns up here to help improve the trick array of that. Whereas Meadow is already in age 2 with a pretty good amount of ills. So Meadow's actually doing kind of okay right now. Yeah. Now Meadow pressure is pretty good with Lancildatars or something. That could be pretty good if he could do it this early. Keep Omar from massing up anything. And could actually outdo Japan's infantry. Yeah, definitely. Goes the market there, yeah. What are you going to do about this? You're going to try her towards... he's actually going to push it away from the town center. Rule of advice there, if depending on what civ you're dealing with, you really don't want to do that because you don't know if your opponent's going to go hand cav, right? got their Lakota or Zulu with Gumpakity or Haiti with the Zinglins. Any sort of scout unit that can run around the map quickly and locate these Huns. They find a bunch of vills on top of that. You're looking at a serious GG well played right there. Absolutely. You got to be careful with that. Big time. So, just one thing I'd look out for if you're trying to set up some sort of a defense there, pretty much, yeah. Absolutely. Can get quite risky. Big time. Whereas Omar is building a barracks. He's got his 600 wood in his home city there. Since you are Japan, you can send it again and make it 1,200 wood if you want to, yeah. You also got the ability to ship in some Shigumas or the Kie skirmishers. Could get the Vils. This could be good with the diplomatic intrigue, particularly for the Dutch allies, yeah. So what will Meadow do for military? So he'll actually do volunteers. I think that's pretty fair, honestly. Yeah, pretty much. In terms of the market, it looks like Meadow is getting log flume there, and he's getting dynamite. Dynamite being the replacement to the amalgamation technology for mining. So it's a second mining technology, with the first one being steam machinery. Yeah. So what's going to happen here? Is it likely going to be volunteers versus whatever Japan has with the Shigumas or Kies? Yeah, I guess so. Now, if you're going to do that, you need to make sure you can maintain some good numbers on these volunteers. And you can constantly press the Japan. Because if you don't, then their superior stats are just going to overwhelm you pretty much, yeah. So you have to stay on top of that thing. Big time. 100%. Yeah, most definitely. For settlers coming out now, yeah. More volunteers. Ooh, nice treasure. You can get some cows. I would definitely make sure Omar doesn't get that, because if Omar gets it, he's just going to stick those cows on his shrine. One of his shrines on the map and take full advantage of that, yeah. In one of the areas where the hunts are a little weak on. Because sometimes, unfortunately, when you're doing shrines as Japan, the hunts don't always fit perfectly, you know. You just wish sometimes it'd always be an even number of 4s, so that you can always get the perfect shrine in every spot, but sometimes that's just not the case. Like, this one's 4, this one's 4, this one is also 4, so that's good. This one, 4, 4, and this one hasn't populated yet, but that one should be done pretty soon. How about the rest of these? 4. And the Tsushuguru only has 2. That's just really weird, because you'd think that the animals would come over here and do something. Yeah. Quite strange, actually, yeah. Now we'll add in some Grenadiers. Not a bad unit. Also get a secondary ox cart, which will basically improve Meadow's economy, because he'll be able to move probably an ox cart to this area and boost all the gather rates. And then when he's done with it, you can turn into a plantation, a mill, whatever you want, really, in any age, yeah. So volunteers and Grenadiers. I kind of like the way you send up the Grenadiers here to throw one at a time, because it always guarantees that the Grenadiers always get a special throw in there where they want. It's kind of funny. Like, maybe I should try, like, sending the Grenadiers in vertically like that. Because basically by the time the first Grenadier throws, the next one's going to throw, and the next one's going to throw, and they're always going to hit different targets, or always make sure that the grenade toss is never wasted, which is quite nice. That was a pretty okay grenade throw there, yeah. Took out a Kie. That one's basically eliminated. Very good. Let's see if we can get rid of those ones now. You have to go over here now, yeah. Took out a Kie skirm, very nice. 5 more Grenadiers on the way, yeah. Take out those ones now, yeah. And the sieging of the tents are there, yeah. Hussars. Also picking up the Naturalist Expedition. For some reason the icon was not changed from Furrier yet. Probably should be changed at some point. Yep, most definitely. Kie is trying to attack the Explorer there, trying to set up another shrine. Omar seems to be setting up the better macro, at least for now, with the shrines, I think. And keeping his Vilq up, which is always smart. Meadow, on the other hand, is focusing on using his food for Hussars and Grenadiers. A bit risky. You do want to make sure that you're keeping your Vilq always going, Meadow. Just make sure you're always doing that, because if you don't, your economy can fall into complacency very fast. Like, I sometimes forget to train Bills because I'm constantly fighting and trying to deal with a higher opponent, and it's like, no, when you stop the Vilq and you stop paying attention to like pop and stuff, that's when you fall off the track very quickly in a 1v1 especially. In a team game, it's not as important. Sometimes, depend on what the circumstance is and what you have to do. But definitely in a 1v1 where everything you do and don't do matters, always make sure that you're queuing settlers. Like now, you can like queue in a settler. But, you know, get another house if you want to make more Grenadiers. Just plan that out, and so it works better in your favor. Yeah, because not all your opponents are going to be easy peasy like Omar. They're going to be really tough. Like Cap, or even me, or Geaf, or Alucard. Oh yeah, imagine you're trying to do with Alucard or Geaf in a 1v1 like you saw today. That's pretty dangerous. You gotta stay on top of your Vilq, all that stuff. On top of doing other things, you gotta stick to the basics, yeah. And build from there. Looks like right now you're doing fairly well, though, with the Hussar Grenadier combo. Maybe against Japan, I guess, sometimes you have to go all in like this. Oh, Samurai! Samurai! We never see Samurai ever. The katanas. Wow. Brutal. Brutal, man. When did we ever see Samurai be used? Like, ever. That's insane. Look at the Samurai. Oh, no. That is some bad luck there, man. Sorry that you had to experience that. When do we ever see somebody make Samurai ever these days? Like, never. We never see anybody go with Samurai.
You always go Shiguma Kie. You never see samurai. I always want to do it for fun, but we never see anybody actually practically use samurai. Like ever. Like, where in all this deck do you fit like a samurai attack or something? Like, never. Never, ever, ever. Do you ever see samurai ever be used? It's like really, really weird. Like, you'd think that people would use it, but I guess not. It's a bit strange, but whatever, I guess. On that front, yeah. It just seeds those shrines down, I guess, yeah. Very good. Also, funny capital in the middle of the map for some reason. Yeah, what's that for? Are you doing Royal Decree or something? Oh, you do have a Royal Decree. Ah, okay. The Swig question. Yeah. Yeah, Danish get some pretty fun Royal Decrees that they used to do with mercenary decks. One of them gives you a big group of Cazadores with special skins on them. Another one gives you horse Jaegers, yeah, big army of horse Jaegers, mercenaries, which is quite powerful. And then they have this weird little one where it changes the golden ages from whatever weird effect it does to actually boosting your unit's attack and HP while it's active. Making the golden ages actually kind of useful almost, yeah. Kind of worth it in a way, yeah. Here comes the samurai again. Yep, took out the volunteers. Oh, Shogunate, not bad. That'll help make your stuff a bit cheaper. Can give you a Daimyo as well to push on the front lines with. That's the funny thing about this deck. Technically, Omar technically messed up in the fact that he did not have the Daimyo in Age 4 that Kappa always gets there. He only has this Iago Takamori one in Age 2, which is a bit lackluster on its own. I mean, it's good if you're going for an Age 2 thing, but the best one is the one in Age 4. Yeah, big time. Randier's making a move on the shrine, it looks like, yeah. Go in Japanese isolationism to boost up the stats a bit.
Plus 5% to land unit attack. Double canal now cannon. What will we use all that in export for? You're gonna get some like Ronin, Hashimoto, Hadimoto Samurai or whatever. Oh, going for the Bushido principles, very nice. Allows you to train your units in blocks of 10. Effectively is like an alternative to your traditional fencing school. Yeah, pretty much, yep. There's sieging away at another shrine. Yeah, I don't think Mao's going to make it to age 3, though, to deal with this. He's just going to sort of just keep going. Hussar or Grenadier. Which, it could potentially work if Omar is really sloppy with his skirms and his artillery. But I really doubt that he'd do that, pretty much, yeah. He has Nagooka Gaishi, the general you get from the shogunate. He's got a really cool mustache, as you can see. Goes from here all the way out to there, yeah. Oh, the samurai. Ugh. Yeah, against normal people, going samurai out of the blue like that would never be a smart idea. Yeah, no. The only time you would consider against samurai is if you were like dealing with like mass assault units or scout units or something. Yeah, like mass assault units, samurai could probably slice through that, but definitely not anything else. Like, yeah, no, definitely not. Definitely not. No, absolutely not. The enlightened fairy tale author. Oh, that's always fun. We'll continue to train more Kanao cannons from the castle. Yep. There they are. Statistically, they're the same as the flaming arrows, so they're great against artillery, infantry, and buildings alike, and ships. So very flexible in that sense. I'm trying to figure out what he's doing exactly there. More samurai. An upgrade. You should at least get the veteran upgrade on these, I would say. Yeah. Most definitely. Now he's getting veteran Kie, veteran samurai. Should help with those stats, yeah. GG, well played on that one. Good match. It was a bit of a funny tussle there, but yeah. That was a pretty good series at the start. The Geaf versus Alucard one. Would be pretty awesome if we got like really good series like that for every week. If people who are higher level would be willing to submit those. Like at a high level best of 5 series like every week or something, or best of 7 or 9 with 2 high level players. That'd be pretty insane, because when you think about it, didn't that series like last for like almost like 2.5 to 3 hours or something? Yeah, that was a pretty good series there, to say the least. Big time, yeah. Absolutely. That was a really good series. I like that one. Yeah, I have to go do some worky stuff for my job and stuff. Well, my other job. I wish I could do full-time Stiletzi YouTube, but unfortunately we don't get enough views and subscribers for that. So unless you want to pull in, like 100,000 people, send them over here or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So, definitely see you on the next stream. We'll try to finish up all the ones that we didn't get to 2 weeks ago and the ones we get to this week. Yeah, it's funny. Poor Senor Viringo has games I haven't even looked at yet from like 2 weeks at this point. So, no, not 2 weeks at this point. It'll be 2 weeks from when I actually get to him next week. So, yeah. Hopefully, no patches released at that point, so I can just do it and get through it. Yeah. But whatever. Sign off now. See you on the next stream. I don't know what we'll do next time, but I'll figure something out. GG, well played.